Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing well today. Please just give me a quick second to double check to make sure stuff is working. And it does look like it is, so that's good. Let me put the music back on. And I will be there in a minute. The browser's running a little slow today, but oh well. I need to figure out a better solution for music that doesn't rely on listening to it via YouTube, because that's going to cause problems eventually. I just know it. Let's see. Hey, bunch of people showing up. Good to see you all. I definitely recognize those names. Hello, Alan. Hello, Chiroptera. I hope I pronounced that right. Hello, Thomas. Hello, Amir. Oh, geez, this is going slow today. Okay, so while I'm waiting for that, I'll just say a couple things. First of all, I did actually find out how to get captions working on screen. I did not finish setting it up because I did it on one of the 3 OBS instances I have, and the thing is, I got it to work, but it does not look good. So I decided that, I mean, once I finish setting it up, I'll only do it for I'll only do it for streams when we're watching an anime, just so that if there's copyright issues and I have to mute, you'll still be able to see kind of what I'm saying, even if you can't hear me. So that's going to be what I use it for. Maybe that'll change if I ever do like a complete redesign of what I'm doing in my in everything. But okay, that's a little too loud still. And let's see, that level looks about right. No, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired today. I woke up not that long ago. So yeah, I'm good. Oh, perfect pronunciation. That's good, because when it comes to names, even fake names, I don't always do that all that well. Oh, what the hell? I had the thing open. So why? It closed itself. Okay, give me 1 sec. I guess I gotta wait for this to close again. But yeah, I'm fine. My voice is just weird because it's still like tight from not speaking yet today. Okay, so I do think that's okay, and one last thing before we start. The oh, they have basketball game walking music, yeah. Yeah, I just found a playlist that had, it's a bunch of Toho music. That's kind of on brand for my channel, and also I know it doesn't get copyright claimed, so that's a big plus. But yeah, so anyone who hasn't yet, do check my community tabs in YouTube, because you guys know that I've been working on that big tier list video. By the way, the viewing is done, and I'm working on the script that's coming along. It'll be done when it's done. So I'm not going to give too much info on that just yet, but I decided that, it'll be a fun little side thing to kind of do like a tournament style polls to see which ones the audience likes the most. So I'm having a bunch of polls over probably the next couple days, next week. But yeah, so if you haven't already done that, vote on those polls. It's a fun little side thing. So, and assuming I get the polls done before the video's done, I'll include that in the video as just a little, fun little side thing. Okay, so yeah, and yeah, I do expect most people to have not seen most of them, because after all, there are 60 plus anime there. I think there's actually 64, because I noticed it actually lines up really nicely to do like a perfect tournament bracket. Because because once I'm done with all the groups, because there's still more for me to set up, there'll be left with 16 winners, and that will again fit really nicely into a single elimination bracket. Okay, yeah, so I don't know how much I'm going to be reading today, just because, again, I am still kind of tired. My voice is, again, I'm not sick or anything, but I don't know, I just kind of woke up tired today, so we'll see how much we get through. Yeah, eventually I'll figure something out more permanently just so that I don't have to constantly be talking on days like this. Okay. Chapter 4, Staff Meeting and Sunday. Half a year passed. Eris, who I thought had finally cooled down, began returning to her violent ways. Why? How? Who did this? I panicked until I realized something. She'd been given no breaks. Let's see. Let me see. I voted on all but the one with Angel Beats. How did you find it? I really liked Angel Beats. I thought it was very, very good. It's one of those ones I'm definitely going to be watching to completion after I'm done with all that. And I'm also probably going to end up reading the visual novel as well. Overall, I mean, I thought episode 3 was absolutely excellent. Like, that one was very, very impressive as far as I'm considered. Like the fact that they were able to essentially do a full character arc in 20 minutes and interweave that with the musical themes of the episode, very hard to do in that type of runtime. So I really liked it. Okay, so back to Mushoku Tensei. Okay, I mean, not I'm gonna be talking more later on, but I do also like to notice that they're still doing a lot of time skips. That's one thing I've always kind of liked about Mushoku Tensei, is that Ryufujin was never scared to skip a significant amount of time if it makes sense in the context of the story. And obviously in the first 2 books, he's going to do that more than the rest of the series, just because Rudy goes from 0 to 10 years old in those books. Let's see. Yeah. It's one supposed to fall the first dozen or so episodes of Full Metal Alchemist into Brotherhood, skipped a few of the first episodes of that. I understand there's... You know, I know you're memeing, and there's definitely concerns about some of the titles on there, but, you know, again, I'm not exactly super concerned about being like a perfectly structured, fair thing, because, you know, again, it's just a little fun side thing to see kind of what would win in an audience tournament poll. And honestly, my guess is that just based on its popularity, Frieren is probably going to win the tournament, but... And I probably could have told you that going in, but even so. Yeah, I'm just it's just fun to see where everything kind of lines up. And of course, I've only seen the first 3 episodes of most of these. But yeah. Back to what I was saying. You know, it is kind of neat that Mushoku Tensei is willing to do time skips and stuff, because one thing I have noticed, and I kind of was always aware of this, but I noticed it a lot more when I was working on my video for Volume 1 of Mushoku Tensei. That a lot of times the books that you read, and movies too to an extent, but books more so, especially the big adventure books, a lot of times take place over a shorter amount of time than you would think. So, I mean, there are obvious ones where that's not necessarily the case. Like, for example, if Harry Potter, each book takes place over the course of 1 school year. That's actually a pretty good way of structuring it, to be honest. While I'm not a huge fan of J.K. Rowling's writing as a whole, I do like Harry Potter, but her writing leaves some stuff to be desired. But that structure, I think, is actually very effective. But if you look at Lord of the Rings, it takes place over about a year and a half, which, if you consider all the shit that happens in that trilogy, for it to take place over a year and a half, that's fucking nothing. So, a lot of books, again, when you look at it chronologically, you're like, wow, they're actually going really, really quickly. Mushoku Tensei does not do that. Part of it is because there's 26 books to, you know, space everything out. But also, so part of it is there's a lot of books. That's always going to help as far as extending the time frame. But also, even later in the series, Ryufujin does engage in just the occasional time skip where he'll just say, okay, you know what? It's been several months, not much happened, so there's no reason to talk about it. And while I do often say that, you know, the insinuation... So, at the end of the series, and this is not a spoiler, so don't worry, but at the end of the series, it is strongly implied that these books are actually Rudy's journals. That, because he does end up keeping a journal, and again, it's implied that this is his journals written in Japanese, kind of saying like, hey, you get to learn all my secrets if you're able to decipher this language. Yeah. If Lord of the Rings is compared to the Return to Roa arc, it's not far from Mushoku Tensei. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so... But yeah, so I don't really buy that this is Rudy's journals, but... Yeah, it's what Rudy Fujin decided to be a little cheeky there. I don't really buy it. A lot of stuff doesn't really add up for that, but... oh. Yeah, okay, so that's kind of why it's trying to explain the time skips, because if you think of it as somebody writing down their own story in real time, if nothing happens over the course of a couple months, you're just going to say, yeah, nothing really happened these past few months. So that kind of makes sense in context as to why, you know, the significant amounts of time are just skipped. But overall, what this allows the writing to do is, rather than it just being essentially a snapshot of a person going on a journey where they grow and change, but it's because of the things they experience that they grow and change. That's how most stories function. Again, like Lord of the Rings. When, you know, there's a difference between Frodo becoming a different person after going on his 1.5-year journey, and Frodo becoming a different person from growing up from a child to an adult. Mushoku Tensei takes place over, I want to say, 22 or 23 years from beginning to end. That allows for a lot of growth beyond just what he experiences in his journey. And it's very interesting to see that, because it's a side of things you don't usually get to see in writing. Unless you're having... And even when you do, it's usually not as fluid as this. Usually you see cases of... Like, there'll be a time period in one place, and then there'll be a big time skip, usually from, like, in like a sequel series that'll take place, you know, 20 years later. So you can see different characters at different ages at different points in their life. Whereas here, you actually get to see characters grow up. So, I mean, a good example would be Rudy's sisters. So, you know, Norn and Aisha are introduced as babies in Volume 1. He interacts with them again as, like, toddlers. And then they essentially grow up with him in Roa. So I do think that's really an interesting point. And I think a big reason that's enabled is because of Rudy Fujin's willingness to do these time skips and to just force the time along. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing. Well, my cat's got the zoomies, it appears. So I do apologize if you hear some rustling and banging in the background. That's probably her. She's being a little annoying today, I'll be honest. It was after dinner when I called Ghislaine and the etiquette teacher into my room. Miki, what the hell are you doing? The etiquette teacher didn't actually live with us. She lived in the city, so I had a butler send a message to her. First, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rudius Greyrat, I said. Edna Laloon. I teach Lady Eris about proper etiquette. I touched my hand to my chest and gave a light nod. She responded in kind, her movements more polished. Unsurprising coming from an etiquette teacher. Edna has the face of a middle-aged woman whose wrinkles were just beginning to show. Her features were soft, and she had a kind smile that emanated warmth. Please, have a seat, I said, motioning to the nearby chairs. Once they settled in, I offered them the tea that I had the butler prepare. The reason I called to you today is to talk about Eris's lesson schedule. So I do also want to notice, like, it is actually kind of interesting choice to have the etiquette teacher be, just a seemingly very kind person. And if you remember from earlier, they mentioned that the etiquette teacher is one of the few adults that Eris kind of likes. She doesn't like her, because we saw the little stat sheets, and the teacher does not make it, but she's one of the ones that she kind of has a truce with. And considering the fact that etiquette is like the thing that Eris would absolutely hate to deal with, yeah, she tolerates her. And again, considering that it's an etiquette teacher of all things, Eris is not exactly the etiquette kind of person. So, the fact that she is able to tolerate her must mean that she's actually a pretty nice person that Eris, again, doesn't dislike, which is a big deal at this point in the story. Lesson schedule, Edna asked. That's right. I hear she currently has sword practice in the morning, free time in the afternoon, and etiquette in the evening. Is that correct? Indeed. Eris was currently learning 6 subjects: reading and writing, arithmetic, magic, history, swordplay, and etiquette. In modern terms, that would be language, math, home economics, social studies, physical education, and, well, etiquette. There were no clocks, so lessons stretched on, separated only by meals and snack time. The subjects were split over 3 time periods like this: breakfast, studying; lunch, studying; snack time, studying; dinner, free time. And I actually do really like this. The background music a little loud. Thank you for letting me know. Just so everybody does know. Okay, I think I have to. Oh, of course it stops right as I go to. Okay, and that track is a little quieter than the one before it, so I'm actually going to turn it down in OBS. Let's fix that. Yeah, one of these days I'll normalize everything across all 3 things so I don't have to have 3 different OBS things. Okay, so yeah, I know this track itself is a little bit quieter than the one before it, but I also did turn it down in OBS. So again, I do appreciate you bringing that up to me because, again, for those who don't know, the way things kind of work is that what I hear is different from what you guys hear, just because I have the music going straight to my headphones, and then but they're also sending it to OBS, which then gets sent to you. Do I recall that Edna was her nursemaid or something when Eris was a baby? Possibly, but I don't recall that myself, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah, so going back to what I was saying, I actually do really like this breakdown of how Eris's schedule works. I think it really makes a visceral impact. Visceral is probably not the right word here, but this gives like a really again, visceral is not the right word. It's not the word I'm thinking, but it gives a very it's rather than just telling you that Eris is overworked, that there's a lot going on, that her days are very, very full, that she doesn't really have any time to breathe. This really just shows you kind of feel how busy her schedule is. Conceptualize, that's closer, but it's still not quite what I'm thinking of. But you guys understand what I'm saying. Because I think we've all had days like this, where it's pretty much from waking up to going to sleep. The only time you really get to yourself is the time that you need to like eat, essentially. The basic breaks to maintain your well-being are the only time you really are able to not be doing something that day. And it's not always like a bad thing, because back when I was in high school, I did theater. And I did all the performing arts stuff in high school. I was one of those kids. And in theater, when we got really close to our performances, we would start doing a lot of practice. And there were definitely times where we would stay very, very late just doing rehearsals. And it was very busy. We didn't really get any time off except for our meals. But it was a very fun experience. It was satisfying, so it wasn't a bad thing. But also, that was something that happened over a short period of time. That wasn't something we did every single day, all day, every day, you know? So, having a schedule like this, constantly, every single day for 6 months, it's actually understandable. Come to think of it, it's actually kind of impressive that Eris, of all people, lasted as long as she did before kind of getting overworked and kind of losing it a little bit. Because I'll be honest, I don't think I would have lasted that long before showing some signs of frustration. So yeah. And I do think that this, again, this really simple layout of how this schedule functions is just a very effective way of doing that. There was no history instructor, so Philip apparently taught her in his free time. Since I came on, she began having evening lessons as well, so her entire day has been filled up, I said. That's right, Edna responded. Her studies have been progressing smoothly. The master is quite impressed. No doubt he was. It may look like it's going smoothly, but there's a problem here. Edna looked confused. A problem, you say? Yes, her stress has been building since she studies every day without any breaks. Remarkably so during arithmetic lessons, she was irritable the entire time. If she ran into difficult problems, she would take it out on me. It was dangerous. There was no telling when she might come after me for real. It was very dangerous. Okay, and I do like how this paragraph here shows that we're still seeing a bit of what we saw a lot of in Volume 1, where Rudy, ultimately, he's doing this out of kindness, because he knows that she's overworked, he knows that she's frustrated, he knows that she wants he knows that she needs some breaks just for her mental and emotional well-being. Because if you overwork yourself for an extended period of time, it does take a toll on your mental health. I have seen it in people who have been overworked. They are just not okay until they get time off. Like, I used to work in a supermarket, and I knew one guy during, and I worked through a supermarket during COVID, and fortunately, I was in a position where I did not need to do an excessive amount of extra work because my position was such that I could actually schedule things. I worked in the back room taking deliveries with the third-party vendors, so it was easy enough for... They were already accustomed to my days off, so they had all adjusted their schedules around mine, so I didn't really have to change much, but I knew people who had to work crazy hours during that time. I knew a guy who spent 3 or 4 weeks without getting a day off, and that guy looked like he was about ready to crack by the time he got to take a few days off. So yeah, it's ultimately Rudy. I don't know if he's thinking quite like that, but I do believe his core motivation is that, you know, Eris is going through it and needs a break for her own well-being, but he still can't quite acknowledge to himself that that's what he's doing, that he wants to actually do something nice for her just for the sake of it. So he conceptualizes that as, oh, this will protect me because she might take out her frustrations on me. Kind of like how with Lilia, it was like, I'm not doing this to help her, I'm doing this because I owe her. So he still has to find a logical justification for the nice things he does, rather than just acknowledging that, you know, morality exists, because he's getting better, but he hasn't quite gotten there yet. He's at the point where he has a moral compass, but he's not aware of it. Oh, and I will just also mention that throughout the stream, I left my water jug in the car, and I didn't feel like going out to get it because it's cold. And so I just have my glass here, so I'm going to have to actually get up to refill my water, so that's going to happen a couple times throughout the stream, just a heads up. We managed to get through it for now, but she might eventually snap and run from her lessons again. Oh dear, Edna pressed her hand to her lips. Her expression said that she acknowledged the possibility. I had never seen one of her etiquette lessons before, but Eris seemed to take them seriously. It was a mystery to me why Eris seemed to like her. I continued, so I would like to give her a free day of lessons every 7 days. They had a calendar in this world, so they had a concept of what a month and what day it was. They did not, however, have the concept of a week. There were rest days allotted throughout the year, but there was no such thing as a Sunday. So that is actually an interesting thing. I would be curious as to what the world-building implications of that are, because, you know, if I really stop to think about it, a lot of the way my own life is structured kind of relies on weeks, because that's kind of how we naturally block out extended periods of time. I work Monday through Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday are my days off from work. And a lot of things are structured around that. Hell, even, you know, over the weekend we had Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday. So, you know, it's interesting to see. They don't really ever go into it, but I imagine life has to be very different if you separate things by months rather than weeks. 7. I used the number because I could remember it easily. Plus, it seemed the number was special in this world as well. It was said to be a good omen, which is why there are also 7 tiers in swordplay. And yeah, that's actually a nice little note. You do notice actually a lot of things split up into sevens in Mushoku Tensei, with the the tiers being kind of the biggest example of that. But the seven great powers. It's a little, not a theme, but a little quirk that Rivajin keeps up with. In the remaining 6 days, we'll continue teaching her reading and writing, arithmetic, magic, history, swordplay, and etiquette. Edna raised her voice. May I ask one thing? Please do. Should have been the seven-faced world? Arguably. That might have actually made sense thematically. Although you could, then it wouldn't be a cube, that's true. You could argue that the new world, post-collapse, makes up the seventh face. Because remember that the six-faced world doesn't exist as it did before. While the other planes still exist, they're not really real anymore. They're just kind of barren wastelands. So once every other plane collapsed and the survivors moved over to the human world, then you could argue that's the seventh, because it is. That's true. The void is also a factor there. I didn't think of that, but. And 6 is unlucky in Mushoku Tensei. I did not remember that, but that actually makes a lot of sense because, again, I'm kind of drawing on the stuff that was revealed in Old Dragon's Tale because, again, I will say, again, anyone who is a Mushoku Tensei fan who has at least gotten through Turning Point 4, because Old Dragon's Tale spoils Turning Point, will spoil not the events of Turning Point 4, but some of the implications of Turning Point 4. But, Old Dragon's Tale really does expand the world quite a bit, where you really do understand kind of how things flow and function and everything like that. But yeah, I completely forgot what I was about to say. It completely escaped my mind. But yeah. Overall, a lot of the way the world works starts to make a lot more sense when you read Old Dragon's Tale, so I do 100% recommend it for anyone who's actually experienced Turning Point 4, so that'll expand once the anime gets to that in Season 3. But yeah, so I'm drawing a lot of when I'm talking about these things like the 6 faces and possibly having a 7th, I'm drawing a lot on what was revealed in there, but kind of going back to the world building implications of that, where the landscape of each of the 6-faced worlds was different. I believe the human world was all like flat plains, kind of like the Fatoa region. Like that was kind of what they were. There was a region that was mountainous. There was a region that was oceanic. There was all this stuff. And as each one collapsed and the survivors moved over to the human world, their terrain features also moved over. So they combined into an actual regular world once all the other worlds collapsed. So you could argue that what was once the human plane has kind of become the 7th combined plane. I think that's what I was trying to say. Edna raised her voice. May I ask one thing? Please do. If things are divided that way, then my lessons would be reduced. So then would my salary also? I cut her off before she could finish. You don't have to worry about that. I couldn't blame her for being concerned about money, and I hoped no one else would either. After all, I was in this for the money as well. Anyway, I'd already spoken to Philip, and it wasn't a problem. We had monthly salaries, so we'd get paid regardless of whether we gave lessons or not. Granted, we'd be fired if we didn't. That part should go without saying. If you didn't understand something that simple, you deserve to be fired. Which, okay, I love that little bit of commentary, and that's kind of, interestingly, there are definitely some people out there who don't quite understand things like that. They don't. It's not super common, especially once you get to like adults, because I see this attitude mostly in people who have like just graduated high school and have gotten their first job ever. Again, remember I worked in a supermarket for a while, and there were some people who didn't realize that you had to actually like do your job to not get to if you wanted to get paid. But also, part of me also thinks that old Rudy probably would have been like that too. So he might be kind of taking he might be catching his own strays there. Of course, with that in mind, we will divide things differently. There should be no problem having just 2 lessons on reading, writing, and arithmetic in a 7-day period. Sword practice will remain a daily affair, as there is no point otherwise. Magic must be practiced daily as well, but there is a limit on how much mana a person has, so each lesson won't take too long. I also do find that interesting in retrospect, because we know that sword practice also utilizes mana because of the battle aura, even though I'm guessing it's probably less mana than actual magic uses, but it's still going to be a drain on her mana. But again, you can't really blame Rudy for not knowing that at this point, because not many people do know that. I intend to dedicate any extra time that leaves to reading, writing, and arithmetic. That last bit we had been doing from the beginning, such as, today you've used water bullet X amount of times and water splash Y amount. Okay, I do actually find it interesting how, again, and I will say, part of this might be the fact that I know that this, this particular audio, ebook that I have downloaded sometimes has different terminology than other ones I found, so it might have been actually an earlier release of the translation, and I think there have been like revisions done since then. For example, they mentioned holy tier when it's actually saint tier. So this may actually just be an artifact of that, but it's interesting that they call it something water bullet, because like, why do they have a concept of what a bullet is? Because they don't have guns, so they shouldn't have any idea. I don't know. Bullet doesn't really make sense. I'm guessing it's either just an artifact of an earlier translation, or it's just something Refugee didn't think of. I changed the values of X and Y in keeping with the number of times Eris and Ghislaine could perform those spells respectively. Apparently, this was easier for Eris than sitting in a room staring at the digits on paper. Yeah, they don't have cannons either. That's a fair point. Although, I mean, the concept of cannons makes more sense in a medieval time period. So, I mean, yeah, you actually do make a good point, Amir. And actually, and also I do like how this is showcasing that Eris is responding well to Rudy kind of applying her knowledge practically so that she can figure stuff out in real time. It just shows that she's a kinetic learner as opposed to a sit down and read type of learner, which a lot of people are. I'll be honest, I do suspect that Eris probably has a bit of ADHD. That she's never like obviously diagnosed or anything like that. Nobody ever says it for sure. She does exhibit a lot of the qualities, and I think the fact that she likes to learn by doing is part of what, it occupies her mind and helps her focus, which she seems to have trouble with when she's actually just sitting down and doing it. But she's also just kind of insane, so that might also be a factor as well. It was difficult to find a precise answer because mana usage wasn't something tangible, even to the practitioner. The important part was performing mental arithmetic, because the more they did it, the better they would get. The whole point was for them to use their heads. I wanted to do lessons on voiceless casting and home economics eventually, but that could wait until they had finished reading, writing, and arithmetic. My apologies in advance, Miss Edna, but I would like to reduce your lessons with Eris to 3 or 4 times a month. Alright, she nodded quickly. 6 days, 18 periods. I split them thus. Etiquette, 5 periods. Swordplay, 6 periods. Reading and writing, 2 periods. Arithmetic, 2 periods. And magic, 3 periods. And I do think that's interesting. Interesting distribution. I will say it makes sense when you really think about it, but it does make sense that swordplay being the thing she's most interested in and the thing that requires the most repetition. Yeah, that makes sense. Etiquette is also something she needs to learn the most, so that also makes sense to kind of extenuate that. Reading, writing, and arithmetic is interesting how they did so little. I'm guessing that's probably because Eris just doesn't like them, so not forcing too much on her is kind of for her benefit. And then magic is kind of in the middle. Okay, it's interesting. I don't know that there's any wider implications for it, but, it's interesting. Lesson periods were a bit short for my taste, but most of it was repetition, so it should be fine. Also, I added, at any point you can't teach a lesson, I would like you to contact me. To what end? Edna said. I'm always here at the manor, so I can fit my lessons into your time slot. If you need an extended period off, there'll be no problem. Alright then, Edna smiled the entire time. Did she really understand? Honestly, I think that she's just kind of happy that she gets some time off, which I would be too. Also, I would like to have these meetings every first of the month, I said. And why is that? If we work together, we can come up with a quick response to any issues that may occur. It's not strictly necessary, but it'll make our teaching more effective and help us deal with emergencies. Do you have any issues with it? No, Edna smiled softly. You're still so young, Lord Rudius, yet you are so considerate to Miss Eris. Her eyes shone as though she'd seen something particularly endearing. Well, whatever. That was how I managed to get myself a day off. Again, he's framing everything in terms of how it benefits him. And then Edna actually is kind of saying the quiet part out loud. It's like, you actually care, don't you? Like, because, again, Rudy, like was mentioned earlier, is that, it was Alan who said that earlier. It's like, Rudy can't quite admit that he's not, like, a piece of shit at the moment. And part of it is also he just probably doesn't even conceptualize morality just in theory yet because of how damaged he is. But he does these nice things, and I do think that 90% of his motivations here were probably just to alleviate Eris's burnout. But he has to justify it to himself, and he says that this is him getting himself a day off and protecting his own skin because he doesn't want Eris to murder him. But, and I do like that Edna just... She sees that he's taking care as her teacher. And I'd said this before, but I do believe Rudy is kind of naturally passionate about teaching. It just seems to fit with everything he's about. And she's able to just pick up on all that and expresses it plainly. Finally, my first day off arrived. After greeting Philip briefly, I decided to head into the city, but I found Ghislaine and Eris lying in wait for me at the exit. Where do you think you're going? Eris seemed restless, perhaps because it was her first day off. Her first ever day with an empty schedule. No wonder she was curious what my plans were for the day. I'm going sightseeing around Roa, I said, striking a pose. Striking a pose... That's where all this problem started in the first place. If you guys don't remember, when Rudy was telling the story about how he got initially traumatized in his past life, part of that was confronting the bullies and striking a pose, and he got his ass kicked for it. So, I don't know, you'd think he'd learn. Sightseeing. So you're going to see the city? By yourself? Do I look like I have someone else with me? That's not fair. I haven't ever been able to go out by myself, not even once, she stomped her feet in frustration. Isn't that because you'll get kidnapped if you go out on your own? Well, you got kidnapped too, she snapped back. Oh, this banter is great, by the way. I think one thing I will say is that it comes kind of hand in hand with the fact that these characters are all very, very good, especially these main characters. But I also say I've always consistently liked the dialogue in Mushoku Tensei as well. Dialogue can be a difficult thing to do, but Rifujin tends to do it well, and the translators tend to bring that over to English very well, in my opinion. She was right. I was kidnapped because I had been accompanying Eris, but it was also true that I was seen as part of the Grey Rat family. It was possible someone might try it again to demand a ransom for me. But if I get kidnapped, I can get back home on my own, I cackled in triumph, only for her to raise her fist like she was going to hit me. I quickly moved to protect myself, but the punch never came. That was unusual. And again, these little signs of Eris slowly starting to get accustomed to Rudy, slowly starting to... Like, at this point, she probably already does have some respect for him. But, she's slowly starting to restrain herself around him, because he's starting to grow on her. And, of course, Rudy doesn't realize that, but he lays all the foundations and sets all the clues so that the reader can figure that out. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at me. I'm going too. She would usually make such a declaration only after hitting me, but apparently she decided not to use violence this time. That meant she had matured some. A small, almost insignificant amount, but at least there was some progress. And interestingly, that's actually how I think about Rudy sometimes. He learns these lessons and says, it's a small amount of progress, but it's something. Like how he learned, basic lessons, like at the end of this book, he'll learn hands to myself, which is a small, insignificant amount of progress, but it is a breakthrough for him. Alright then, let's go. Really? Of course, I had no reason to refuse her. Plus, safety in numbers and all that. Ghislaine's coming too, right? I asked. Yes, it's my duty to protect the young mistress. Even during our meeting, Ghislaine didn't seem to understand the concept of having a day off. I suggested she just stick to Eris like she always did. She was originally hired to be a bodyguard, after all. So there should be no problems with that. Wait, I'll be ready in just a sec. Alphonse! Alphonse! I watched as Eris ran off, dashing noisily through the manor. Her voice was just as loud as ever. Rudius, Ghislaine said. I turned my head and she was right there beside me. I had to crane my neck to look up at her. She was almost 2 meters tall, so even as a full-grown adult, I would probably still be looking up at her. And, it is also worth remembering that Rudy is originally Japanese. Japanese men are, on average, smaller than American men. So, 6 feet, 2 meters is about 6 feet. Not exactly, but it's close enough. And, the average male in the US is, 5'9", 5'10". So that's a little taller than me, and I'm average height. So, but for a Japanese person who might be like 2 inches shorter, you would have to kind of look up at somebody that height. But even so, either way, that's still tall for a woman. But it is, I think, important to acknowledge that the perspective is a little bit different, so that she's proportionally even more big to a Japanese person than to me, essentially. And to most of you watching, because I know most of you are going to have, Western, are from the West. Obviously, I know some of you are not, but yeah, it's worth noting. That is something that I do try to keep in mind whenever I'm watching or reading anything that is Japanese in origin, that the perspective of a Japanese person is fundamentally different. And sometimes there are certain implications that I could miss just from not having that perspective. So that's why I do try to think of that. And this is a small example, but one that is worth acknowledging. Don't overestimate your abilities, she warned. This was probably about me saying I could escape being kidnapped on my own. I know, I was just trying to motivate her a little. Alright, but if something else happens, call me. I'll help you. Yeah, if I need something, I'll give you a big fireworks show again. Talking about it struck her to memory. Did you tell the young mistress to do the same thing? Call for you? I did. What of it? Next time, you might want to clarify that she should only do it when she's somewhere you can hear her, I said. Okay, but why? Because when we got kidnapped, she almost got killed because she kept screaming for you. If I had heard her, I would have rescued her. Well, she had been ridiculously fast when she came to save us. She was there within a minute of me shooting off those fireworks. Okay, and I do find that, before I move on, I do want to acknowledge an interesting thing, because I do really like, where is it? Yeah, this line here of don't overestimate your abilities. Vintage08, thank you for the follow. But when Ghislaine says don't overestimate your abilities, she's probably like the one person who would say something like that to Rudy, and that's because of her position as a Sword King, because she is, very, very high level. But that is kind of how Rudy goes about his life. Because of his low self-esteem, that extends to every part of himself, not just who he is as a person, because he always views himself as morally weaker than he actually is. Like, his perception of his own morality lags behind the development of that morality itself. Like, he never, as we saw earlier, he always has to justify the nice things he does, because that's just how he is. But the self-confidence thing also does extend to other aspects of his life, and in particular, his magical abilities, because objectively speaking, he is a very impressive magician, even at this early stage in his life, and it only gets more and more as it goes. He never views himself as such. And even as he grows older and develops more of a sense of self, and develops more self-confidence, and starts to acknowledge that, hey, some of the stuff I'm doing is actually impressive, he never really grasps the full breadth of what that means. But, like, if you remember back in Volume 1, he mentions early on when he's first learning about magic, he's like, wow, Saint Tier, that's really impressive. I would love it if I could someday be Saint Tier. That is something to aspire to. Then 2 years later, he becomes a Saint Tier water magician. And it stops being impressive to him. He's like, oh yeah, that's just a thing. Yeah, I'm Saint Tier. Yeah, it is what it is. It's whatever. Because he figures that if he can do it, it's not that impressive. Ghislaine is one of the only people who doesn't kind of fawn over his abilities, because she is proportionally even better at what she does. She knows, and she also knows what it means to be powerful, and that, power can go to your head, and that if it does go to your head, and you think too highly of yourself, it can cause a lot of problems, and especially in terms of swordplay, it can get you killed. So that is what her message to Rudy, which he already kind of functions in that way, which I find very interesting. And it would never be anybody but Ghislaine in this context who would say something like that to him, because from anyone else's perspective, he is like the kind of person they would look up to as far as his abilities go. So I do find that very interesting. So as long as we were in an earshot, which I was sure she would come, no matter where that was, her hearing seemed pretty good too. After all, it was Ghislaine who Eris called out to, not Philip or Soros. She was reliable. You need to teach her there are times when you can't scream. Eris returned and the conversation ended there. I wasn't sure if she was dressing up to go out or not, but she was wearing an outfit I had never seen before. You look lovely today. She punched me in the head when I complimented her. What the hell was that about? And again, they're kind of playing on the tsundere character tropes, which Eris is like... One thing Rifujin definitely likes to do in Mushoku Tensei is, especially early on, a large reading of what happened, why things are presented the way they are in the early parts of Mushoku Tensei, before Rudy has really started doing significant amounts of growing up, is because Rudy was a massive otaku. So everything he sees is kind of through that lens. That is how he makes sense of the world, because that's all he really knows. Now, for me, and I'm sure everybody watching now, we can kind of differentiate between fiction and reality. Where, you know, people don't usually line up as part of those character tropes. Like things don't fit together as neatly as they often do in fiction. And we can recognize when something in fiction is not realistic. Rudy can't. And that is true, that she's part tsundere, but it's again not... Because even though Mushoku Tensei is obviously fiction, these characters are not written to be like fictional characters, if that makes sense. Because usually there's kind of an... Even in pretty much any fictional work, not every single one, but most fictional works will kind of give their characters a little bit of separation from what they would be like in reality. And that's for the purposes of just giving the author a little bit more freedom to play around with them and to fit them into the wider world around them. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen in Mushoku Tensei, but there seems to have been care made to kind of avoid that where possible, where these characters tend to behave more like they would in reality than in a lot of fictional works. And I'm not saying that the ones that do have that air of separation aren't good characters. It's just a different approach to things. And one thing is that in reality, there are people who will embody certain characteristics that appear in certain character tropes. You know, fiction is at least partially based on reality after all. So, you know, think of the tsundere archetype. I can tell you, I don't know anybody who falls perfectly in line with that, but there are people I've known who have elements of that. And I think that's how Eris works, where there are certain elements to her that kind of connect with certain character tropes. But she doesn't fit really neatly into any particular box in that regard. But because Rudy is this massive otaku who still hasn't figured out people well enough to separate himself from his fictional perspective, where, you know, again, his entire experience of how people work is through fiction. So he can't really understand that there's a difference between, you know, the neat little blocks of character types that he is familiar with and how people are in the real world. So he kind of emphasizes a lot of her tsundere-isms because that is kind of how he views things. But Eris ultimately, I would say I would argue that she's not really a tsundere. She has some, I guess she shares some characteristics with him. In particular, the difficulty with actually expressing her emotions properly. That's kind of, and you know, the fact that she kind of translates into some of the mannerisms as well because it's funny. And Rudy does actually describe her as a tsundere a couple times, but yeah, that's my read on this whole thing. Yeah, and also I will say part of me is also resistant to calling Eris a tsundere because I am a certified tsundere hater. I don't really like the tsunderes because I've been I don't know. It's my opinion that a lot of times writers don't really handle them very well. I always jokingly say that tsundere is never best girl. Although I will say I do have to modify that ever since finishing the anime watching for the tier list, because when I watched Toradora, I realized that I actually really like the tsundere archetype when it's platonic, because eliminating the romantic element of things actually I think really enhances kind of the appeal of the tsundere, because I really did enjoy that. So yeah, Toradora, yeah. Again, so I'd be interested in seeing more platonic tsunderes. And I also will say, I haven't hated every tsundere I've ever seen. Okay, this is going to be such an obscure thing that probably none of you are going to be familiar with unless you've watched my video on it. But if you have, there's an individual novel called Greener Pastures. It like if you look at it, it looks like it's shit because it's it's an indie VN made with Koikatsu models, and it looks like it's not good, but it excuse me. Yeah, it made with Koikatsu. It looks like it would just be kind of an indie shovelware type of thing, but it's actually genuinely one of the better written protagonists, I would say, that I've ever experienced. It's very good. I highly recommend it. It's on Itch, Greener Pastures. You can find it. But one of my favorite characters, probably my favorite heroine from that, is actually La Tsundere. So I don't say I hate tsunderes all the time, but I just think it's a type of trope that doesn't really speak to me on its own. It needs to be handled well for me to like it. So, Miki, what are you doing? Cat's being a little crazy. She had the zoomies when she first woke up this morning. Now she's kind of just squirming around, acting like a little crazy. What are you doing, girl? Yeah, she's a little twitchy. I don't know. Just making sure. You okay, girl? Sorry about that. I know I'm interrupting the stream, but, if something looks off with my cat, I'm gonna always prioritize that, because as much of a pain in the ass she can be, she is still family. Okay, she seems to be fine. She's calmed down a bit. Again, she's a pain in the ass, but she knows how to be cute, so she gets away with it. Okay. I want to say tsundere done right, check out Steins Gate. That's on my to-do list, I'll be honest. There's a lot of things that are on my to-do list, so I have way too many things to experience and way too little time to do it, but I actually do own the visual novel, and I do plan on reading that before too long. And also, I do kind of want to read that before Rance 10 comes out, just because the guy who translated Rance 10 also translated Steins Gate. He goes by Steiner, so should be a little bit of an in this. But yeah, I think some of that connection could be something that'll get clicks from my audience if I can point out that it's the same. There's a connection with Rance, because one thing, if you guys haven't ever noticed, because there's behind the scenes stuff that content creators think of that the audience doesn't necessarily, but when I have rants in my titles, those videos tend to get more clicks because my audience knows me for rants. Okay, back to Mushoku Tensei. The Fatoa region's citadel of Roa was one of the biggest cities in the area, but big was a relative term. It was still smaller than the expansive countryside that made up Buena Village. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. That was my cat. I've got a little, it's actually a piano bench, but I use it to have it right next to me because the cat likes to, Green Pastures, it was good. Okay, yeah, Terry is a very likable character. She's a lot of fun. Yeah, I will say, Tabs is my favorite, but Terry is definitely a strong candidate as well. But okay, back to what I was saying. That thump you heard, I have this little piano bench sitting next to me. That's just so it's as a platform because my cat likes to just kind of hang out sometimes. And, she likes to be near people. So she a lot of times will just kind of lie down there. So that's why I keep it there. Right then, she jumped off of it and pushed in such a way that it knocked it over and hit the wall. So, Yeah, she's got the zoomies today, so she's probably going to interrupt more throughout the stream. Let's see. It was still smaller than the expansive countryside that made up Buena Village. If you walk the perimeter of the outer wall, you could probably circle the entire thing in 2 hours. Still, it was of considerable size for a city. Although, actually, I'm trying to think of it. So that means if it's 2 hours at standard, so it's probably 6 to 7 miles in perimeter. I'll come to think of it, because usually you walk like about 3 to 3.5 miles an hour is a standard walking speed. So, although it might even be less, because Rudy, remember, is still at this point he's I believe 8 years old, so his legs are shorter, so he probably walks a little bit slower. So between 5 and 8 miles of a perimeter, that's actually not very large for a city in modern, at least in the modern real world sense. But for a medieval sense, it is probably pretty big. But it gives a good perspective of how big this thing actually is. The walls themselves were about 7 to 8 meters tall and wrapped around the entirety of Roa. Okay, and I will say another thing that I think is affecting my own perspective of things is that when it comes to medieval cities, one thing we have to remember is I live in the United States, so we don't really have a lot of old medieval structures like that, because that's just not how our history was. Our history is different. Our history, at least as far as like ancient history goes, or significantly far back, the people who lived here were the Native Americans. They were not, medieval peasants. They had fundamentally different societies and were far more often nomadic, or built structures that were not meant to last, like they were in, like the kind of stuff you see in medieval Europe. So the perspective of like what an ancient city would look like, we don't experience that firsthand over here. So somebody from Europe would probably have a better idea of what the scale of an old city would be, but also at the same time. But think about, from my perspective, is my main experience with medieval style cities is actually in video games, because if I play an RPG, like something like Skyrim, those cities are actually very, very small. Like they're minuscule. It's kind of accepted that in video games, the canon size of a city is actually, the canon size of everything is way bigger than what you actually see in game. So my perspective is probably even a little bit skewed because of that. And actually, excuse me for a second, I need to use the bathroom. I do apologize. I do like to wait until natural breakpoints to take bathroom breaks, but I don't think I'm going to make it if I do that this time, so I will be right back. Okay, I am back, just quickly double checking. I'm glad you were able to entertain yourselves in my absence. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I expected because a couple reasons. The for the start, my cat had apparently destroyed the toilet paper in the bathroom, so I had to deal with that. Fortunately, she didn't destroy everything in there, but you know, that's the thing. I mentioned she's got kind of she's a little cracked out today. I don't know why, but I actually took the remnants of a toilet paper roll that was almost empty anyway. So, but she had gotten at it. I decided, you know what? For now, I'll just throw that into the main room and let her play with that. So hopefully that burns some of that energy off. And yeah, I see there's a lot of stuff that was happening in my absence about the about Steins Gate and the general series. I can't really speak to that, so I'm not going to comment any of that. Oh, right. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Yeah, before I get back to the book, I refilled my water as well, so I bet I forgot to add some honey to it. So I apologize. You're going to hear a little bit of clinking, but I need to protect my voice because I know firsthand that exerting my voice too much without taking steps to protect it is a great way to hurt myself. Yeah, I will say that my time in theater and chorus definitely taught me to value the well-being of my voice. Okay. Let's see now. Where was I? Again, I really need to start remembering that whenever I take a break, for whatever reason, I need to remember, like, I have Epic Pen, so I can actually mark things on the screen. I need to mark my spot when I go on breaks. I never remember to do that. Okay, I think we were right here. Okay, yep. Okay, everything's good to go. Oh, I need to pull up my chat. There we go. That's better. That said, the city wasn't a perfect circle. It bent with the terrain, so I wasn't sure of its exact dimensions, but it probably covered about 30 square meters. Not that big from a Japanese person's perspective, yet I could tell creating walls this size was no simple feat. Yeah, that is actually something I will say. A lot of medieval architecture always impressed me just because they don't, they had to kind of do everything manually. So, like, think of, like, the pyramids. Like, that was a crazy-ass endeavor. Oh, of course, no. That's what we called the chorus was just the singing elective, so it wasn't a religious thing. Again, I live in New Jersey. We do kind of we do actually, like, in the U.S. The idea is that there's supposed to be a big separation of church and state, so there's no religious. I wouldn't say there's no religious influence, but there's no religious involvement in any kind of government or public thing, and I went to public school, but so we so my school is actually very big on, like, just trying to keep as much religion out of things. Sometimes they actually took it a little bit too far, where they would when a lot of teachers would play holiday music over the holiday period, and there were some of them where they were kind of pressuring them to not play music that referenced any specific religious holiday, which usually is going to be Christmas, which everybody thought that was stupid, but that's kind of what my school district was all about. So, but chorus is just what we called the, I guess a lot of places would call it a choir. We called it chorus. So that's what things would do. But I was involved in that. I was actually very heavily involved in that, because not only was I doing the actual elective because I liked singing, I also did the what they called the ensembles, which was a smaller group that you had to actually audition for, where you put on your own performances. They generally be harder songs, and it was all full of people who actually really gave a shit, so it was a lot of fun. Hell, even in my senior year, I was part of. They had an even another group where it was generally going to be part of the ensemble group, the ones that actually had to audition, then they would have 4 people, usually seniors, who would also do a barbershop song, which we did as well. We actually did the God Only Knows from Bioshock Infinite. So that was a lot of fun. So yeah, I was pretty involved in that. When you're involved as heavily in that, you kind of have to learn to protect your voice. And it's one of those things. They didn't even have to drill it into us because our fellow students would drill it into us because they knew how important it was. But yeah, no, chorus is not a religious thing. It's just what we called the singing group. Let's see. There had to be some sort of magic to build walls like this. Probably king tier or imperial tier. Or perhaps they made a broad outline with stone and filled the rest with manual labor. Yeah, and that's actually interesting. I would imagine it's actually probably mostly done with manual labor as far as things go, just because high-level magicians are probably going to be more costly than it's actually worth. I considered all this as we made our way through the upper-class residential area and into the crowded plaza. From here, we were headed out to the mercantile district. All the shops near the noble district were posh, and even the street stalls here and there were peddling expensive wares. Hey, young master and miss, take your time and look around. An old man running a shop selling second-hand wares called out to us, using a line lifted straight out of an RPG. I peered at what he had on display, taking notes on the products and their prices. Frankly, he was selling some rather questionable things. Who would even buy this stuff? I thought. Wait, an aphrodisiac is 10 gold coins. Gotta write this down. And okay, I do find it funny. Obviously, there's the aphrodisiac funniness, because haha sex, but also, you think 10 gold coins for an aphrodisiac? That's a fucking lot. Because, again, consider the fact that Ghislaine, who is a sword king, very expensive, is 4 gold coins a month. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Chorus was decidedly a church thing in Denmark when I was growing up, so the word confused my interpretation. Okay, yeah, that's fair. And yeah, and obviously I can't speak for how Denmark is, but... And I will also say that I might just be thinking of how my school described things. Again, I imagine choir could have been a thing that other schools called their own groups. But at the same time, choir to me actually has more of a religious implication, just because, again, you think of the church choirs. But yeah, I guess the names we call things doesn't necessarily matter all that much. I mean, we had a singing elective, a group singing elective in high school. He had to call it something, so that's what we called it. Although, yeah, but also I will also mention again, I went to public school, and obviously not everybody goes to public school, but since the public schools are run by the state, here in the U.S., it's actually a big. It is part of our Constitution, which and again the American Constitution is like the supreme law of the land, and by design it's very hard to change. The Constitution is designed to be the guiding set of rules, and you're not supposed to be able to easily change it. You're not supposed to break it in any significant way. Separation of church and state is a big thing for us, where our First Amendment says Congress shall make no law establishing religion or preventing the free practice thereof. And that has been interpreted over the years as a separation of church and state, so that religious rules are not part of the secular government. And that extends to public schools. So, and if there is any religious thing going on in a school, it's not really supposed to happen. So... And there are some places where it does. Like I know in the Deep South, like the Bible Belt, very religious communities there. A lot of times there's religious influences in the schools there just because everybody is religious, so nobody ever challenges it. But that's getting outside the point. But yeah, I think that is just, relevant to when I'm explaining things, is that when I'm talking about my school experience, it's going to be secular fundamentally. There's no religious influence there because... Again, I live in New Jersey, which is, not a particularly religious thing. Yeah, I'm American military brat with a Danish mom, so I follow the whole deal. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I will say military families. That's got to be that had to have been a very interesting experience, because I mean, I know that a lot of military people kind of move around just because that's how it sometimes is. And growing up, just living in several different countries growing up, or having experience with several different countries, it's got to be interesting. Just, I don't know. Okay, a very, very slight tangent. That does actually kind of remind me of, so if anybody is familiar with the Sunrider game series or the Shining Song Star Nova visual novel, so that's written by a company called Love and Space, which is pretty much mostly just one guy called Sam Yang. I actually read one of his earlier visual novels, which was Homeward, which, a little clunky, but actually not a bad experience. But he mentioned in the writer's notes, the director's notes in that visual novel, that he actually grew up in several different countries. I believe it was the United States, Japan, and Korea. He kind of bounced around between them, and and Homeward was essentially a story kind of about his some of the identity struggles he had growing up, because basically he didn't really have a place where he felt like he belonged, just because he lived in so many different cultures that he was always the foreigner. But yeah, so I imagine it can just have just a very fundamentally an experience that I fundamentally cannot understand, having grown up in New Jersey my entire life. Like, I've never lived outside of New Jersey. I've of course been outside New Jersey, but I've always, I'm an adult living in the same state that I grew up in. So, I don't know. That's just the kind of things my brain thinks about. And yeah, to go back to what Amir says, I don't know that he's necessarily offering the aphrodisiac like he was in the anime. I think it's more that was just one of his wares that was just kind of sitting there. Oh, is the foreigners uncomfortable? Like, yeah, that's gonna make sense. It's like one of those things where you're not as ingratiated into each culture as much as the people around you. So even if it is kind of the place you identify with most, you're still less integrated than the people around you. So that makes sense to me. And I mean, I won't say I have that experience, because obviously I've only lived in one country my entire life. I've never even moved out of the state. So I've always been a part of the thing. But when I was in kindergarten, my elementary school, this was one of the last years they did this, by the way. They actually had an option for parents as to whether you wanted your kid to go to kindergarten either half of the day or the entire day. And for whatever reason, I'm going to actually have to ask my dad at some point, but for whatever reason, they chose to have me go half the day. And I was the only one in the class who actually went half days. So I was always kind of the odd one out there. So I think in a sense I do kind of relate to it, because I was essentially the foreigner in the classroom, even though I was as American as anyone else there. And it's actually got to the point where by the end of the year, I was actually asking my parents, like, I want to go to school the whole day. And I will say things got a little bit better once I did start going to school full day. So, yeah. So I'm not going to say I can completely relate to your experience, but I think in a small sense I can. What are these weird letters? I can't read them. My eardrums rang as Eris's voice blasted them. I turned up, found her face awfully close to mine. She'd been reading over my shoulder. Up close, I realized how cute she was. Her features were very evenly set. My memo, by the way, was written in Japanese. Tell me what you're writing down. Okay, I will also say, this is an interesting thing, the fact that he is actually writing stuff in Japanese, because... And I can't speak to this personally, but from what I heard, handwriting in Japanese is becoming less and less common, particularly with the kanji, because, I mean, you could write anything in hiragana and katakana since it's only a total of 50 characters. Anyone can really memorize that, but there are, thousands of kanji out there. And in the modern day, with word processors and interpolators and all that stuff, it is becoming less necessary to be able to handwrite kanji. So a lot of people are having, from what I've heard, a lot of Japanese people, because they never actually practice the skill, end up kind of partially losing it as they grow up. And also just from Japanese learners, from what I've heard, is that a lot of times people don't say that, they don't even focus on writing Japanese. They said basically only learn to handwrite if that's something that's actually valuable to you, because you don't actually need it to function in a Japanese setting. So it is interesting that he can still handwrite in Japanese after being in isolation for 20 years, because you'd think he spent all his time online. You'd think that he probably, any typing he did, any writing he did in Japanese, was probably on his computer, where you essentially just in Japan it would be like a hiragana keyboard where you just type in the things phonetically and the computer would turn it into the appropriate kanji. Whereas, here in the US, it's a little bit different because we type things out phonetically because I have an English keyboard. So if I were to type things out, I would use the English sounds, the robaji. But, yeah, so I find it actually kind of interesting that Rudy can still handwrite in Japanese, because he probably has not gotten much practice at all. Tell me what you're writing down. She was being overbearing, but I had no reason not to tell you. I'm writing down the product names and prices. And what are you going to do with that information? Comparing market prices is one of the fundamentals of online games, I replied. Online? What the heck? And I get that. And that's just silly. I find that funny. She wouldn't be able to understand even if I explained, so I pointed to one of the wares on display. It was a small accessory. Okay, look at that. The last stall was selling that piece for 5 gold coins. This place is selling it for 4 gold coins and 5 silver ones. Let's see. I think he needs to be friendly to a man who was 34 in 2012 when it was written. And he was then learning handwriting in 1992. Yeah. That is fair. Word processors weren't really a thing in the early 90s. I mean, I think they were, but not to the level we have. I actually don't know if interpolators were a thing yet, so I don't know if typing in Japanese, because I will also acknowledge one thing, a little history I did, because at one point I got really curious, so I did some Googling, but even until word processors became commonplace, Japanese people just didn't type for the most part. There were actually Japanese typewriters, but you needed specialized training because there's just so many different characters in Japanese that the Japanese typewriters were very complex, and you needed specialized training to be able to use them, which essentially only people on official business would do that. So government typists would use them. And I imagine there were some businesses where they just needed to have things typed up and printed. But for the most part, people just didn't type because it was too difficult. And then once word processors became a thing and you could just type everything phonetically and it would generate the correct kanji, that's when people started to type more. But yeah, come to think of it, you probably would have learned handwriting as a baseline in 1992. That would be your norm. Although, I believe they actually do teach handwriting in Japanese schools anyway. It's just that once you leave school, you never really use it unless you actively choose to. So, it's a question. So I'm not surprised that Rudy learned handwriting. I'm just curious as to when he would have gotten practice, because he did spend a lot of his time online, so he was kind of around for the rise of online culture. So, and word processors would have been commonplace at some point after he learned. So yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting point, Thomas. I didn't think of that. So that's something I would probably have to sit down and actually think about, which I don't really want to do here because that's going to be too much. The owner chimed in. Oh, young master, you have a good eye. Our stuff is cheap, yeah? I ignored the old man and turned back to Eris. So if you talked down this shop into selling this to you for 3 coins and took it back to the other shop and sold it for 4, how much would you make? 5 minus 3 plus 4, 6 gold coins. What the heck kind of math was that? Bzz, incorrect. The correct answer is 1 gold coin. Yeah, I knew that. She turned away with a pout on her lips. Really? So if you had 10 gold coins from the start, now you would have 11, right? Oh, hey, she actually did it for once. Wait, no, she just added more in there. Oh, well, it was better to just praise and encourage her, especially with how much pride she had. Oh, this time you're correct. Wow, very smart, Eris. As if there was ever any doubt. Yeah, again, this is just endearing, where... Again, I do actually like these ideas that they're showcasing of how Rudy is actually kind of falling into the role as a teacher, where he actually does, he doesn't know it yet, but I think he, if his adventures had never been a factor in this world, I do suspect that teaching would have kind of become his primary thing, because he does seem to really care about teaching. He does seem to have a passion for it, and does seem to really think about what is best for his students. Both whether it's Sylphie or Eris, who both have very different learning styles, and he adapts to each one. And also, I think what reinforces my point is that, and I would say this is probably not a spoiler, but after the events of the main series, he does become a professor. So he does kind of, teaching is kind of, I don't know, I think Rudy's kind of a natural teacher. The old man listened in our conversation with a bitter look in his face. Young master, that's called reselling, not something people look too kindly upon, so you'd better not try it. Of course, if I was looking to make money, I would go to that other stall and tell them you're selling for 4 gold pieces. That kind of information should be enough to net me 1 large copper, right? His expression soured. He looked behind us to Ghislaine for help, but she was listening in with interest. The old man slumped and sighed as if he realized that anything he said would be pointless. And again, I know this is meant to be kind of funny, but I also do like the idea that Rudy doesn't quite understand how this would all how this kind of social interaction is, and it makes sense that this guy does not want Rudy kind of thinking about buying and selling stuff, which, I mean, I imagine among the merchants it probably is a faux pas, but at the same time, that's because the merchants don't want people going around driving down the prices. But, it's probably not, outside of that context, it's probably not really that big a deal. But I think that Rudy could just have completely diffused the situation by simply saying, look, I'm her tutor, I'm trying to give her real-world examples of arithmetic. We're not actually going to be buying and selling stuff to make profit. We're just teaching. I'm just using this as a teaching moment. That probably would have diffused everything. Although, again, it is funny that this guy's getting frustrated. He tries to get Ghislaine to correct things, but then she's also Rudy's student, so she's very interested in learning, and Ghislaine's also great. Sorry, I apologized, but only in my head. I hoped you wouldn't linger on it too much. I was only teasing. Anyway, I said, even if you don't plan to buy anything, it's still important to know the prices of things. And what are you going to do with that knowledge? For example, you can calculate how much you'll spend without even going to a shop. And how is that supposed to be useful? How is that supposed to be... Well, if you're going to resell it, then you can figure out how much... Wait, no, in times like this, it was best to leave things to Ghislaine. Why do you think it would be useful, Ghislaine? No idea. Wait, seriously? She didn't know? I thought she would. Well, whatever. It wasn't like this was a lesson anyways. Alright then, maybe it's not useful after all. The information was for my own use anyway. It was fine if they didn't understand. Okay, I do find that interesting because... Maybe it's just because I'm different from Rudy, where... I might be a total fucking nerd, but I don't think the way Rudy thinks. But I can actually immediately see why it's useful, because it would allow you to essentially plan out a budget ahead of time, where... if you have a limited amount of money and a number of things you need, you'll be able to calculate ahead of time so you can know how much you spend on things you might not necessarily need, but might want. So, I don't know. Basic budgeting. Not even full-on budget, just like budgeting an available flat amount of money to spend. But, again, not super relevant. What the fuck is my cat doing? I don't know. Whenever I was in a marketplace, the first thing I did was compare prices. That was how I always did things in online games, and there was no reason to change that now. This, despite the fact that I'd never done it before in this life, and didn't know for sure if there was actually any value in it. Okay, so I do understand that he's doing it from a gaming perspective, although I will say I don't really do... I mean, I've played online games before, and I am a RuneScape player, so... But still, I don't do that. But granted, I will say also the way that the economy in that game works is a little bit different than most, because generally speaking, I don't know. I also am a person who, when I play games, I use the wiki rather than trying to figure everything out on my own, because, I don't know. Either I experience things completely blind and just figure things out as I go, or I use the wiki, so I can't really relate to this, but, it's fine. If you don't know if it's useful or not, why do it? Because I think it will be useful. Her face made it clear that she didn't like my answer. It's not like I can answer every single question you have. Try to think for yourself a little bit. Give it some thought, I said. If you think it's useful, then you should do it too. If you think it's useless, then point and laugh. Then I pick laugh. Okay, I will say that is a based response from Eris right there. Budgeting so you can buy enough supplies to reach your destination without carrying too much to burden yourself. That is also a good point. Although I will also acknowledge that that's probably a little bit more complicated in this setting, just because there we go. It's probably more complicated in this setting just because prices aren't as standardized in a medieval setting as they are in the real world. Because, like, for example, if I want to go buy, like, a soda at the local supermarket, you know, I know about what it's going to cost. You know, it's going to be... I actually don't know the fucking price of soda because I don't drink soda, but, I don't know, let's say it's $2 for a bottle of soda. If I go to, you know, a few towns over and buy that same soda, it's probably going to be the same or at least a very similar price. I know if you go to different states, that can actually change just because taxes and stuff like that are different and all that. But, you know, if you know the price, you kind of know the price for the most part in modern day. But back then, you know, you go to a next town over, the entire economy is going to be a lot... I mean, every individual area is going to kind of have their own localized economy, and that means prices are going to be different. Just because of the availability of goods and just what people happen to have and hell, probably the value of money is different from town to town. So you can't necessarily... Sometimes you probably would have to consider the idea that, you know, you have to leave extra more than you need just because maybe prices in the next town over are going to be higher than you expect. So, you know, it's an interesting thing to think about. Ah ha ha ha! And why the heck are you laughing? She punched me. Sad face. Again, yeah. And again, I do love how Eris's violence is kind of transitioning to more of like friendliness. Like it's they're more like love taps than actual. Like she's not trying to like hurt him like she was before. It's more like, you know, she's annoyed. Like kind of like how like. As an example I'll give is like, you know, when I was in high school, the girl I dated at the time sometimes would just kind of flick me just when I would be annoying, which granted, I was annoying a lot of the time because I thought that was funny. And honestly, it was funny. But, you know, sometimes she would give me like a little smack on the arm or like a flick. Not something that would actually hurt. Like it was not meant to hurt and it didn't. It was just meant to be kind of a physical expression of frustration. And it was, you know, a friendly love tap essentially. That's what I kind of interpret this as Eris doing to Rudy. We looped around the area, and I finished taking inventory of all the stalls. I skipped the posher shop since I knew everything would be too expensive. Instead, we headed toward the outer part of the city. Just a short walk away, the shop wares changed completely. The prices were dramatically lower too, down from 5 gold coins to 1. Still expensive, not something I can afford, I thought. And okay, and I didn't actually remember this. I should have remembered it, because... So... I'll also give context for my experience as I'm reading this. Because so for those of you who have seen my Volume 1 video, you know that I have like a 5-hour really intense look at Volume 1. And my plan is to eventually do that for the entire series. Again, I'm going to structure the second one a little bit differently just because even though the Volume 1 video was very well received, the amount of views I got based on the amount of, relative to the amount of time I spent on that video, just the math doesn't work out there. It's just not worth it from a creator perspective. I'm gonna eventually try to find a way to split it up into multiple videos. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out at some point. But the goal was always to eventually do the entire series, and I was initially planning on kind of doing Volume 1 and Volume 2 in the same video. It became clear pretty early on that the scale of that was not going to work for a single video. So what I actually did was I actually read both Volume 1 and Volume 2 while taking notes. So I do actually have a notebook full of my notes for Volume 2. So I actually did pay attention to this thing. I actually did have my observations again. So I actually probably did write something down about that when I read it, but I'm just not recalling it now. So, actually, that means it's going to be interesting when we get to Volume 3, because that's not a book I've reread and taken notes on, so... You know, it'll be interesting to see how my analysis changes from there. But also, I think that does... the fact that... I'm mentioning that because it caught me off guard, because, you know, I was talking about how the different towns would have different economies. I didn't even think about that. Different districts would also have different economies, just because, if you're rich, you're going to shop in the rich person place, and they can afford to jack up prices because people will actually pay them. But still, a change of by a factor of fucking 5 is crazy. There were more people here, ranging from nobles to adventurers based on their appearance. Even the shop owners seemed livelier as they hawked their wares, perhaps because 1 gold coin was just on the high end of affordability. A store caught my eye as I was taking notes, a bookstore to be exact. I decided to wander inside. It was deserted, like the general section of an adult bookstore. There were 2 bookcases, volumes of the same title lined up in 2s and 3s. Each book would cost around 1 gold coin. In the remaining space was a locked case with rows of books inside. These were about 8 gold pieces a volume, the most expensive being 10 gold pieces. The store's featured products, I assumed. The store owner took one look at me and yawned as though dismissing my potential as a customer. Their gaze turned suspicious as I began noting down all the titles I saw on their shelves. They were probably concerned I was trying to copy the contents of the books. I stepped away from the bookshelf, hoping it would send a message. Don't worry, I'm not touching your books. I'm not going to copy anything. I glanced inside the locked case and I noticed a book I had seen before. Plant Dictionary, 10 gold coins, I read aloud. It was the same book Zenith had given to me on my 5th birthday. So, this is expensive, I thought. If 1 gold coin was 10,000 yen, that meant this book was 70,000 yen. My mom must have really gone overboard to buy that. So, 10,000 yen, which at the time, I know the yen is weaker now than it was when Mushoku Tensei was written, but I think the 10,000 yen at the time was about $100. That math does not seem to actually add up when I really think about it, because they mentioned that living expenses for a month is 2 silver coins a month on average, and that seems to be the case in Fitoa specifically, where the cost of living is probably a lot less. So if I can't remember the exact exchange rate of gold to silver, but if living expenses are something like can't be like a few dozen dollars at most. Are living expenses for a month. So the idea of a gold coin being, the equivalent of $100, that does not seem right to me. Although again, I don't really know. He might just be using numbers and didn't really think about it, but because the value of currency never really becomes all that much of a thing as far as things go. But yeah, I remember this catching me off guard when I read this, where it's like, yeah, this just does not seem to actually be consistent, which is a pretty rare misstep from Rifujin. But it does actually showcase the core point of that the book was actually very expensive, and that, it was a pretty big gift for Zenith to have given him. Although, granted, we also don't know if the copy Zenith bought was also 7 gold coins. It could very well have been priced differently wherever she got it, but, it's no... I understand what this line is going for. It's just the actual numbers used don't seem to make a whole lot of sense. It seemed dictionaries really were expensive. I would have loved to read Sig's summoning magic, but it was 10 gold coins. On a salary of 2 silver coins a month, there was no way I could afford that. The most expensive book was Ceremonies of Asura's Royal Palace's Imperial Court. Definitely didn't need that. What are you looking at so eagerly? It was Eris's voice. She'd apparently followed me inside at some point. She must have noticed me looking at the book titles without taking any notes. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking there wasn't much here of interest. Oh, that's right. I heard you like books, don't you? Eris asked. Who did you hear that from? My father. And I will say that's also, it is another noteworthy thing, is that Eris is actually taking notice of the things Rudy is interested in. She's starting to respect him more. She's starting to like him more. And she's actually starting to care about him as a person, as opposed to just a figure in her life. Philip, huh? Well, I did ask him to show me his library, after all. If you really want one that bad, I could buy it for you, she offered. You say that so easily, but you don't have any money, do you? Grandfather will pay for it. That's what I figured. She was just going to let him spoil her again. I needed to make her understand that money was a limited resource. But I want that book. I really want that book, I thought. I don't need it. And again, I think is such a major thing that completely contradicts his outward mindset of, engaging in things, doing nice things because of what it'll get him. I think this shows perfectly that that's not how he is. He's ultimately foregoing something of his own. He was making a sacrifice because, again, it would be very easy for him to just say yes, and he'll get an expensive book that he really wants. But he's like, no, this would actually teach Eris the wrong lesson. This would not be good for her. I'm going to forego the chance to get this book that not only do I want it, but I'm never going to be able to afford it if I say no. At least not in my current state. And he does it. He doesn't even think of why he does it. He just does it. That shows that he is actually acting out of altruism, or not necessarily altruism, but like out of concern for somebody other than himself, even though he'll never actually, at this stage in his life, he'll never admit that to himself. And why not? She was pouting again. It was the expression she wore whenever she was in a bad mood. If that mood got any worse, her face would turn demonic and she would punch me. Right now I was still safe, as she still had some reason left. And also, I will say it's noteworthy that he's starting to be able to read her behavior, which is not something he's normally capable of. That's not money you can use for whatever you want. What are you saying? Her brows knitted. She was growing increasingly irritable because she didn't understand. I could almost see her anger bar as it filled up. How best to explain this? Was there even any point in teaching the daughter of a noble family how to use money? Well, why not? Do you know how much I earn every month for teaching you? About 5 gold pieces? 2 silver pieces, I said. That's too little, she yelled. And again, I love how this is like an early indicator of kind of a defining personality trait of Eris moving forward, because, they call her the, Mad Dog Eris. She's, and, when we were watching the anime, I've used, guard dog as an analogy, where, she'll fight for the people she cares about. And I like this early indicator. I was like, wait a minute, you're only getting paid 2 silver a month? What you're doing is worth so much more than that. You're being screwed, essentially. The shop owner's face puckered in annoyance at the noise. Sorry, I thought. No, that's fair pay considering I'm young and I don't have any qualifications. Besides, they were also going to foot the tuition for me to attend the University of Magic. Honestly, come to think, I'm trying to think, honestly, it's probably not fair pay, really, because, again, the whole part of his compensation package is the tuition is kind of be the main bulk of his payment, and the 2 coins a month is kind of what he is, just for him to have some spending money and to be able to get by in the meantime, and also he's getting free room and board and all that. But so the actual pay itself is actually low, and even Paul mentioned that it was below the going rate, so it's all the other things he's getting on top of that that's the kind of making up for the low persistent payment. But Ghislaine gets 5 gold coins, and you're teaching me a lot of things too. But Ghislaine has qualifications. She has the title of Sword King. She also doubles as your bodyguard. It makes sense that her pay would be higher. Plus, a part of her high pay was probably thanks to the Boreas Greyrat's family's unsavory traditions. They seemed like they give preferential treatment to female beast folk, which, okay, not entirely untrue, but, I mean, Rudy's actually correct that a big reason for Ghislaine's qualifications. I mean, part of it is her skill, but also the fact that there are so few Sword Kings, that being a Sword King gives her a degree of scarcity, which drives up prices. That's basic supply and demand. That's how that works. Then what about me? You can't do magic or swordplay, you have no qualifications, so no matter how inflated your pay was, 1 gold coin would be the limit. More to the point, she wasn't given any spending money in the first place. Grrr. If you want to buy something for someone, please do it once you've earned the money to pay for it yourself. Okay, I understand. She wore a rare look of utter defeat on her face. This sort of lecture usually meant nothing to her. Well, I'll see if I can talk Philip into at least giving you some money to spend when we get back. Really? Her head jerked up. I could almost feel her affection meter rising. Well, buying her whatever she wanted without letting her handle the money was just spoiling her. It was better for them to give her a little money and to let her learn how to use it. I noted down the name of that book that caught my eye, and we left the store. After today, I had a good understanding of what I wanted to buy and how much things cost. So, I will also say that is one thing I think is I'm appreciating more and more as I continue this reread, is that I think at this stage in Rudy's journey, Eris is kind of the perfect companion for him as he slowly starts to learn how people work. because she wears all of her emotions on her sleeve, and she does not fake anything. Everything she does is not only shows she not only shows everything she's feeling, she amplifies it. She's like, again, like Eris communicates in all caps basically. So one of the reasons Rudy is able to read her so well is not just because they're getting closer, but also because, you know, she's very obvious about what she's thinking and feeling at any given time, which is kind of what he needs at this point, where he kind of needs like a glowing neon sign to be able to read people. But again, it's more showcasing of Rudy actually taking consideration for her and what she needs. And, you know, if you really think about it, this is actually a very good lesson for her. She needs to learn about money as a finite resource. It's not just something that enables her to have what she wants. You know, she gets a certain amount every time. Yeah, Rudy fails and misreads her at the worst possible moments. At the worst moments possible. That is also true. He does misread her. Again, that's why I think, again, Eris is kind of the perfect companion at this point, because he can mostly read her at this point because she's so easy to read, because she is just essentially completely honest and, again, amplifies everything she thinks and feels. So it's like baseline level of person, like very little interpretation, so that Rudy's difficulties aren't as hardcore as they could be. And yeah, and he does misread her, but I don't know, you kind of need to play level 1 of reading people before you can advance to more difficult things about reading people. Like, if he was like regularly dealing with some of the nobility, like, you know, like I'm just imagining him interacting with Ariel at this stage in his life, because she would completely control him. Oh, well, I will say later Ariel, the Ariel we know later on, because Ariel is still kind of a degenerate at this. I don't know if she's actually degenerate at this point, because I don't know if she's grown up enough to really. Actually, no, she is probably a degenerate at this point, based on just I'm trying to do the timelines in my head. But yeah, Ariel is still kind of a degenerate at this point, so she's different. Probably still good at manipulating people. So yeah, she probably would just wrap Rudy around her little around her pinky. So, but yeah, he needs to deal with people like Eris before moving on to people who are a little bit more guarded, and then eventually he can actually function as a real human being. The sky was a beautiful mix of red and orange just as we headed back home. It seemed the sunset didn't change no matter what world I was in. Just as I thought that, I looked up, only to see a floating castle. It hung among the clouds, faint but present. Yeah, living life in all caps is a funny Soros Erisism. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like that's... As soon as I thought of that analogy, I'm like, yeah, that actually describes them pretty much perfectly, because... I don't know, and I do actually really like the way the anime handled it, where not only is it just, you know, actually showing their mannerisms, but I love how when they talk, their entire body jerks around and moves. It's just a funny thing from both of them. Again, I will say again, while I do have my criticisms of the anime, I do think it is generally a very well done adaptation. Let's see. Whoa, surprised, I pointed upward. Those around me briefly peered up, only to immediately lose interest. Huh? Couldn't they see it? Was it just me? Was I the only one who could see Lapta, the castle in the sky? Okay, and I actually, when I first read this book, I didn't actually get that reference. Now I actually do, because I actually saw that Ghibli movie since then. So, okay. You know, another little pop culture reference. Was my dad a liar? Is it your first time seeing it? That's the armored Dragon King Perugius' floating fortress, Ghislaine explained. Little late with the information, but better late than never, Ghislaine, and, you know, Death Note reference as well. Anyway, a floating fortress, huh? That's pretty awesome. And Perugius is, you know that, don't you? I felt like I had heard the name before, but I couldn't remember, and it is actually nice to note that Perugius' name did actually show up briefly, so offhand, so it's one of those things where the audience is probably having a similar experience if they're reading for the first time, where they're like, oh yeah, I've heard that name before, but I can't quite place it, because it was in Volume 1 when Rudy was talking about the books. Who is he again? Ghislaine looked slightly surprised as she tried finding the words to explain, but Eris didn't give her the opportunity. She darted in front of me and crossed her arms over her chest, hips width apart. Allow me to teach you. And again, I fucking love how Eris is so excited that she finally gets to teach Rudy something, and she just jumps on it. Please do teach me. Very well, she puffed up with pride. Perugius is one of the 3 legendary heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace. The demon god Laplace. Now, where had I heard that name before? He's incredibly strong. He took command of 12 men and with his floating fortress marched into Laplace's stronghold. Oh yeah? That's amazing, I said. Isn't it? You're quite knowledgeable about this, young mistress. Thank you. Heh, she cackled. You still have a long way to go, Rudius. I knew better than to question her and get myself punched again. Again, very, very cute, but, you know, it's good character work, honestly. Like, it's one of those things, I don't necessarily want to keep harping on about this over and over, but just the little back and forths these two have really just all serve to slowly build up the relationship between the two. And it's like, you can't really say a whole lot about each one individually, but it's all just, I don't think it's just very impressive writing overall. Instead, I looked it up after we got back to the manor. When I asked Philip about it, he said they had a book on the subject lying around somewhere. Before I could ask him for it, he had already directed a butler to retrieve the volume for me. I was sorry for making him go through all that trouble, because the book was one I had seen at my house back in Buena Village, The Legend of Perugius. I'd passed it off as nothing more than a fairy tale, but it seemed it was historical fact. I don't know, they never really confirm one way or the other, but it does seem that there's a bit of blurring when it comes to the legends in this world, where they seem to be based on the truth, but some of the details might be a little bit embellished. I think especially because a lot of the stories Rudy reads about these things tend to have like a narrative flair to them, which essentially somebody decided to retell a historical story. So that's the read I get, but I don't think Rudy Fujina ever really gives a hard confirmation either way. Well, let's see. Rudy and Eris' journey still remains as my favorite arc, despite how action-packed the later ones are, and despite Sylvie being my favorite, she's best girl, but Eris felt like a perfect match for Rudy. Yeah, I mean, you've heard me say this before, but I definitely believe that each of Rudy's 3 wives serves kind of an important role, and it's kind of, if any of them were missing, it wouldn't really be complete, because they fundamentally, again, I view Eris, Rudy, Eris, Sylvie, and Roxy as like a triangle, where each of the corners reinforces the other 2. And so, I mean, I do. It's hard for me to say that one is necessarily the perfect match for Rudy, but I also think that there's a couple things. One, she is kind of around him during his most formative periods of growth, so I think that's going to stick in the reader's mind a lot. She's also, I do think, in this particular period of Rudy's life, she is kind of the companion he needed to really grow in the ways he does over the course of their coming arc. And also, I think it is significant that she is the first woman Rudy falls in love with. Where, again, he cared about Sylvie, absolutely. Like, he loved her in his own way. Like, he loved her as a friend. And as essentially, like, I think Sylvie had basically become like family to him by the time they separated. But the first woman he actually really felt romantic feelings for was Eris. So that's going to be an important thing regardless. And I will say I'm also a Sylvie supremacist, so I'm with you on her being best girl, like you are, but I don't know. Yeah, I will say the chemistry they have, especially during this portion of Rudy's overall character arc, I don't think any other character could have really accomplished the same things as Eris did. Yeah, let's see. All of them together are perfect. They complete each other. I just think if Rudy ended up with only Eris, it would have been perfect for him, in my opinion. And I think he didn't deserve Sylvie. So, I mean, yeah, there is some truth to that. Again, Sylvie is just one of those people who's like, it would be hard for anyone to kind of match up to her as terms of like just value, because she's just the biggest sweetheart ever. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think Rudy would probably, like, if he just had one, I think Eris would probably have been the one that would help him grow the most. It would actually kind of help him be the best person he could be. Because I think, you know, fundamentally, a lot of Sylvie would not in the same way as they would have if they stayed together as children, but Sylvie, I think, would have been more likely to enable some of Rudy's bad behavior or Rudy's immaturity than Eris would have. Like Eris would, I think, would have been constantly pushing him to be better. And and I don't know about Roxy. It would be interesting to see if how Roxy would be if it was just her. But yeah, I mean, again, for me, it's again because I always felt that the three of them were clearly meant to each reinforce a facet of Rudy's character arc, and that everything would be completely just fundamentally different if any of them weren't there. Because, like, again, and I'm really just thinking about like the story in the long term, like how each of them has like that one important thing they need to teach Rudy. Each of them has this one element of Rudy's character that is weak and needs to be strengthened. Sylphie is emblematic of Rudy's difficulty in Rudy being able to find human connection and to love people and to accept them and to really be empathetic. That is something he struggled with due to his isolation, and that is something she ultimately ends up teaching him. With Eris, Rudy was always very passive in his old life because he kind of had the idea of, oh, the outside world hurts me. Whenever I do anything, I'm not good enough. I don't do, like, I'm just going to stay inside where it's safe and nobody's going to be, and I'm not going to have any ambition. Eris is the one who says, no, take action, push yourself, do more, be better. And that is how Rudy learns that if there's something he wants in life, he needs to actually fight for it. That is something Eris teaches him. And with Roxy, the idea is always continuing to better yourself, the idea of learning and exploring and continually broadening your horizons. Because again, Rudy before was kind of like, he would just passively consume information. He would, take some interest in things for a little bit, but then dismiss it in favor of just what interests him or playing his games, his escapism. And when Roxy, teaches him, gives him a passion for magic, not gives him a passion for magic, but enhances his passion for magic and really shows him a direction forward, moves him and wants him to say, hey, not only am I interested in learning this, I want to continue improving. I want to be better. I want to know more. And in his case, he also encourages her, where his progress gets her to really drill down and focus on her own improvement. And that's where she ends up becoming a Water King. And that in turn re-motivates Rudy to continue growing and expanding his horizons, never being satisfied with how much he knows and how good he is. So these are all just three things that Rudy really needed and that Rudy really failed at in his previous life. So if you take away any of them, it negatively impacts the other two as well. So like that's my thing. Like it is, again, just really hard for me to consider any of them as individuals because they all are part of this connected idea of what is like reinforcing Rudy's journey. So I know I talk about it a lot, but like that's my perspective on things. Its contents could be summarized as thus. The Armored Dragon King Perugius. No one knew where he was born or raised. The oldest record of him came from his younger days before he was famous, when the dragon god Urupen dragged him along to the Adventurers Guild. And I will say also, it's just reading this again after reading Old Dragon's Tale and knowing all of these characters and kind of their history now, because I mean, I will say that excuse me. I mean, Old Dragon's Tale had a couple of twists with certain character reveals that I honestly did see coming. But yeah, it is interesting now because I actually know Perugius' history, at least his early history. So that's, this is interesting with that perspective. He showed such strength that in no time, the dragon god Urupen, the North god Kalman, and the twin emperors Migas and Gumis formed a party with him. They crushed every opponent they faced. Thanks in part to his brotherly bond with Urupen, Perugius was written into history as the Armored Dragon, and it was one of the 5 dragon commanders of the dragon god. Okay, so that's actually kind of interesting, because one thing is Perugius. This I don't think this is a spoiler, but Perugius grew up. Most of his life was lived after the collapse of the other five worlds. Once the sixth faced world condensed into pretty much one. But the five commanders of the Dragon God was a thing back when the faces were separated. Yeah, he was still a baby. Although, I mean, I think he had been around for a while, but dragons tend to take forever to grow up. The idea was that the okay, without saying any spoilers, the one woman who was pregnant during Old Dragon's Tale, she was that way for fucking centuries. So I don't remember exactly what point of the story Perugius was born, but he could have been around for quite a long time without having ever actually done any growing up. But yeah, so it's interesting how they still have the five commanders of the Dragon God as a thing that is happening even after the collapse and after the society kind of after the society basically collapsed and the original Dragon God just kind of, what happened to him, and he wasn't really in the picture anymore. So it's interesting that that structure continued after the collapse until eventually it kind of fell apart just because there were so few dragons that they all kind of function independently now. He displayed the magnificence of his powers in battle against Laplace. Perugius made use of his greatest strength, summoning magic, to call forth 12 familiars: Void, Dark, Bright, Surge, Life, Violent Earthquake, Time, Roaring Thunder, Destruction, Insight, Insanity, and Atonement. These were the aliases of the strongest familiars, the ones he had manipulated. With them, Perugius restored the old floating fortress Chaos Breaker and headed into the final battle against Laplace. Yet all that power was not enough to completely destroy the demon god, forcing Perugius to settle for sealing him away instead. And I will say that's also interesting how, Perugius, as one of the few full dragons remaining, it's interesting because he essentially, this is post Laplace split, because Laplace was not originally just the demon god Laplace. He kind of, I'm not going to say the details of it because that's probably a bit of a spoiler, but Laplace used to have, the demon god Laplace is essentially one aspect of Laplace. So I'm thinking if the original and the other part of Laplace is actually a dragon, because the original Laplace was half dragon, half demon. So the idea that Perugius was not able to actually completely kill the demon part of Laplace and was only able to seal him away, just like imagining how strong Laplace was at his prime. I mean, Old Dragon's Tale does reveal that he was very strong, but like, god damn, that actually puts it into a lot of perspective now. Still, the strength and imposing appearance of Chaos Breaker in the sky was enough for people to call him the Armored Dragon King. The Kingdom of Asura praised him for his achievements, and with the end of that war, proclaimed the start of a new era. This was the current era, the Armored Dragon era. Right now, it was the year 414 of the Armored Dragon era. The Armored Dragon King Perugius did not rule or reign over anything. He simply hovered over the world in his floating fortress Chaosbreaker. No one knew his true intentions. More importantly, it had been 400 years. Was the guy even still alive? Wasn't it just an empty castle floating around in the sky now? That said, if the opportunity ever presented itself, I would be eager to check it out myself, and that does feel like a little bit of a cheeky little nod to what eventually happens, because they do eventually go to the Chaos Breaker and meet Perugius. Although it is also interesting how they have the have like an era system where they have named eras that seems reminiscent of the way the Japanese system works. Where I mean they do use kind of the Gregorian type of way of things, where to them they know that it's the year 2025 and all that stuff, but they also do kind of have eras based on who the emperor is. So, like, if you've heard of the Meiji Restoration, that was during the Meiji era, because that was what emperor was around at the time. So, I'll be honest, I don't know the calculations as far as whenever I see, like, an old Japanese-style date, where it'll say all the, like, Meiji 15, that kind of thing. I can't do those calculations because I just don't know it well enough. But you know, it is interesting that this medieval European inspired setting is using that kind of Japanese inspired date system. The next day found Eris in an absolutely horrendous mood. Perhaps it was because she'd had her first taste of an entire day of freedom, or perhaps it was because she had never been allowed outside the posh shops until now. Either way, letting her have a rest day was definitely a good idea. I demand you take me again. Her arms were folded, legs planted firmly apart. It was the same pose she always used, but this time her cheeks were tinged red. What kind of blush was it this time? An angry one or an embarrassed one? Maybe she was feeling shy? No, there was no way that was possible. This was Eris we were talking about. And I think, you know, in hindsight, we know that it was because Eris had a really good time. She appreciated going out with Rudy, and, you know, it was a fun experience for her. And this was kind of her way of saying, I appreciated that, and I would like to do it again. But that's just how she expresses herself. I hesitated to answer. She gritted her teeth. Then she took fistfuls of her hair in both hands and thrust her hips back. Please take me with you, Mew. Yes. So it's a shy blush? Probably a bit of a shy blush, because I think she's struggling with emotions she's not completely familiar with, because she had a very self-centered upbringing. She's again, she was spoiled, imposing, and able to kind of demand anything she takes, because again, not only is Rudy not necessarily going to just be her yes man, he does sometimes say no to her, which she is not particularly accustomed to. But he's also somebody that, you know, she's actually starting to like his company and appreciate him as a peer, because, I mean, if we notice, the people she respects at this point in time, she doesn't have anyone that's on her level that she appreciates, really. Again, like, as we'll see in the little stat sheet coming up, the people she respects are her grandfather and Ghislaine, where she, again, those are people who have some degree of power over her. Her grandfather and the lord of the manor. Like, he's the boss in every sense of the word. Ghislaine may be technically her subordinate, but she is somebody she looks up to as a swordsman, and is her bodyguard, somebody who is, and her instructor, which an instructor is always going to have a position of power over the student, in a sense, at least during lessons, and Ghislaine really instills that in her own lessons. So she doesn't have anyone that is her equal, essentially, that she looks up, that she appreciates, and Rudy is like kind of the first person really, that she's really having these kind of feelings for, and she doesn't really know how to process it fully, so she's kind of grappling with these emotions, and it's kind of making her kind of uncomfortable. And that's, I think, where the blushing came from. Yes, I will. I'll take you with me, so stop that, I demanded in a panic. It was certainly cute, I admit, but not good for my heart. It felt like bad karma was building up every time she did that. Bad karma that would resolve itself with a fist to my face. As long as you understand. Eris sent her hair fluttering and plonked back into her seat before the hip-length locks had time to settle. Now, continue your lesson. Looks like you're feeling motivated today, because I know you'll say you won't take me if I don't behave myself. Since when has she gotten this smart? That's right. I'll take you as long as you behave yourself. Impressed, I started on the last lesson for the day. And again, this is just more showcase of Eris starting to develop a little bit of that kind of self-discipline and intrinsic motivation to do things that she doesn't want to do, which is, you know, kind of her biggest problem up to this point, is that she would only engage in stuff that interests her. And Rudy has done what most people thought impossible, and actually made her willing to force herself to do things she doesn't want. And then stat sheet again. Name, Eris B. Greyrat. Occupation, granddaughter of Fatoa's liege lord. Personality, a little violent. Does, listen to what people have to say. Reading and writing, quite adept at reading. Arithmetic, can subtract higher numbers. Magic, studying the basics. Fencing, sword god style, beginner tier. Etiquette, can do a normal greeting. People she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really do like the way that these little stat sheets slowly show that she's improving. Like, her personality is getting less and less violent as she goes on. She's starting to listen to people. She's getting more knowledgeable. I wouldn't say smarter. She's getting more knowledgeable about her academic subjects. So, you know, I really like it. It's very stylish. Oh, come on. Oh, excuse me. I guess the book decided it wants to load. Okay. Chapter 5. The young miss turns 10. Another year passed. again, another pretty significant time skip it's a fucking year this time. Like, again, Mushoku Tensei does a lot of these time skips. I kind of like it. Eris's education was progressing smoothly. Her swordplay was so impressive that she became intermediate tier before her 10th birthday. That meant she could contend with the average swordsman. Again, that shows she does have a lot of natural talent, which is pretty cool. Ghislaine said that, even though she was just 9, she might rise to advanced tier in a few more years. Our young mistress was quite the genius. As for me, if asked directly, I would avoid your gaze. It seemed I was no genius at swordplay. And again, I will say it's interesting to see the interplay between Rudy's difficulties with swordplay, because we know for a fact that the biggest thing holding him back is his lack of an ability to do a battle aura. But at the same time, he also just doesn't have the right mindset for it, and Ghislaine points out actual difficulties he has in, overthinking things as he spars. So, because he gets caught up in his own head a little bit too much, he kind of naturally gravitates towards the more academic, logics-focused side of magical combat. Even though he does eventually have to develop reflexes and think on his feet, which that's a topic for a later time. But he gets in his head when he's practicing swordplay. So even if he could have formed a battle aura, he probably would have still struggled with swordplay, I'm guessing. So it's interesting. Wondering which is holding him back more at this stage is curious. I'm also curious if Rudy could potentially have a battle aura just due to how much mana he has. I wonder if that would convey some sort of advantage, or if it just meant he would be able to fight for longer periods of time than everyone else. Questions that never get answered, really. Eris's ability to read and write was, well, functional at least. Ghislaine, who had been deceived numerous times and even sold as a slave because she couldn't read, tried desperately to memorize everything. Unfortunately, Eris lagged when it came to arithmetic. It was her weak spot. There was no point in panicking, though. I had no idea what she would grow up to do, but highly advanced math wasn't necessary in this world. She just had to master the 4 principles in 5 years. That was enough. And let's see. Yeah, Laplace, he had a way to convert his mana into something akin to Tolki. Yeah, that's also true. And I mean, it goes kind of part into what his when he splits into the demon god Laplace and the other character, who, again, I don't think it's a major spoiler to say who the other half of Laplace is, but I don't really want to because I don't think it's necessary. But the demon god side of him exists without a battle aura, just because he lost the dragon half of himself that was able to kind of make a functioning battle aura. So, and of course, Rudy gets his mana capacity and lack of battle aura from the fragment of Laplace's spirit that resides inside of him. Because, again, this is technically a little bit of a spoiler, but not really. Is that the way that the reincarnation of people like Laplace and Perugius and all these things work is that in this instance, it's just kind of fragments of Laplace's spirit that slowly coalesce until eventually it combines into one. Enough of it combines into one entity that kind of takes over a soul, takes over a body, kind of in the same way Rudy's soul took over the original Rudy's body. But there little elements of him kind of permeate through the world and get more and more common as he gets closer to reincarnation. That's how, and one of those things is the Laplace aspect. That's why Rudy is able to have the unique quirks that he does. So, it's an interesting thing. Oh, let's see. Magic lessons had been proceeding apace, but it felt like we had hit a slight impasse. Though through chanting, the two could perform most of the basic spells. Eris had mastered just about every school of magic besides Earth, but Ghislaine could only do fire spells. I wondered about the difference in their abilities, even though they were both taking the same class. Was Ghislaine just poor at water, wind, and earth spells? What I observed seemed to indicate so, but I couldn't be sure. I'm thinking that it's, for me, is that Ghislaine probably has an affinity for fire, just because, think of her nature as like a feral creature, essentially, where she, and the fact that she kind of is prone to going to, when she's in real combat, she goes into a berserker rage, which is why she's called the why she's called the Berserker Sword King Ghislaine. fire kind of has this kind of consuming and destructive nature to it, where it rages and just continues growing, feeding off things around her. That seems to really be like a forest fire really does seem to relate to a berserker rage to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of naturally relates to that. And it's just that, magic itself is something she finds difficult except for fire. Where, Eris, it's interesting that she can cast basic spells for the most part. She doesn't really use it much after this book. I know she does one point later on. She uses the basic fire spell because I can't remember the exact context, but regular swordplay wouldn't have been practical at that point. But, and I'm also curious as to what, Earth might be an opposition school for Eris. I'm not sure why that would be, but yeah, it may be something to think about. I'll try to keep that in mind as we continue reading. At any rate, it was clear that just chanting spells out of the magic textbook wasn't enough for them to overcome this issue. Casting different schools of magic had come quite naturally to me, so I didn't know how to help them. And interestingly, that's exactly the same issue Paul had in teaching Rudy swordplay, is that, this part of things just makes sense to Rudy, so he doesn't really know how to direct them over the various hurdles because they aren't hurdles for him. I'd been making them practice silent casting recently, but the results were less than satisfactory. Sylphie was able to do it easily, so I wondered if it was an issue of age, or perhaps Sylphie was just especially skilled. Probably a little bit of a mixture of both. Maybe it was just a futile endeavor. It might be best to just move on to intermediate spells, but Eris and Ghislaine were both swordswomen, so it would be better to have them master basic spells because they were so more versatile. In the end, I decided to keep my lessons as they were. I wanted to believe they would be able to cast without chanting someday, and yeah, they don't. Eris's 10th birthday was drawing close. A person's 10th birthday was a special one. It was customary for the nobility to host large parties for the child on their 5th, 10th, and 15th birthdays. On Eris's birthday, the large reception hall and conjoining courtyard were open to the party. Presents poured in from all over, and all the nobles of Roa were invited to attend. Since Soros was the boorish military type, the initial plan was for a self-service standing buffet, until Philip intervened and it turned into a dance party to make it easier for the local, less wealthy nobles to attend. Which, it just shows there's a bit more of a, political gamesmanship going on, where, Soros is just kind of going, taking things as they come. Soros is not exactly one to stand on appearance so much, because he's basically a larger Eris with a dick. But Philip is the one who actually is playing the political game and trying to mingle with the nobility and play that whole social interaction, which I'll be honest, I'm the kind of person who things like this are would be having to engage in a noble social game would be torture to me. I would absolutely hate that. I would hate to be a medieval noble. I would it'd be the worst. Let's see. I wonder if Refugee built a subtext into Rudy's idea of opposition schools where elements and personalities overlap. Someone like Eris might not fit Refugee's idea of an earth mage somehow. That's also possible. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but that's definitely a possibility. And I do think there are a lot of instances where personality does really line up with the way certain things work. I think, Sylphie's overall empathetic and kind and loving nature is one of the reasons she's so good at healing magic and why she has difficulty with fire magic. So, but we also got to consider the fact that, Japanese culture is different from my culture, even though I do think I'm slowly starting to understand it more and more as I continue existing, but there's still going to be a lot of elements I don't understand. For example, if you think of a chicken in different cultures, some people would think that's a chicken is a scared creature, whereas in other cultures it's actually seen as a more courageous creature, which it's interesting. Let's see. When I think Earth Mage, I think of the dwarfs with dexterity and craftsmanship, building and architecture. Eris doesn't fit the bill. That's also a fair point. Although they're also pointing out the example that Rudy brought up when he was talking about affinity and opposition skills is that they said the dwarves lived under the mountains and they often worked with metal and stone and dirt and all this stuff, so that it was just part of their constant environment. And that kind of, even beyond the craftsmanship element, that was their constant experience of being of Earth being their entire existence was a reason for them to commonly have that affinity school. But also, it is acknowledged that sometimes affinity schools and opposition schools don't necessarily correlate to anything. Like you mentioned, like they said, usually dwarves will have an earth affinity and like a water opposition, but not always. So it could also just be a case of Earth doesn't necessarily have an actual larger connection, and it just happens to be something Eris struggles with. But I don't know. I mean, they don't really do a whole lot of Eris with magic, so it's not something I think gets super well explored. The manor was bustling with frantic movement. Maids with dog ears rushed to and fro in the hallways. Maids weren't supposed to run in general, but apparently this household let them do so when things got busy. Some were full-on sprinting even, fast enough that they could hit a transfer student as they were rounding the corner and send them rocketing to the moon. Which, these fucking references are... They never stop being funny, and that actually partly annoys me. It's like they shouldn't be as funny as they are, but they just are. Something about the way Rudy his internal narration is very entertaining to me. I kept to the edge of the hallway where I wouldn't get in their way. I had no real destination in mind. I was just going for a walk. That was right, a walk. I had nothing to do with that frantic bustle. Right now, Eris was preparing for her leading role in the party by taking special etiquette lessons, so our classes had been cancelled. Philip had requested that Eris at least make sure she act like a 10-year-old child without causing any shame to herself. Apparently, she didn't meet that standard, because Edna, with a look of exhaustion, requested a drastic increase in the number of lessons with Eris. I honored Edna's request, and thus came days of Edna keeping Eris from morning till night for her special lessons. That left me completely unoccupied, which, again, as amusing as that is, that actually does showcase that, despite Eris's growth, she still does struggle with the noble aspect of things, because I think in some ways I really relate to Eris, where like I think that a lot of the social posturing that happens, and it seems to be a common thing with like the upper classes of every era in history, is that they kind of have all these kind of arbitrary social rules that I kind of feel are total bullshit, and that they just annoy me. I think Eris kind of feels the same way about them, so... And Soros has the type of power where he doesn't need to care about them, so he can just do whatever the fuck he wants at any time. And yes, like I'll be honest, if I was to ever like you think of let's see, I have to head out in a bit. I think it'll be be before Glame POV. Sad I won't hear it live. Yeah, I mean it's a shame, but it is what it is. The VOD will still be there, and thankfully with the book reading stuff, at least I don't deal with any copyright issues, so you shouldn't have any difficulties there, at least. Although, okay, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but I actually did get the live captions figured out for the stream, so that's something I didn't finish setting it up, but I was able to actually get it to work on one of my 3 OBS instances. The only issue is, just due to the way my stream is set up, I don't really have a lot of free real estate on screen to actually put it on there, so I can't actually make it look all that good. So what I'm actually thinking of is that what I'm gonna eventually do is, okay, I probably won't have it be a permanent thing until I actually get like a full redesign of my entire stream layout, which is not gonna happen anytime soon. But whenever we're gonna be doing any more anime stuff, what I'm going to do is I'm going to black out the top of the screen where my name is, and just have it be black, and then have the captions show up on there. So the idea is that in the anime streams, we saw this a lot with the viewing for the tier list. A lot of them would have a lot of copyright issues, and I'd have to either mute them or trim them out, because it was just the way it worked. It was too much to actually just kind of do manually. So if we're doing that, we're watching anime, and I have to deal with copyright issues, I have to mute stuff. At the very least, you'll be able to see what I'm saying in a relatively accurate manner, even if the thing is muted. So that's what I'm going to do for now, but anytime we're not doing anything anime related, I'm not going to have it up, because I don't think it looks very good. But just acknowledging that it is something that I did get working. Maybe, again, if I end up completely redoing my stream layout, which Okay, I'll tell you a little bit about my kind of plans as far as content creation goes. One thing is if the channel eventually kind of becomes more successful. I mean, I am growing slowly, but I'm not paying any bills just yet with YouTube. But if it does get to the point where I am starting to make a significant amount of money, I do plan to invest some of that back into the channel, where one of the things I'd probably end up doing, I'd probably end up commissioning an actual VTuber model, but just because I do like the PNG tuber model, I think it looks really good. Creatively, a VTuber model would offer more creative flexibility, would allow me to do a little bit more than a PNG tuber model can. And also, there's just things that would be easier if I had a more fluid model as opposed to just 4 PNGs spliced together, essentially. Because, like, for example, if I wanted to make thumbnails, I could actually have different expressions and stuff and use those for thumbnails, whereas I just kind of have the one right now. So when that happens, assuming the channel eventually does start making the kind of money, and I'll be able to drop a decent amount of money on a proper model, I also plan to kind of go through a total, like, a partial rebrand, essentially. Not going to be completely different, but I do kind of want to change up the look of my character a little bit. Because essentially, I think, like, the way my mindset is right now, I think that my model looks very good. I like how it is, and I think the artist did a fucking phenomenal job on it, by the way. But while I do think it looks nice, I don't think it particularly stands out all that much. And, you know, one thing is, again, I'm not a VTuber at the moment, but I'm a PNG tuber, which is kind of like VTuber light, like a step down from VTubing. So I kind of view myself in that same general category. But the so for male VTubers, they always talk about the male VTuber debuff. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's more of a female VTuber buff than a male VTuber debuff. But that just means that male VTubers kind of have to focus a little bit more in order to actually find success. And while I do think my model looks nice, doesn't particularly stand out. I don't want to go full-on fantasy character like a lot of VTubers are, but I think I do want to have some light fantasy elements in that. Like, just make myself look a little bit more inhuman, maybe a little bit less crisp and like less fancy, essentially. Like, you know, add a few elements. Like, I think one thing I'm going to want to do is, like, give my character maybe like some shark teeth, maybe have either like a red or yellow tint to the eyes, change up the outfit a little bit, maybe make it a little bit more beat up and disheveled, or maybe not disheveled, but, like, you know, damaged slightly, that kind of thing. So if I ever eventually do get the success to actually commission a proper model, I'm going to be taking the opportunity to kind of revitalize how everything works. And I'll probably, even if I do get a VTuber model, I'll probably just go full on, just do what the standard thing is and not have this whole layout, and just have it be basically my screen and me in the corner and maybe some chat stuff going on the side. And that would allow me to actually implement captions in a way that doesn't take away from anything else on screen. So, yeah, that's the kind of thing I think about, but not super relevant to Mushoku Tensei, but it is something that would happen. And yeah, I'll be honest, I do like the idea of having a VTuber model as well, Alan, but it's just, for me, I don't want to, like, instead of getting a starter VTuber model, like a lot of people do, they get, like, a relatively, you know, cheap, shitty one to start out with. I figured, you know, I'd rather just get a good PNG tuber model than a shitty VTuber model. This is essentially going to be my shitty VTuber model. The stuff I would want in my model would be relatively expensive. I don't need all, like, the top of the line everything. I don't need all these toggles and everything, but, like, I would want it to look good. And I would want the rigging to be really good as well. I want it to have facial expressions and all that. That's just kind of how... So, ultimately, a VTuber model that I would want would be fairly expensive. So, that's why it's not happening anytime soon unless the channel blows up. And Corrine Gaming, thank you for the follow. Let's get back to Mushoku Tensei. Where was I? Again, I really need to start marking my spot. Yeah, best a long-term quality one rather than a relatively cheap one than the United States. Yeah, that's pretty much my thing, because again, I understand the idea of getting a starter model, but again, I figured that for me, the cost benefit makes more sense to get a solid PNG tuber model, because this model that you're seeing on screen now, it cost me less than $100 total, including tipping the artist. So I think for that kind of cost, again, that I could not get a VTuber model of anywhere near this level of quality for that price. So when I'm ready to spend money for real, I'm gonna actually spend the money for real. Although of course I'm not gonna be doing the. I know some VTubers spend actually fucking crazy ass money on all their stuff. Like I don't know, I see VTuber clips every so often when I'm just kind of browsing the internet, and some of them are interesting. One thing that consistently impresses me is if you've ever seen Fillion, I'm willing to bet she spent like $20,000 to $30,000 on all the stuff related to her model, both the model itself and the gear that she had with her. Yeah, like because if you ever notice when she has a 3D model that she goes and she does her various tumbles and dances and whatever in the background. The fact that her model is able to do all that without any glitching whatsoever, that's fucking, yeah. Full body model on its own is expensive. 3D model is more expensive than 2D models, and 2D models can get expensive. But the fact that she has 3D models, and I'm willing to bet she has fucking like professional grade mocap gear when she streams. Because it's so smooth. It's too smooth to not be pretty much the top of the line equipment. So like I've seen even people who spent a lot of money on their models just getting like things like hand and arm tracking. Even people who I know VTubers who have spent like a lot of money on those things, even those tend to glitch out. The fact that hers doesn't, I genuinely think that between the equipment and the models, she probably spent around $20,000 to $30,000 on all that. Like, I'm obviously not going to be doing anything like that, but that just goes to show that there's some crazy stuff like holy shit. Yeah, and I agree. And I think just not only just for the following she has that it's worth it, I think just for the style of content she does, she's actually able to make full use of the capabilities of that type of model, which, I mean, there's plenty of really successful VTubers who never even get a 3D model because, their content just doesn't demand it. Like, I think the type of content I do would never actually require anything 3D, so I'm probably never going to get a 3D model, even if I do kind of blow up, which, again, I think my content is always going to be somewhat niche just because of the nature of it, but even if it wasn't, I don't think I'd ever get, like, that type of model. But, yeah, so she not only has the following to justify it, she also utilizes it to its fullest extent, so it makes sense for her. But, yeah, I know, that's just something that's been sitting on my head. Oh, a clip of Definite Gagra. I'm guessing her. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're exactly talking about, but maybe you're talking about her her new personality, the Saba, I think it is. Again, I'm not super crazy knowledgeable about VTubers. Most of the big ones I've only seen clips of, although there are a couple I do need to start watching some of them just because there are certain creators I've just seen clips of that are very entertaining to me. Like I don't know. Although I will say some VTubers, you watch them and you're just like, oh, I would have to explain things to people if anybody ever saw me watching this person. Like, imagine finding a normie. Imagine trying to explain Chibidoki to somebody. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, it's entertaining, but like, is there a way to explain why it's entertaining without sounding like a crazy person? Like, I'll be honest, I saved a clip of Chibidoki. I want to use it in a video. I have no idea how to where it could ever be used, but it's like it is like the perfect the reaction clip to like a very specific thing that never makes sense. It's just her. Actually, let me see if I can pull it up because it is just something that I do think needs to be experienced. Let me see if I remember where the hell I saved it, because and I want to make sure I don't accidentally like dox myself lightly, because I saved it actually on Facebook, and I know that I don't actually where is it? Okay, here it is. Let me just make sure I'm not actually saving anything, because I actually do kind of have a blank profile on Facebook, but okay, so I've got it in oh no, what, really? Okay, I figured they have picture in picture, but it doesn't actually okay, you know what, fuck it, I'll just play the audio because it just has to be heard. I found this clip. I really, oh, excuse me. Let me fix that. I'm gonna have to adjust my filters on in the Kick chat. I've gotten pretty good. I've been catching most of the bots, but let me see. There we go. So I do apologize for that. Yeah. No, so I will say so sorry. I'm just going to play the audio of this clip, but I actually don't know the context because I only saw this 20-second clip.
I like a pesto
Can I ask
pizza.
you a question?
Yes.
What is the meaning of life?
Jacking off the femboys. Who said that? Guys, I think I just got hacked.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
So
frick? Did you guys hear that?
yeah, so as I said, that's like the perfect image, like the perfect reaction to something. I just don't know how I would ever use it, but I know that there's some point I need to fucking use it. Like, so I'm actually one of the things I'm considering doing on as far as video content, just so I can actually upload more frequently, is, you know how Steam every so often, like, you know, you look at the trending new and trending games, and there's always like at least one or two really just weird sounding hentai games. I'm considering actually doing reviews of those because they're kind of like built-in clickbait. And there was one I actually played that did have a pretty strong emphasis on femboys, because it was just it had a funny title, and I thought that would be a good fodder for video. So I started a script. I need to actually get around to finishing it at some point, but I might use that clip in that video. I just don't know exactly how I'll fit it in because, yeah, it's something. But again, it's one of those things. I saw that clip. I'm like, I have to use it somehow. I don't know how. Yeah, let me actually just. I'm actually just gonna put some stuff in the chat just so that's not on the screen, because I fucking hate how Kick does not. I mean, not Kick, but how my combined chat does not. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm just yeah. Actually, I wonder if yeah yeah, because I don't want to. Yeah, sorry. I'm just. Sorry about that, because because the fact that they actually do have a WhatsApp number on there, which I know I'm sure none of you are dumb enough to actually like contact that person because you're just gonna get scammed. But I also do just not want to have it on stream if I can help it, because unfortunately my combined chat program, I'm gonna have to find out. I'm gonna have to figure out something for that. But my combined chat program does even when messages get deleted, it doesn't actually delete them in the display. I mean, actually, come to think of it, in the future, I'll just restart the program because that'll clear the chat entirely. But yeah, there's no way to actually just delete messages with this program. Okay, but yeah, I got way off target there. Sorry, I talking about VTuber models, and then eventually that transitioned to Chibi Doki talking about femboys. Let's see. Of course, I was attending the party as a house guest, as it was really Eris' celebration. There was nothing for me to do except stand in the corner and eat. Nothing special was required of me. I thought I should perhaps practice etiquette with my newfound freedom, but if I spent every day training, I would just wear myself out. Plus, I wanted to look around the manor while everyone was busy with preparations. This would be my first big event I'd attended. Surely there was someone around who could use my help. Although the only thing I could really do was taste test. Come to think of it, do birthdays here come with cakes? They didn't in Buena Village, but cakes apparently existed here. I had never seen one, but sometimes a person wanted to eat something sweet. And yeah, that's actually another interesting point, is that sweetness is like from actual sugar, not... I mean, obviously fruits will be a thing, because you can always get sweet fruits, but actual like refined sugars to make pastries and stuff like that was a delicacy in medieval times, where it was, generally something only the rich could afford. So it's not like today where, you go to the supermarket, you can find all sorts of sugary stuff for dirt cheap. Back then it was sugar was expensive, so it's going to be a rarity. With these thoughts in mind, I headed for the kitchen. I could have asked about the existence of cake, but I really wanted to take a walk. If my fortune was good, I might also find some food samples for the party. And also I was hungry. Was it still not time for lunch? No more. Right then, the door in front of me banged open, and Eris came flying out. Her shoulders were hunched as she dashed down the hall at an impressive speed and disappeared around the corner. Edna came chasing after her. Young mistress, she looked both ways and sighed when she saw no trace of Eris. She began yawning, only seeing me halfway through. She offered me a weak smile. Well, hello there, Lord Rudius. It was a smile that begged for me to listen. Again, I do like how he's, again, being able to read people a little bit more and more, which is not something he's usually capable of. Such an expression was rare for Edna. You must be exhausted, Miss Edna. I'm sorry you had to see that. I raised a hand as I approached her, and Edna bowed in a graceful movement. I put my hand to my chest and returned the bow. What's wrong? I asked. Well, this is a bit embarrassing, but the young mistress ran off. Well, yes, I knew that since I watched it happen. It was pretty incredible. She was gone in mere seconds. I was pretty good at running away myself, but I was nothing compared to Eris. Which actually that's actually probably some, part of that is actually probably, due to her battle aura. Edna looked troubled as she put a hand to her cheek. You see, I've been teaching her dancing lately, but she just can't seem to get it right. Now, every time I try to teach her, she runs off. I see, that is troubling. I understand how you feel. Mostly because she used to run from me, too. Eris was the type who refused to do something she didn't like. Edna had it rough. Catching Eris was no easy feat. There's less than a month until her birthday. If things continue like this, she'll shame herself in front of her guests. Edna said it like that was such a terrible thing, but wasn't it a bit late for that? Eris already had a healthy reputation for being a violent little thing. Being unable to dance at a dance party seemed pretty far down the potential shame list. This is her 10th birthday. It's special. Becoming a laughingstock on that day seems far too cruel, don't you think, Lord Rudius? She kept glancing over at me. If she wanted something from me, I wanted her to say it explicitly. So what do you want me to do? If you wouldn't mind, Lord Rudius, couldn't you persuade her for me to come back for her dance lessons? There it was. And again, I love how he's actually able to kind of play the social game a little bit more. He's still not very good at it, but he's actually able to kind of discern Edna's underlying motivations, even if they are fairly obvious. That's still a pretty big deal for Rudy. And also, I do like how Edna is kind of playing on Rudy's care for Eris, because she does know that he cares about her, and even though he doesn't quite realize it yet. Why did I agree to her request? Because I had nothing else to do, I suppose, and because of something Edna said. Becoming a laughingstock on that day seems far too cruel. In this world, there was a custom of large celebrations on your 5th, 10th, and 15th birthdays, only those 3 times. It was tragic to imagine such a joyous day yielding nothing but painful memories. With a little effort from me, the day could be truly enjoyable. Without it, there would be nothing but sadness. If I just studied a little harder back in my previous life, I could have gotten into a different middle school, and then those horrible things might never have happened. I might not have closed myself off from the world. Not that I thought Eris would do that, but she might end up with awful memories that would linger long after. And again, that's part of Rudy being like, I don't want anybody to go through what I went through. That was his motivation for helping Sylphie from the bullies. That's now his kind of driving motivation to help Eris, learn to dance. With that in mind, I began looking for her. Fortunately, I found her immediately. She was behind the stables, lying her back atop a pile of hay. She exhaled with a foul look when she saw me. I climbed up and sat beside her. I heard you can't dance very well. Whoa! She shoved me off the haystack with a kick. I managed to land safely and turned to guard myself. Eris was the type to always launch a follow-up attack. If I wasn't prepared, I'd have a dropkick coming at the back of my unprotected head. I kind of wish the anime had showcased something like that. Seeing Eris do a dropkick would have been fucking hilarious. Or so I thought, but the follow-up never came. She just remained sprawled on the hay, staring up at the sky. Let's see, I heard you can't dance very well. That is true. Rudy is just... You know, he has that bluntness of a child, but, like, he should know better, where... Yeah, it's one of those things. Rudy should have known better. He's kind of a dumbass. He's brilliant, but he's stupid. Oh. I climbed back up and sat beside her. This time I grabbed onto the hay so I wouldn't be sent flying. Rather, that was my plan until I felt the impact on top of my head. Ouch! Her heel was perched on the crown of my head. There wasn't enough power behind it to be an axe kick, so it seemed she was just resting it there. She was in a foul mood, but didn't seem to have much energy, and again, that's actually just a great Shibataka artwork to showcase kind of what's going on, where, you know, Eris isn't, like, actually trying to, like, hurt him. She's just kind of trying to be a little bit annoying, which, again, is just another showcase of the fact that they're starting to develop a bit of a bond between the two of them, where she's comfortable kind of letting her guard down around him. Won't you go back to practice? I don't need to know how to dance. I glanced at her. She was still looking up at the sky. But I won't dance on my birthday either, she proclaimed frankly. But there was no way the star of the dance party could forego dancing. I had never participated in one, but I knew she'd somehow be dragged into dancing in front of everyone when the day came. Why do I have to do something I'm not good at? She groused, lips pursing into a pout. I understood how she felt, but running away just made things worse for the future. Yeah, when you put it like that, it's kind of difficult to answer. What did I have to say to get her to understand? I knew she wouldn't listen if I just told her she would regret it. That was the logic of an adult with regrets. You had to experience the emotion yourself to understand it. You don't get it. You can do anything, she said. No, there are certainly things I can't do. There are? Of course. She didn't ask me what they were. Instead, she just looked at me with an expression that said she didn't believe me at all. But I do think that when you put in maximum effort towards something you're not good at, you'll feel that much more accomplished when you finally succeed. You think so? She continued staring at the sky, not looking the least bit convinced. I'll help out too. Why don't you give dance practice one more chance? I won't. That killed the conversation right there. I couldn't find any other words to say. It looked like it was impossible after all. So, I will say, as much as Rudy feels like he's not making progress here, I actually think it's much more important what's going on here than the actual words they're speaking to each other are. Because I feel like at this point, Eris is obviously very frustrated. She's having difficulties in ways she's not used to doing. Because if you think about it, at the start, she was just doing things that she was already interested in, already good at. So swordplay, she naturally had a talent for that. That's what she focused on. Rudy eventually got her to start focusing on things that she wasn't necessarily interested in, that she didn't necessarily excel at, like, you know, like the reading and math and all that stuff. And while she didn't have the same kind of talent for it, she was seeing noticeable improvement with effort. And then we have the dancing, which is completely alien to her. She's not seeing improvement, and that's completely kind of breaking her. I think at this point, it's not so much that Rudy needs to convince her to go back, and that, you know, there needs to be kind of a verbal battle between the two. I think at this point, Eris is just like, needs somebody to, she just doesn't feel heard. And that Rudy is like the one person who actually is listening to her concerns and taking them seriously and actually acknowledging how she is feeling. Neither of them are able to, of course, put that into actual words. They don't really understand the complexity of that type of interaction. But I do think that this is ultimately what this is Eris venting her frustrations to somebody, to kind of the only person who will actually properly listen to them. And Rudy is, while he is kind of challenging her on things, he is actually like listening to and acknowledging her frustrations, which I think is kind of a major issue that she's having right now, where she part of her spoiled upbringing is not only the fact that she, you know, is stunted in certain ways, is that she doesn't really have anyone she can confide in, and Rudy is becoming that person. Maybe I was better off asking Ghislaine for help. Of course, she probably wouldn't see the need to learn dancing either. Even I didn't see it. The only people who did were probably Edna and Philip. Maybe I should ask Philip? As I thought that, Eris removed her foot from my head. Then she kicked her leg hard, using the recoil to propel herself off the hay and onto the ground. Oh, hey. Cat's meowing. Sorry, got a pet her. Rudius, yes? I'm going back to my dance lessons. Come with me. Did what I say work, or was she just being her usual whimsical self? Whatever it was, she seemed to have found some motivation, so I was glad. And again, she finally felt heard, and she felt that not only is she heard, but that, Rudy's going to help her. So that is kind of exactly what she needed, even though Rudy didn't even know that's what he was doing. Very well, young mistress. I followed her back to the dance hall. Helping with her lessons meant I was learning to dance myself. For things like this, you improved faster by having a partner. That said, I'd never danced a day in either of my lives. My experience, at best, was limited to playing dancing games at the arcade during middle school, so I was a bit worried, which, of course, he equates it to the rhythm games, which I will say rhythm games are not at all reflective of actual dancing, so that's probably not great experience. Wonderful. You are truly skilled at this. Contrary to my expectations, I had already mastered some of the beginner steps. Dance was all about remembering the routine and matching your movements to the rhythm. My previous self may have struggled from the utter lack of... What's wrong, kitty? Sorry, my cat's being a little weird. So I'm just giving her some pets. But yeah, I don't know. Today, the cat seems to be very energetic. I don't know. She's acting just... I think she's just got the zoomies today. And she's just acting weird because of it. I don't know. Nothing's too concerning, so I'll give her some attention after the stream. My previous self may have struggled from utter lack of exercise, but my current self was pretty fit. The simplest of the steps didn't require much getting used to. And I will say, I personally have a pretty good muscle memory. I haven't done like a ridiculous amount of dancing in my life, but, as I mentioned, I was a theater kid, so there were times when I had to learn some basic stuff. And I always found that I picked it up pretty fast, because I also have a pretty decent sense of rhythm. Part of it was I was also in the marching band. I was in the drums, so that is kind of all muscle memory. So, I don't know. I can kind of relate to Rudy kind of being able to pick up the basics pretty quickly. And yeah, come to think of it, his previous self, probably just being out of shape would have been his biggest struggle, but, having that rhythm is an important part of dancing that you can't necessarily automatically teach. Eric sulked when Edna complimented me. She had spent months working on this, only to fail, so of course she felt bitter watching me master it so easily. I wasn't just learning to dance, however. I was observing Eris so I could figure out why she was struggling. There were two reasons for this. The first was Edna was a terrible teacher. Well, not a terrible teacher exactly. She was probably average. It was her method of saying, do it this way, do it that way, and just memorize what I'm telling you. That was the problem. She never touched on why those things were necessary. And again, that just goes to what I was talking about earlier, where Eris is a kinetic learner. She learns from doing. She also just doesn't learn the textbook way. That's just not how she thinks. She needs to kind of apply things to understand them. So, the idea is that Edna is not necessarily a bad teacher, like Rudy is saying. It's just that her teaching style doesn't happen to click with what Eris is doing. Her teaching does not match Eris's learning, essentially. The second reason was Eris's failing. Her steps were too fast and too sharp. Her personality and movements were well suited to the sword god style, but they were a drawback when it came to dancing. Where she should have been lightly moving her feet to the rhythm of the music, she instead rigidly maneuvered her body at top speed, falling out of sync with her partner. Eris had her own rhythm and instinctively disliked being interrupted. She maintained it protectively, no matter the circumstance, so no one could disrupt her flow. It was an incredible ability on the battlefield, but it only held her back in dance. Dance was all about matching your partner. And actually, I think that one paragraph actually does a very, very good job of articulating the issues there in a very concise way. I actually really like that the more I think about it. According to Edna, this was the first time she'd ever encountered a student with absolutely no skill for dance. That wasn't the case, though. Moving so quickly meant there was a sharpness to her movements. In a dance routine that required that, she could dance beautifully. So that was why her teaching style wasn't working, though blaming Edna would not fix Eris's movements. Still, there was something that could be done. As I watched Eris clumsily move through her dance steps, I decided to try something. Eris, please close your eyes and try swinging your body to your own rhythm. She looked doubtfully at me. What are you planning, making me close my eyes? Lord Rudius? Edna's gentle smile wavered. No, this isn't what you think. I'm not trying to kiss her, I thought defensively. How rude of you guys, accusing a gentleman like me, which, again, that's just funny. I'm gonna use magic to help you dance. What? A spell for that exists? No, I said magic. There's no spell, it's more of a miraculous phenomenon. She tilted her head, but did as I asked. Her dancing followed the same rhythm I had seen so many times during our sword lessons. Quick, detailed, precise, but always irregular. Her movements were unreadable and naturally disrupted the rhythm of her opponents. I could never imitate them, not even if I wanted to. The rhythm of a natural egotist. I'm gonna clap my hands now. Try to match that rhythm with your steps, as if you're dodging an incoming attack. As I said that, I began smacking my hands together in a regular beat. Eris matched the rhythm in quick, precise movements. I repeated that for a bit, calling out to her at certain intervals. Yes, yes. It was always right before I clapped. Eris would wait for a moment and then react as soon as she heard my hands come together. This is... Edna raised her voice in amazement. And again, that's just more of Rudy, I think, being a natural teacher, where he is able to isolate the core issues that a student is struggling with and come up with a way to connect that to something and figure out the way they think, the way they learn, and able to apply that. Like, this is actually, like, even if you take all of Rudyisms out of the equation and think of it just, and not for all his mental stunting and all that stuff, this is actually very good teaching style that most people would not be capable of. They're not able to necessarily understand their students well enough to apply these unconventional methods in this way. So, I think that that Rudy is just a natural teacher. Eris had danced the steps correctly. She was still a bit too fast, but at least she matched the rhythm. Edna balled her hands into fists with an unusually excited smile, yelled, "You did it! You did it, young mistress!" Eris opened her eyes, all smiles and joy, and said, "Really?" I continued my instruction, essentially raining on their parade. Okay, keep your eyes closed. You need to remember what you did just now. Remember it, I'm watching for an opponent's feints and dodging them. That's right. This was the same thing we did during our sword lessons when we dodged Ghislaine's attacks. Each time she made a feint, she would call out yes, so we would learn to dodge only the real attacks. Even Ghislaine's feints were full of murderous intent. In comparison, it was easy to tell by my voice when I was feinting or not. Incidentally, I had better results during that lesson than Eris did. Eris was too gullible, so she fell for the feints easily. Eris, you can use things you learn in one lesson in others. When you struggle with something, try to think about whether you have done anything similar in any of your lessons. Oh, okay. In contrast to her usual demeanor, Eris didn't say anything else and just nodded, eyes still wide open. And again, I love that idea of, like, Eris, whenever Eris changes her normal demeanor and just changes how she reacts to things, isn't that hyper aggressive, like, just force of nature. There's always something else behind it, and, either she's sad and frustrated like she was in the previous scene, or here is a case of she's kind of had a breakthrough and she's kind of still stunned by it, so she's not, loud and aggressive anymore. It's part of how early Eris's character tends to showcase her emotions. Looks like the problem was solved. I shouldn't be surprised. You've given the young mistress arithmetic lessons for more than a year now, after all, Edna said. She seemed thoroughly impressed, her eyes full of emotion as she looked at me. And I also do like Edna, even though she's not a major character. You can tell Edna really does give a shit. She cares, and she's excited to see Eris actually improve. Shouldn't be surprised, huh? So that was the level of hopelessness associated with teaching Eris arithmetic. Well, I did struggle quite a bit. I owed half the credit to Ghislaine. I couldn't let it go to my head. This was an incredible learning experience for me. It seems swordplay and dance have something in common after all. Edna looked like she had seen something unbelievable, like, "Oh, Father in heaven, I've witnessed a miracle," or something like that. Totally over the top. Well, there are dances that use the sword after all. Dance and swordplay are strongly related. I said, "A dance that uses swords? Does something like that really exist?" she asked with wonder. Sword dancing seemed like a common knowledge in my inner middle school nerd, but maybe it didn't exist in this world. Yeah, but I've only read about it in books," I said. "Well then, in the literature you read, where does it say that dance comes from?" Well, it seemed like it came from a desert country. Desert? The Begarit continent then? I don't know. As unlikely as it sounds, it could be that the demon races in the demon continent dance that way. I hear they have lots of small clans, so maybe someone from there dances using swords, I responded uncertainly. I see. So it's that collection of knowledge of various things that gives you such wisdom, Lord Rudius, she said, smiling kindly as she complimented me. Looks like she convinced herself of that fact. That's right, Rudius is amazing, Eris interjected proudly for some odd reason. Again, I fucking love that first time that Eris like really says something nice about Rudy, and that's kind of that mindset really does drive kind of their entire character dynamic moving forward. That's right, praise me some more, I thought. I'm that type that feeds off praise. Wahahaha. And yeah, and that's true. Rudy, well, I will actually say, as far as it comes to teaching, I think Rudy does have a solid amount of wisdom there. Like, he really does understand what it takes to teach a student. Like, I can't really overemphasize the fact that the way he's teaching Eris and the way he taught Sylphie, like, there is, like, a natural talent he has for teaching there. So, you know, Edna's not completely off guard, but also, yeah, Rudy's a total dumbass at times. Okay, I'll be right back. I do need to use the bathroom and refill my water. I can already kind of tell I probably went a little too long without refilling. Starting to feel a little bit in my throat, so I'm going to fix that now. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Please just give me one quick second to double check to make sure everything is working properly. Because as we all know by this point, if I don't check, that's when there's going to be issues. Okay, let's get back to it. The day of the dance party. Eris was all dolled up and seated like a princess when Soros roared for the festivities to begin. I hunkered down in a corner and observed from there. During the party's opening ceremony, Philip and his wife deftly handled the poorer and lesser nobles that swarmed around the family. They conducted themselves so impressively that no one could find an opening to slip through them. If someone did happen to get through, they would be faced with Soros himself. They would quickly look for ways to make their escape once they found themselves on the receiving end of his booming voice and irrationally one-sided way of talking. Again, I do just find that funny because, Soros is like kind of the one person of this level of status that just doesn't play the political game. He just is himself, and that probably leads to some funny interactions. If they happened to get by him, they would be where they desired at last, in front of the star herself, Eris. Eris, who had no authority whatsoever and didn't understand anything about politics. She turned into a robot that parroted the words, "Please tell my father," whenever anything was brought up. Some brought their sons along to introduce to her, young and middle-aged men with good upbringings. Some were our age, but almost all of them were loud and obnoxious. They had probably lived their entire lives at home without a care in the world. It was like looking at my past self. Just as I began feeling some kinship with them, it was time to dance. And again, I do kind of like how Rudy, because of his low self-esteem, he comes to these, he kind of almost feels himself like alike with some of the people he has negative opinions of. And that's kind of one of the reasons he initially starts to respect Paul a little bit, is because he's like, oh yeah, Paul's a piece of shit, but so am I, so we're two birds of a feather. So I know he does kind of grow out of that eventually, but it is an interesting perspective he has. Just like we planned from the beginning, I took up my role as Eris's first dance partner. It was the simplest, most childish dance, but because Eris was the star, we took to the center of the room. We just needed to do as we practiced. What are you doing? As the music began playing, Eris turned rigid with nervousness. There was no way she could dance properly like this. Forget that, she might actually knock me on my ass and take off running. I used my gaze and my steps to add some feints to our routine. When I did, she immediately set her lips into a pout. "What's that for?" she mumbled again, but this time she sounded less nervous and more like her usual self. After that, she stepped on my foot a few times, but we managed to end the dance without falling. And again, I love how Rudy, again, he understands her well enough to know that if he just annoys the shit out of her, her annoyance will actually override her embarrassment, so that actually kind of fixes her problems. "You did well, Lord Rudius," Edna called out as it finished. Apparently, she could tell that I had calmed the young mistress's nerves, even from afar. When she asked me how I did it, I simply replied that I did the same thing we did in practice. Edna wore a look of amazement, but when I told her it was the same as swordplay, she let a giggle slip. My duties were done. So it was... wait. There we go. Yep, my duties were done, so it was time to binge on food. There was an unusually large selection today, including some of the weird sweet and sour fruit pie, a meat dish that looked like that used a whole cow's head, and a beautifully arranged cake. As I was stuffing my face, I caught sight of Ghislaine, who was standing guard. Her eyes weren't exactly begging for food, but she did have some drool dripping off her chin. And again, I fucking love how Ghislaine, Beast folk in general in Mushoku Tensei are funny just because they do retain so many animalistic tendencies, and Ghislaine getting distracted by food is just, it's fucking hilarious. Fortunately, I was a man who could read the room. I wrapped some food in a napkin and instructed a maid to take it to my quarters. The guards and servants would have a luxurious feast after this, I heard, but nothing like the food that was being offered here. As I was almost done having the food carried off, my eyes fell upon the cute little girl in front of me. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," she said, offering me her name. She was the daughter of one of the minor nobles. Her name was so long I couldn't remember the whole thing. "Won't you share a dance with me?" she asked. I explained I only knew the basics before we headed onto the dance floor. I thought I actually danced pretty well. When it was over, another girl came, and again I was asked to dance. And it is interesting, because again, they're playing kind of the political game, probably at the behest of their parents, basically saying, hey, this kid might be kind of an into the Boreat Grey Rat's sphere of influence. So, kind of trying to almost kind of sneak their way into the family's ear by way of Rudy. But it's also, of course, going to serve to make Eris a little bit jealous. What the hell is this? I'm pretty popular, huh? They came one after the other, among them a woman over 30 and a girl younger than I was. I turned them down if our height difference presented a problem, but in general I said yes to anyone who asked. It wasn't like I was a Japanese person who couldn't say no. It was just that after telling the first girl yes, it was difficult to refuse the rest. Maybe I had an ulterior motive, but there were so many of them I couldn't remember their names or faces, so I just exhausted myself. And, interestingly, that's actually probably the proper way of doing things, is just like, hey, don't ruffle feathers, just kind of go through the motions with everyone. Because that's just kind of how these types of settings are, which, again, sounds like fucking torture to me, but fortunately, I'm not an aristocrat. Once my popularity waned enough, Philip approached me and explained, that was my father's doing. Apparently, when people asked Soros who the boy who danced with Eris at the beginning, he boastfully told them I was a member of the Grey Rat family. In other words, everything was old man Soros' fault. And also, I do find it also interesting how the whole idea is that they were kind of trying to hide Rudy, essentially, because kind of, again, they're playing the political game, kind of keeping Rudy as a trap card, so that they could utilize him when it was most effective. But of course, Soros just kind of blows the lid on everything because he's Soros. Not that I could really blame him. He'd been asked about me. That boy who danced with the young mistress at first, but he did a splendid job calming her nerves. Could he be one of your illegitimate children, Lord Soros? That was apparently enough to get him in good spirits. We'd planned to keep my surname a secret, but maybe it was inevitable since alcohol was in the mix. But now that they knew my last name, they could assume I was a member of a branch family or the child of a mistress. I was going to be someone of note in either case, so the nobles sent their daughters and granddaughters after me. I asked him, wouldn't it have made more sense to approach me right after the first dance? He said he noticed me wrapping sweets up in napkins and found it so endearing that he decided to wait until I was finished. People who paid attention really noticed every detail. When I asked him what I should do about the women who approached me, he told me to engage with them freely. It seemed no matter how things played out in the future, he didn't intend for me to get involved in politics, which is... That is incorrect. Or perhaps he thought it might be a political benefit if I ended up with one of those girls. I hadn't the least bit of interest in wielding political powers, so for me, today's short brush with fame was like a transient dream. But wait, maybe if I became more powerful, I could have all the cute girls I want, I thought for a moment. I do ask that you refrain from following Paul's example by not sleeping with every single woman you meet, lest you stain the noble name of our house. Well, Philip nipped that right in the bud then. Again, that's funny. If you think about it, Philip is probably not necessarily against Rudy sleeping around a bit, just not to the extent that Paul was. Eris was the last girl to approach me. Her usual vivid and energetic aesthetic was replaced with a blue dress. Her hair was arranged in an updo with a floral ornament tucked into it. She looked lovely. It seemed even she was exhausted after attending her first ever dance party and being approached by unfamiliar adults, one after another. Yet she still seemed excited, perhaps because she was the star of a party that was going so well. Won't you have a dance with me? Gone was the usual loud voice, wide-legged stance, and untamed expression of the ill-mannered Eris I knew. She held herself just as gracefully as any of the other girls who had approached me, which is like, I will say, I do actually really like the prose of this, scene. It's very elegant. It's very flowery. Not usually Rudy's style, but it's actually it's more akin to like kind of a traditional narration in a more standard book, that kind of thing. So it's different, but I think it actually really fits this scene. Really gets the idea of what's going on here across better than if Rudy just kind of did his normal Rudyisms. Gladly, I took her hand and we headed into the hall. As we moved to the center of the dance floor, Eris looked around and giggled lightly, all prim and proper. Suddenly, a song with an irregular, fast-paced rhythm began playing, one we had never practiced before. Maybe the musician was trying to be mindful of the guests. What? That one metaphorical punch was enough to throw Eris off, all because she was putting on her weird act. She looked pleadingly at me, and I began inserting feints into the rhythm of the music. It had an irregular beat, but that fit Eris' style better, although her steps were rather disorganized. If Edna saw, she would probably get angry or exasperated. And I will also note that this is different than how it was handled in the anime. The anime did this scene kind of completely differently, where Eris struggled with the dancing and like actually like kind of got to the point of almost embarrassing herself before Rudy stepped in and recovered things with her, which I think actually really worked to show the bond. But I also do think that the books actually kind of do what that scene in the anime was doing. They already kind of accomplished that, but with the lead up during the lessons, because that was kind of how I feel like all the emotional stuff that scene was doing in the anime was accomplished in the previous scenes. So they didn't necessarily need to do it like they did in the anime. So I do find it interesting, but I don't know. I don't know which one I actually prefer. I kind of like both directions of things, where Rudy kind of starts things off, puts things on a good foot forward, and then kind of brings it to a nice close, or whether he saves the day, as in the anime. Well, let's see. I held her hand and moved in and out, just as we did during sword practice. We matched our movements to the music, but they were still erratic. We probably looked quite peculiar to the onlookers. Eris was enjoying herself. She was finally laughing like a girl her age should, rather than being sullen and pouty as she usually was. Just seeing that was enough to make me feel like it was worth attending this party. Let's see, in the anime, Eris danced with another noble boy. At first they fell, then Rudy danced with her. Meanwhile, the novel had them dance twice. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. Like, they're both fundamentally going, like, it sounds like a minor difference at first, but it is a fundamentally different thing they're doing. And also, even just as far as the social things go, the anime has a completely different approach to things, because if you think about it, Rudy's starting off giving Eris the first dance. That is significant. That puts him as somebody who is noteworthy on its own, where it's like, oh, he's the one kicking things off with this girl. So he must have some sort of special position here. As opposed to the anime, where he was kind of off to the side for the most part, and only really stepped in when he was needed and putting himself in the spotlight out of happenstance, essentially, as opposed to actually wanting to make a scene, essentially. So, it's interesting. I'm not sure it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but it is interesting to think about how, they do handle things very differently. And also another great Shirataka artwork. I think it captures kind of what's going on pretty perfectly. Applause erupted when the dance finished. Soros came running over, lifting the both of us onto his shoulders, and ran around the courtyard laughing the whole way. It was an enjoyable party. Let's see. Also in the anime source said, if any of you want my favor, take my granddaughter's hand to dance, or something along those lines. Yeah, that's also true. When the party was over, I invited Ghislaine and Eris to my room. In truth, I only intended to invite Ghislaine, but Eris was with her, so I extended the offer to Eris as well. Eris' stomach growled when she saw the table full of food. She must have been too excited and nervous during the party to eat much of anything. And actually, come to think of it, that's actually probably realistic as well, because, if you think about it, like, we don't, here in modern day, we don't have as many, like, big events that are, like this level of extravagance in the regular world, unless you're really, like, high society, and that's kind of what you're doing, but the one thing exception to that is, like, weddings are a thing where you have, like, a big event for where you're the focus. And I know that in many cases, people who get married during the celebrations, they generally, like, don't really have a lot of time to actually kind of enjoy themselves, really. They kind of have to be, because they're center of attention, they kind of have to be interacting with everybody and dealing with things. And so a lot of times, like, it's actually really common for wedding planners to actually save a couple of plates of food for the couple to eat after the celebration is over, because there's a good chance they actually wouldn't have had a chance to eat during the actual celebration. So honestly, just based on how that works, I wouldn't be surprised if Eris is just, because she's the center of attention, she just never really had a chance to eat. I let out a wry laugh before pulling out some cheap wine I had purchased in the city and hidden in the depths of my dresser. It was meant for Ghislaine, but Eris wanted to drink as well, so I poured 3 cups. Let's see, I never thought about how crucial bladder control would be during one's marriage. I mean, that's also true. I imagine it would not be a great look if you just happen to piss yourself while getting married. Although, I will say, as busy as a married couple can be, it's probably not going to be an issue if they say, hey, I need to piss, I'm going to the bathroom for 5 minutes. Like, that's probably not a huge problem. We clinked glasses and drank. The legal drinking age in this country was 15, but we were ignoring that today. It was okay to do something wild occasionally. Although I actually do find it interesting that they do have a legal drinking age, because I'm pretty sure, generally speaking, in medieval Europe, there just wasn't a legal drinking age. It was just not something they considered. Hell, even today, a lot of places in Europe, either the drinking age is lower than it is, at least, especially here in the United States, but because the United States is one of those annoying places where it's not a federal law that the drinking age is 21, but the federal government kind of put pressure on the states to make it 21 on a state level in every single state, so that's why we basically have a 21 drinking age here. But even, most other countries, the age is usually going to be like 18, because that's the age of majority for the most part. But even in a lot of other countries, it's just either there's no drinking age, or it's not enforced. Like when I was, many years ago, my family took a vacation to Italy because we have Italian heritage, and that was something we wanted to do. I think they do have a drinking age there, but they, in all practical senses, they did not have a drinking age. So you could go 7 years old, go to a store, buy a bottle of wine, they don't give a shit. So I would be surprised if medieval Europe actually had drinking ages that were enforced. So this almost seems like Ryufujin added that as like an artifact of modern society, as opposed to anything that actually makes sense in context. After swallowing the last of my glass, something occurred to me. I stood. This timing is perfect for my gift, I announced, retrieving 2 wands from a shelf beside my bed. What? What's that? I guess you could call it a birthday present. Seriously? I'd rather have one of those. Eris pointed to the various miniature replicas I had recently made while practicing my earth magic. There was a dragon, a ship, and even a figurine of Sylphie all lined up, which, I like the early indicia of his figurine sculpting, which is eventually going to become a major part of the story. Not to brag, but in my previous life, I had been really into figures and plastic models in my 20s. I even made a homemade booth out of cardboard that I could paint them at one point. Unfortunately, materials cost a lot in this world, and there was no such thing as spray paint, so they weren't painted. Still, it was fun, and I loved making the parts and putting them together, so they were quite detailed, even if they were the creations of an amateur. I did sell my first 1/8 scale Roxy figurine to a peddler for 1 gold coin, and actually, come to think of it, if it's a 1/8 scale, or as close as he can approximate, that's actually pretty fucking big. So like it's actually bigger in the books than it was in the anime, so that's actually noteworthy. He was probably off traveling the world right now. Well, that aside, according to my master, a magic teacher should present their apprentice with a wand. I didn't know how to make one, nor did I have the money to buy materials, so it's a little late, but I hope you'll take it. As soon as Ghislaine heard that, she stood and took a respectful knee before me. I knew what this was. This was the pose used by a disciple of the Sword God to pay respect to their teacher. Yes, Master Rudius, I will gladly accept this. And again, I actually do really like this about Ghislaine, where she really does lean into the relationship between master and student, because that is just, essentially her tutelage under the Sword God was kind of what allowed her to escape kind of the feral nature of her beforehand and actually kind of make something of herself, and she really does take that whole thing seriously. So even with Rudy, who is someone who she should view as her inferior because he's a child, and also just in terms of swordplay, he is beginner tier and never improves beyond that compared to her king tier. So it's like interesting that she's able to really humble herself even in this setting. There we go. Indeed, she presented herself so humbly that I had to pass it to her as respectfully as possible. She gazed at it happily. Now I can call myself a magician, right? So that was what it was about? She was going to call herself a magician? Roxy and I never discussed that, but no. This was just an object to show you had started on lessons and nothing more. Could you really call yourself a magician if you had only begun learning magic? It seemed my master had not explained enough for me. So Eris, is this the one you want? I tried lightening the mood by presenting a Sylphie figurine to her, but she just shook her head. No, I want that wand. All right, here you are. And again, I just love how Ghislaine's response made her completely turn on her opinion, realize that, oh shit, this is something that is important to Ghislaine, so it must be important. And, she's very just frank with her opinions and emotions, so she doesn't really notice any difference. That's not the right words. I don't know. I'm going crazy. Whatever. She snatched it from my hands. Then, as if remembering how humbly Ghislaine had presented herself, she corrected herself and respectfully took it with both hands. Thank you, Master Rudius. Yes, be sure to take care of it. Eris glanced meaningfully at Ghislaine. What's that about? I wondered. Ghislaine froze for a moment before looking away. I'm sorry, but there's no such custom in my race. I don't have anything. So that's what it was about. Eris was hoping for a birthday gift. Eris retreated to the sofa, looking disappointed. Maybe there was no custom for employees offering their employers gifts, but I still felt bad that Eris didn't get anything. She loved Ghislaine and saw her almost like an older sister. I could at least help out. Ghislaine, you don't have to give her anything special. Just something you usually wear on your person. Something she could think of as a charm. Anything like that. And of course, I do like that because this is kind of the first iteration of something that would be a pretty common... No, not a theme, but it would be a recurring event of remembering somebody because they gave you something of theirs, and that you wear it to remind yourself of them. Like with, I mean, there was already kind of that with the Migard pendant, although that doesn't really come into prominence until Ruijerd. But there's the pendant. There's Ghislaine giving Eris her ring. Then there's obviously the pendant. There's the headband that Rudy gives to Aisha. It's a whole series of things that just manages to be a consistent thing. She thought for a moment, then slipped off one of the rings on her finger. It was a wooden ring, quite worn with scratches all over it. It reflected a slight greenish light. I wasn't sure if that was due to some magic cast upon it, or simply the material it was made from. This ring is a talisman passed down in my clan. They say it protects the bearer from being attacked by bad wolves at night. Can I really have it? Yes, it's only superstition. Eris nervously took it from her. After slipping it right onto her right middle finger, she squeezed both hands to her chest. I'll take good care of it. She looked even happier than she did when I gave her that wand. Now I felt like I'd lost to Ghislaine. Oh well, it was a ring. Eris was a girl, right? So it made sense. And, of course, Rudy just... Despite actually, really being able to figure out what Eris would have wanted from Ghislaine, he completely fails to understand the implications of that, where, it's an heirloom to represent her connection with Ghislaine. It's something that's important to her. But, of course, Rudy's like, oh, girl-like ring. The flea-infested jacket of Keys? That's also true. Something nagged at me, so I voiced my suspicions. Superstition? So does that mean you've been attacked by wolves? Ghislaine wore a troubled expression. Yes, it was so hot I couldn't sleep that night, so Paul invited me to take a shower and changed my mind. That's enough. I already know what happens after that. Which, again, of course. Yeah, one of the things I also like about Ghislaine, she's very unintentionally funny just because of her, borderline autistic way of approaching conversations. No more. If we continue that conversation, it would just worsen my reputation. Damn that Paul. He was always getting in my way. Alright, well I don't want to ask details about you and your father. Sounds good to me. Alright then, let's eat. The food's cold, but let's dig in anyway. And let's forget about this whole teacher-apprentice relationship for now. And that was how Eris's 10th birthday came safely to an end. Yeah, cute scene overall. I mean, as important as it is, I also think it is significant that, Eris did have her big party, but then she ended the day with Ghislaine and Rudy, two people she really cares about at this point, and it's kind of almost the opposite. Rather than having a big celebration, it's just a small little gathering of people that are important to her. She probably appreciates both, but I think this is kind of what's more important to her. When I woke the next day, Eris was right beside me. She had such a fierce personality, but her sleeping face was so relaxed and adorable. Wow. Oh no, did I just lose my V card? Of course not. I can still remember what happened clearly. In the middle of the party last night, Eris got sleepy, so she passed out on my bed. That was when Ghislaine said she was going back and left Eris there, returning to her own room. I also do think that's significant because it shows that Ghislaine actually trusts Rudy, pretty much entirely. She knows that, she's able to move to the other room because she feels, okay, Eris is in zero danger from Rudy, which is, significant because even though I think Ghislaine, doesn't dislike Rudy or anything, I think they get along fairly well. She's also the kind of person who wouldn't give the benefit of the doubt unless she really trusts somebody. So I think it's a case of she learned enough about Rudius that she kind of gets how he works and is comfortable leaving Eris alone with him. Well, they did say a man was a fool not to eat a meal set in front of him. Geh, let's play a trick on her, I thought, licking my lips as I approached her. But Eris was sleeping happily, hugging the wand I had given her to her chest with Ghislaine's trinket on her finger. The bad wolf, with its face full of lust, retreated. Looks like your little talisman does have some effect after all, I whispered. I slipped out of the bed without disturbing her rest. And I do really like that. Just in a couple sentences, it really shows what Rudy is thinking, where it's like he realizes, oh, this person is just she's happy. She has this one good memory of her special day. She seems to value the things that we had given her. She values her connection with us. He can't put that into words, but that's what he is going through his mind. The anime, I think, does a pretty good job of this moment here. But because it's not actually narrated, the viewer does have to kind of do some of the work themselves to put the things together. I think a lot of people and I have seen people use that scene in the anime to justify disliking the story of Mushoku Tensei because, like, oh, Rudy's this terrible piece of shit, da 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 da. But I think if they read this passage in the book where it shows that Rudy is just like the emotional connection he's having with Eris is the kind of thing that's spurring him to do the right thing. And like, I think they wouldn't have the same complaints that they did about the anime if they actually read this portion of the books. Although at the same time, the people who complain about these kinds of scenes seem to be the kind of people who don't actually think about things. They just kind of say, oh no, person does thing that is not in line with my morality, so therefore bad. But yeah, I don't know. I do complain a lot about the people who shit talk Mushoku Tensei, because I think most of the people who dislike Mushoku Tensei don't dislike it for what I consider to be good reasons, because I think that's definitely not necessarily a story for everybody. But the people who complain about it have the dumbest complaints, and I think they are stupid. Or at least they are saying stupid things, not say they are stupid. I think closed-minded would probably be a better descriptor. It was still early in the morning. If you peeked outside, you would see the sky just beginning to light, but everything was still dark. I could have stayed and watched Eris as she slept, but she would probably punch me when she woke up. Instead, I decided to go for a walk, so I left my bed and tiptoed my way out of the room. Now then, I began debating where to go as I traversed the chilly hallways. They're stupid. I mean, that is a likely thing, but like, it's one of those things where I've seen people who even like who I generally respect their opinions of, even they like seem to just stop thinking when it comes to Mushoku Tensei. And I think a big reason for that is I think that societally we have an interesting opinion where we are, when it comes to, I think in at least in Western society, we can be a little bit weird about sex, especially in America. Sex is just one of those things where, like, there's a pretty known double standard where violence is more acceptable than sex in fiction, generally speaking. Like, if you like anything sexual, will immediately put like a movie at like an R rating or like an NC-17, that kind of thing. But a brutal violence, you can have some pretty violent stuff even in a PG-13 movie. So I think a lot of that does actually approach that transition to our thoughts on characters, where people who have difficulties and unhealthy coping mechanisms and unhealthy mindsets regarding violence, I think we see that as a lot more understandable and something we can look past than people who have unhealthy attitudes about sex. And I think it's even doubly true when it's a male character. I think people are just very, in general, unforgiving about any kind of sexual impropriety with male characters. And the thing is, with Rudy, his sexuality is so key to his psychology that you can't really escape that. And it's something that people need to accept, is that, you know, Rudy is not a malicious person, but because of his 20 years spent coping with his emotional pain through sexual pleasure. We're talking about, I was complaining about the Mushoku Tensei complainers, Alan, and that kind of morphed into talking about what I think a lot of the issues is with people accepting Mushoku Tensei. Because, again, I think the big issue is that
a lot of people in society are very unwilling to accept a male protagonist with unhealthy views on sex because it's just that's something that society is just very uncomfortable with in general. So that they, and of course, I think we rightly view sex criminals as some of the worst people in the world. Like, people have an easier time forgiving a murderer than a rapist, and that is understandable. You know, it's a terrible thing to do, obviously. But you think a character like Rudy, he does have these really unhealthy versions of ideas about what sex is, what it means, and how to engage with his sex drive. He has such a stunted way of looking at things that it leads him to do these things are just not good. They're not healthy. They're not proper. And he needs to essentially grow as a person to kind of overcome these unhealthy, toxic mindsets. Because we have this kind of intrinsic idea of, oh, sexual impropriety is bad, people can't necessarily separate that from, hey, he has toxic views, he must be a terrible person. And I think that's where a lot of the animosity towards Mushoku Tensei comes from, where people just can't look past that. They can't understand that Rudy, due to his trauma and his coping mechanisms for dealing with that trauma, he has developed a number of paraphilias, and combined that with the fact that he can't really deal with regular emotion. And that leads him to do and think these terrible things that he eventually grows out of. People can't look at that and say, oh yeah, that's a trauma response, and say, oh, he must be a piece of shit. And I mean, well, I will say also, Amir, as far as the McDonald's thing, that was, I'm not going to get too much into the culture war aspects and stuff like that, because that's a whole conversation. First of all, I think that kind of thing is more of an online phenomenon than in real world. In real life, most people don't actually give a shit about that kind of thing. But also, it's a little bit talking about that in depth is straying a little bit too close to political, which is something I personally have a no politics on YouTube rule, because I figure, well, when I say no politics, I mean not sharing my own political viewpoints and beliefs and things like that, because I think I can do media analysis without that. I think if I'm going to talk about politics, I'll talk about it in the context of what I am talking about, of the fictional work. So, yeah, and also I do feel like a lot of media analysis is infested with people just pushing their political views on people. Like the examples I've always heard, which are good. There was an iCarly video where the guy talked about how much he hated Trump, and there was a Fallout video where the guy talked about how much he hated Joe Biden. Is either of those things relevant to their respective analysis? No. So that's why I try to keep politics, my own personal politics, out of my coverage. That's why I'm not going to talk about the Japanese McDonald's thing too much, but like, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that overall. I think there's definitely a contingent of people who have, again, kind of weird opinions about sex and sexuality and kind of tie it to their own political opinions, which I think is a little bit weird. And I actually do think it goes both ways. There are people who are like overly affirming of LGBT sexuality and expressions of that. And there are people who are so just outrageously against it, and I think both of those groups tend to kind of be a little crazy. But yeah, again, I don't think that what you're describing is necessarily reflective of a broader societal thing like I'm talking about with Rudy. I mean, it's not worth mentioning, but again, I think the issue is more broadly people are just uncomfortable with a male who has unhealthy sexual viewpoints. And they just can't accept that Rudy is flawed in that way without being a fundamentally bad person. I mean, they stripped Thor naked fan service. I mean, I will say I haven't watched a lot of recent Marvel stuff, but I mean, also, fan service is fine. I genuinely just, I mean, part of it is, I literally review like porn games and hentai and stuff like that. So I would be a total hypocrite if I complained about fan service. Yeah, again, there's male and female fan service in media. There definitely can be some weird attitudes kind of impacting that, but I do not give a shit about any of that, really. Like, it's fine. Even though it's not for me. I'm a straight guy. I don't really have any attraction to Chris Hemsworth, but it's not like it bothers me either. Let's see. Let me get back to the book because I got on too much of a tangent. Now then, I began debating where to go as I traveled the chilly hallways. The manor gates didn't open until later in the morning, so I couldn't go outside. There weren't many options. Yeah, in general, I tend to agree, although I can also acknowledge that certain times sometimes it makes sense to go one way or another, because target audience are a thing where... And also superheroes are a little bit different, because I think kind of superhero aesthetics in general tend to kind of lean a little bit more sexual than other forms of media, just because it was the standard of when it comes to drawing superheroes for most of their existence. The standard tended to be you don't draw them like they're regular people wearing just outfits. You draw them essentially nude, just with a different texture on top of them, and no dicks and stuff, obviously, but a lot of superheroes wear what are essentially skin-tight clothing that show all their contours and stuff. That's gonna kind of influence people a certain way, so it is normal for fan service to kind of be connected to superheroes in that way. And so I would say that when we're talking about like Marvel stuff, that can definitely also be a factor in that. But yeah. Now then, I began debating where to go as I traversed the chilly hallways. The manor gates don't open until later in the morning, so I couldn't go outside. There weren't many options. I'd learned the general layout of the manor in the year I'd been here, but there are still many places I had never been. For instance, the single looming tower that I was told never to approach. That piqued my interest. Maybe I could get my hands on something good there, like someone's underwear drying in the shade. Yeah. Oh, yeah. With that thought, I took the stairs to the manor's top floor. There I wandered aimlessly until I finally came upon some interesting spiral stairs. This had to be the entrance to that tower. I was told not to go near it, but yesterday was Eris's birthday. I decided that meant I could flout the rules for today and started climbing. And I will say it's interesting because, Rudy does get caught and he doesn't really get in trouble. I know, part of it is because it's Soros, but also I think the fact that they kind of expect the kid to be a little shit once in a while. You're not necessarily going to be too harsh about that. The tower's external height matched the number of steps winding inside of it. Around and around and around I went as I ascended more of them than I could count. That was when I heard a voice from above. Meow meow, a seductive voice that almost sounded like a cat in heat. I tried to silence my footsteps by tiptoeing up the rest of the stairs. At the top, I found Soros. He was inside a room so small barely a single person could fit, getting busy with one of the cat-eared maids. So that was why he told me not to come here. Soros noticed I was there after I had gotten a good look at them. The maid had noticed me before him. It even seemed to excite her. Once the deed was finished, the cat-ears girl brushed past me on her way down the stairs. Rudius, huh? Soros' voice was quiet, calm, different from his usual demeanor. The wise old man mode. Yes, Lord Soros. Good morning. He stopped with me with a gesture and moved my hand to my... when I moved my hand to my chest and tried to bow. That's enough. What did you come here for? There were stairs, so I climbed them. You like tall places? He asked. Yes. Although if I looked out the window here, my legs would probably freeze up. Liking tall places and being okay with them are two different things. Even if I conquered the entire world and built the tallest tower ever, I would still have my room on the bottom floor, which I don't think is actually necessarily true. I think his bedroom when he in his house in Roa was on the upper floor. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how his mindset changes even over little things. So what were you doing here? I asked. I was praying to that gem there. Huh. This house had an awfully degenerate way of praying, but I wasn't going to say that. Even though Soros normally seemed so strict, he was still a member of the Grey Rat family. Still an apple from the same tree. What gem? I peered out the bay window and saw a single red gem hovering in the sky. Perhaps it was the light, but it looked like something was moving inside it. It was amazing. Was it floating there by magic? What is that? I don't know, he shook his head, but I found it 3 years ago, but it's nothing bad. How can you say that? It's better to think of it that way. I understood. He was right. The gem was out of reach. Convincing yourself it was something bad would only have a negative impact on your mental health. Better instead to think it was good and something good and pray to it. So I will say that is interesting because we know, we'll learn sooner that this is kind of the initial mana kind of collecting for the teleportation incident, which not only kind of sets the main plot in motion, and I will maintain that it is the inciting incident of Mushoku Tensei. Like, it is... Like, this is where the story actually starts, and that everything up to that point is actually the prologue. But it's also... There also is some implications, because it's essentially a different type of the same magic that made Rudy reincarnate in the first place. It's an interesting little thing. I prayed too. Rudius, I'm going to go out on a long ride. Will you come? I would be honored. The old man had just fired his gun, so to speak. I fucking love that phrasing. Yet he was still energetic. He was apparently willing to spend time with me today since he had no other plans. Yay was probably what I should have said, but the whole thing just sounded exhausting. And I also do like that he's taking the chance to actually have some one-on-one time with Rudy. It makes sense. Gives Soros a bit of a more human edge to him. By the way, I started to ask, what? Do you not have a wife? I heard a crunching noise. When I realized it was Soros grinding his teeth, a chill ran down my spine. She's dead. Oh, I see. I'm very sorry to hear that. He'd had such a good time with the cat-eared girl, and now I made him remember something unpleasant. In that case, it was best I not ask about whether Eris had any siblings either. And of course, we will eventually learn that is a significant thing and why Hilda doesn't like him, and a little bit of a cheeky reference to for repeat readers. All right then, let's go. All right, today was one of our days off. Tomorrow, Eris would have to work hard again. Name: Eris B. Greyrat. Occupation: granddaughter of Fatoa's liege lord. Personality: a little violent. Does listen properly. Reading and writing: almost perfect at reading. Arithmetic: can do numbers up to 99. Magic: can chant almost all the basic spells. Fencing: sword god style, intermediate tier. Etiquette: skilled enough not to embarrass herself at a party. People she likes: grandfather, Ghislaine, Rudius. Again, I just cannot speak enough praise about the little stat sheets at the end of these chapters, because I just think it's very stylish. It's very pretty. That's not the right word, but like, it really does a great job of just plotting through Eris's little mini character arc that's happening in this book, and just seeing the little changes of like, oh, she goes from reading to doesn't read to now almost perfect. The arithmetic and magic keeps slowly improving, and now finally Rudius was added to people she likes. Chapter 6: Learning a Foreign Language. Eris became better behaved after her 10th birthday. She took her lessons seriously and punched me less frequently than before. More relaxed after being released from the fear of domestic violence, I decided to focus more on my own studies. I just love the casual way that Refugee inserts these little jokes into Rudy's narration. It's just like, just saying that with a straight face is difficult. I started getting an overview of this world's history with a book I borrowed from the library. It showed that this world had existed for at least 10,000 years. Its history was truly fantastical. The gist of that history was as follows. And I actually say, when I read this book, I have it on an e-reader. I have a Kindle. So, I only saw on any given page, because it's a small tablet, I would only see like this much of any given section at one time. But when I see it actually all together, it actually just looks very aesthetically pleasing to see it broken up like this. So, that's an interesting thing. And I imagine it probably looks pretty aesthetically pleasing if you actually have a physical book as well. More than 100,000 years ago, the world was split into 7 smaller worlds. Each with its own god to rule over it. This was called the Ancient Age of the Gods. The 7 worlds and the respective gods were the world of the humans, human god; the world of demons, demon god; the world of dragons, dragon god; the world of beasts, beast god; the The ocean world, sea god. The sky world, sky god. The barren world, barren god. Let's see. This world existed for at least 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Orsted with 200,000 years worth of... Yeah, that's also true. Although, granted, can you say with time travel fuckery, the world hasn't, like, existed so much through that, since it's just kind of doing a redo? I'm interested in barren world and barren god. I'm wondering if... And I'm going to try to avoid spoilers for this section. I'm wondering if this supposed barren god is the same as the character who is yet to be revealed as an antagonist. If the history has kind of conflated the two of them, since we know that character has pretty much been stuck in the void as a result of the stuff that happened after Old Dragon's Tale. So I'm wondering if they're kind of conflating the two together, it would be an interesting thing. That is also possible, Alan. It is possible, because I know there was speculation that the antagonist that I'm deliberately not naming, there was speculation that that's not the original. I don't believe that was ever confirmed, but it would make sense that it would be possible that the supposed Baron God could be the one who had potentially killed and taken the place of that other character. It's possible, but I think that Revagine left it deliberately unclear. The worlds were separated by barriers, so coming and going was no easy task. Someone who lived in one world had no idea there were other ones. Only the gods and those strong enough to cross those barriers knew of the other worlds. 20 to 10,000 years ago. In the dragon world, an incorrigibly evil dragon god was born. With his incredible and dreadful power, he destroyed the barriers separating the worlds. With his followers, known as the 5 Dragon Commanders, he began destroying the other worlds. Survivors from each destroyed world fled to other worlds seeking shelter. And again, I actually really like the framing of it, because again, with Old Dragon's Tale, they actually do explain all these events and how they came about. And the thing I like in particular was that you understand why the Dragon God did all this, because he's actually a very sympathetic character for the majority of the story. It's only kind of towards the end when he is understandably upset, but he also just does things you can't necessarily... I mean, it is fairly difficult to justify genocide. That is not an easy pill to swallow, so... I mean, I think it's not necessarily perfectly done, but I do like when you can see a character go from good to doing terrible things that you can't co-sign. That I've always found that to be an interesting type of storytelling mechanism. When there was only one other world left, the Dragon God's commanders finally turned on him. The head of the 5 Dragon Commanders, the Dragon Emperor, and the other 4 Dragon Kings fought the Dragon God and his overwhelming power, 5 versus 1 in a battle to the death. It ended in a draw. The Dragon world crumbled in the aftermath, leaving only the human world. That was this world. That's also not really true. The Old Dragon's Tale shows that that's not really an accurate telling of events. But, again, I will say read Old Dragon's Tale if you want more details there. 10,000 to 8,000 years ago, known as the Chaotic Period, a period where the ancestors of modern humans and the refugees from other worlds, after being thrown together, began clashing. There exists almost no literature from this period, but according to scholars, after many years of strife, the races slowly became segregated. The beast folk began living in the woods, the water folk controlled the oceans, and the sky folk secured the highest places they could find. There were nearly no dragon folk left, but they avoided attention and lived secretly, while the void folk, who could live anywhere, spread themselves out. I will also say, it is noteworthy that the one thing that this overview doesn't point out is that the different terrain features all kind of melded together, because they used to be separated. Like the plains were in the human world, the mountains were in the dragon world, the oceans were in the sea world. As each world collapsed, their terrain features kind of melded with the human world, which was the only world that did not get completely destroyed. So they all kind of went back to their natural homelands, essentially. Not super relevant here, but, interesting extra bit of context. That left the humans and demons to fight between themselves on the plains. At the time, the Central Continent and Demon Continent were still joined by land and called the Great Continent. Okay, Real quick, I just finished my water. Gonna grab some more. 30 seconds. Be right back. Okay, I am back. Just going to quickly add some more to my water, just so protect my throat. Because, I mean, I'll say I'm probably going to end after this chapter, just because I am kind of feeling it in my throat. And as I always say, as much as I do enjoy the streams, I value my ability to speak a little bit more than that. And I also know that, from experience, that straining your voice is not fun. Approximately 7,000 years ago, martial arts and magic were developed, and the population increased. This was also when the first Great Human-Demon War occurred. As the name implies, it was a head-on collision between the humans and the demons, something like a world war in the world of my previous life. It was a long battle that involved not only humans and demons, but other races as well. Approximately 6,000 years ago. 1,000 years passed as the Great War raged on, with fierce battles and lulls interspersed between. The hero Aris led his 6 comrades into battle, continuing the hostilities until he defeated the 5 great demon kings and the great emperor of the demon world, Kishirika. Again, I really would love to see a book written by Ryufujin about either of the human demon wars, because, man, I wonder if Kishirika is the same in her full power as she is in her ditzy lolly mode. Based on the Great Emperor's name, I guess they were probably a woman. In my head, I pictured Aris in a leather outfit, cackling loudly. Wait a second. Aris? What the heck was this? Dragon Quest VII? I have not played Dragon Quests yet, so I don't really fully get the reference, but, like, it's on my to-do list. A lot of shit's on my to-do list, so it's... I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but it is something I want to do. Approximately 5,500 years ago. Being the fools they were, the humans got drunk off power from defeating the demons and began warring against the other races, as well as among themselves. Demons were reportedly used as slaves during this time. This period of constant war continued for almost 500 years. 5,000 years ago. The Second Great Human-Demon War broke out. Seeking vengeance for a 1,000-year grudge, Kishirika, the great emperor of the demon world, stirred the demons into action. I thought Kishirika was some sort of name each emperor received as they took the throne, but apparently the emperor was immortal. Even if they died, they would revive hundreds of years later. Perhaps the reason they were called the Great Emperor of the Demon World was because they were a rank above the other demon emperors. Either way, the demons made allies of the beast folk and sea folk, overwhelming the humans. The humans were driven into a corner. And I will say, I know that I'm not talking a whole lot about this, because it's just pretty much just a world-building exposition dump. There's not all that much to say about it. It's just, it is what it is, you have to accept it, because it's you know, just giving us more information about the world. 4,200 years ago, the Second Great Human-Demon War came to an end. The warmongering humans fought for 800 years without admitting defeat and finally forced their enemy back. This was thanks to the efforts of the legendary hero Golden Knight Aldebaran. This guy was a total cheater. He routed over 10,000 men by himself. He defeated all the powerful demons he encountered and fought one-on-one with the Great Demon Emperor. His final attack was so powerful it created a hole in the Great Continent, splitting it into the Central Continent and the Demon Continent, with the Ringus Sea in between. One passage wrote that he was the human god himself. The only Aldebaran I know was one who would die if he used his own lethal technique. So it seemed this world's golden saint was made of tougher stuff. I'll be honest, I don't get the reference. The whole bit about him splitting the continent sounded like a load of garbage, but it was true that the continent separated in two, forming a new ocean. A long-sought peace had finally settled over the land once the continent split. I'm trying to think. I'm thinking, because I'm thinking back to the end of Old Dragon's Tale. I wonder if that guy is actually the human god. It's possible, because there was a big conflict there, because the human god was still in the regular world at the time, before the events that would be happening right after the end of Old Dragon's Tale would kind of force him into the void. So I don't know. 4,200 to 1,000 years ago. Time passed quickly after that. The world was at peace, but the demons were being driven off from the central continent. The humans were a clever bunch, using diplomacy to corral all the demons onto the demon continent. The central continent's land was naturally lush and easy to live on, whereas the demon continent's land was barren and prone to magic accumulating in certain areas. By forcing the last of those foul demons onto the demon continent and blockading it, the humans were metaphorically slipping a silk cord around their necks and strangling them with it. This was all done with the cooperation of the other races, in the hopes that there would never be another great human-demon war ever again. And actually, yeah, that actually does kind of mirror some things that happened in real life. Like, the end of World War I happened. One of the things that, even after World War I and World War II, a lot of countries, the things they did seem kind of weird without context. Then you realize that they really did not want to start another world war because they knew how devastating the ones before had been. And that was like, how do they achieve their goals without inciting a direct confrontation? So it makes sense that they kind of go along with things they might not normally do. The demons most likely resisted this in some way. They were, after all, on the receiving end of a concerted attack. But whatever their reaction was, no war broke out. As a result, they soon became desensitized to the way they had been restricted from leaving the continent. In that harsh environment with scarce resources being fought over, civil war naturally broke out. This forged them into fierce warriors, but their numbers dwindled. 1,000 years ago, the demon god Laplace came into being. In the long history of demons, there were many demon kings and demon emperors. There was only one who people referred to as the demon god. In a relative blink of the eye, Laplace rallied the demons and conquered the demon continent. The records from battles at that time turned into war chronicles that were passed down. Even now on the demon continent, Laplace is still treated like an idol. Laplace spent many years cultivating his empire, grooming his race to be tough and fierce. And, of course, we know that is post-split Laplace. Because, the split probably happened at, the very end of the second human-demon war. And it probably actually just took that long for the actual incarnation of demon god Laplace to form. 500 years ago, the start of Laplace's military campaign. After many long years spent winning over the sea folk and beast folk, Laplace finally made his assault on the central continent. The humans were forced into a war far more brutal than any they had fought before. Laplace launched his invasion from the south, drawing all the humans' military power there. Then he sent his worms upon the land, making passage through the mountains. Impossible. After he took the humans by storm, attacking with a separate unit from the north, scattering his enemies. In a short time, he had gained total control of the north and the south. Then, from both directions, he pressed his assault on the western region. 400 years ago. Forced into a corner, the humans took their last gamble. The 7 heroes convinced the sea folk to lift their blockade and set out on the seas for the Millis continent. Millis had escaped the invasion for many reasons, such as the barrier around Holy Millis, its robust army of holy knights, and the topography that made it difficult for a large army to disembark. Part of the reason they were so isolated was also due to a great forest that covered the north. Now, allied with the demons, the beastfolk had taken control over the holy city of Millis, so the 7 heroes set about persuading them to their side. Again, 7, that's a significant number in this world, of course. Or rather, 7 went to the head of each clan, took their children hostage, and threatened them into cooperation. In the book it was written that the children cooperated willingly, but I wasn't deceived by such an obvious spin. It came to the day of the decisive battle. The last remaining kingdom of humans on the central continent, the kingdom of Asura, mounted all their effort for the final battle. Soon, the 7 heroes came, leading the holy knights of Millis and the beastfolk in an assault on Laplace's main stronghold. After a violent confrontation, 4 of the 7 heroes were dead, but they successfully sealed Laplace away and destroyed his closest companions. 3 heroes survived: the Dragon King Urupen, the northern god Kalman, and the armored Dragon King Perugius. They were referred to as the 3 legendary demon god-slayers, but they didn't slay anything. Though Laplace was defeated, the humans were greatly exhausted from the battle and couldn't keep up the fight anymore. Instead, they signed a treaty with one of the demon kings back on the demon continent, one that wasn't allied with Laplace and led a more moderate faction of the demons. The blockade on the demon continent was lifted. The demons could now freely travel to the other continents. According to the terms of the treaty, racial discrimination against demons was prohibited. It was like the United Declaration of Human Rights in my previous world. So, again, I know I'm not talking too much about any kind of writing or world building stuff. It is just kind of just setting the stage, giving you a more strong idea of just kind of how the world is, how it functions, and even actually doing a little bit of the geography of things, because I don't know if there was actually a map at this point when the story was being written, but you kind of get an idea of the lay of the entire world and kind of what the terrain is around various places and how it impacts their geopolitical presence. Present day. The deep-seated trend of discrimination against the demons continued, but things were mostly peaceful. From all this, I understood a couple of things. 1. Cutting things off at the number 7 was done for historical reasons. There were 7 legendary heroes and 7 worlds. Thus, the lucky number was 7. 6 was unlucky, since there were the 5 dragon generals and 5 great demon kings, each of which made 6 when counted with their respective leaders. So yeah, I guess you were right earlier, Amir. I think it was Amir who said it. 2. The various races, like the elves, dwarves, and halflings, were like subspecies, but they were counted among the demons. It was possible that there were new races that had developed during the chaotic period, or perhaps they had something to do with the Baron folk that first came over. Incidentally, part of the reason so much knowledge about this long history existed was because some species were immortal. This was the case with the great demon emperor Kishirika, as well as a few other demon kings. Perhaps there was some sort of magic that made them live forever. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate read of things, but... yeah, I mean, and it's hard to say when exactly elves, dwarves, and things like that actually came to be, because they mentioned that demon is kind of an umbrella term, so it's possible that they existed already back then, or that they kind of developed over time. They kind of evolved, but who knows. By learning the history of this world, I also turned up some information about other languages that existed here. The most commonly used ones were the human tongue, used on the central continent, the beast god tongue, used in the northern part of the Millis continent, the fighting god tongue, used on the Begarit continent, the sky god tongue, used on the divine continent, the demon god tongue, used on the demon continent, the sea god tongue, used throughout the seas. To distinguish them, the languages were named after the gods of the various races residing on different continents. Only the human language didn't use that convention, a decision that might incur their god's wrath. I fucking love that line in context. I'm not gonna say kind of what it means, but like... god damn, that was when I read this book for the second time, I saw that, I'm like, holy shit, that is a sneaky little thing. I did not even notice that. The humans who spoke the human tongue on the central continent were divided into 3 regions: north, west, and south. Each region's language had minor differences from the others, something like the difference between American and British English, which actually that is a very helpful distinction for me, because yeah, especially as a native English speaker, I obviously know that British English is, slightly different than what I grew up speaking, so I can understand what British people say most of the time. But there are some fundamental differences between the two. They're different dialects, but they're closely related dialects. My native tongue was the Western dialect of the human tongue. Apparently that dialect was mutually intelligible to those in the north, but in other reasons it was best not to use it. Men from the western region were thought to be wealthy, and wealth only attracted unwanted, sometimes unfortunate, attention. The Millis continent was also split between north and south. The north spoke the beast god tongue, where the south spoke the human tongue. As for the sea folk lived in all quarters of the world. I'd heard the term fish people before, but never seen them in the city. Yeah, they don't really ever show up very much over the course of the story. Neither do the sky people. I mean, they kind of do a little bit, but not really. I'd be interested in learning a little bit more about them. On top of my regular monthly income, I made and sold figures, assisted Philip in managing the daily hiring of part-time workers, and sometimes resold wares I had bought several months prior. With these little bits here and there, I managed to earn a small amount of coin. Unfortunately, that book I had wanted sold while I wasn't paying attention. I couldn't buy what wasn't for sale. I began thinking about using some of the money I'd saved to buy something else. What could you buy with 4 gold coins? No, there's no need to spend it all at once, I reasoned. That was when a book in a language I didn't know caught my eye. After reading the world's history and learning about its languages, I remembered how important it was to learn them. which was how I began learning a foreign language. I decided to start with Ghislaine's native language, the Beast God tongue. I also wanted to learn Demon God tongue. I decided to send Roxy a letter in hopes that she might teach me, even if just a little. So I do like how this kind of builds up to this moment of Rudy just kind of gives that huge world building dump of just the entire history of the world, just to lead up to, hey, I saw a book in another language and I'm thinking, shit, other languages are a thing. I kind of want to learn them. And that kind of, being a linguist is kind of one of his defining characteristics moving forward, where, he ends up learning pretty much every language that you can learn through books. I know he doesn't end up learning the Sea God tongue or the Sky God tongue, just because there just aren't books that exist in those words, or at least none that are available to him. I turned 9. That meant 2 years had passed since I first became Eris's home tutor. I'd spent a year learning the Beast God tongue. I had Ghislaine's assistance, but acquiring the language didn't take much time. There weren't many letters to memorize, and so long as you knew the grammatical pattern, it was easy to speak. I was terrible at foreign languages in my previous life, but this body seemed to be good at remembering things. So I will say, I believe I heard that the human god and the human tongue and the Beast God tongue are similar, relatively similar languages. So I think that was one of the things that helped Rudy learn it quickly. I don't remember where I saw that, but I'm sure that he'll probably actually mention it in this book. But mention that the difference is kind of like human and beast is kind of akin to like the difference between English and German or English and Dutch, which are, like, from what I've heard, learning Dutch is the easiest language for a native English speaker to learn because it's of the similarities. So it's not like he's going from English to Japanese or vice versa, where you have to completely relearn everything, basically. So between that and having the help of a native speaker probably made things easier than it seems, although I imagine, still learning a language in a year is still pretty impressive. Now I was going to learn the Demon God tongue. I bought a cheap book on the language. The owner of the bookstore prefaced the sale by telling me, "I have no clue what's written in here, just so you know." It was 7 gold coins, but I haggled the price down to 6, which is, that's expensive. 3 months passed. My study of the Demon God tongue wasn't making much progress. Translation itself was difficult, in fact. To be honest, I had no idea what was written in this book. Yeah, Dutch is another Germanic language. Well, English is interesting because it's actually kind of a mix of Germanic and Francophone. Like there's French and German influences in English, which is one of the things that, from what I hear, that's one of the things that makes it very difficult for people to learn English, because it has so many idiosyncrasies like that. Because, I mean, if you look at history, there was even a time where, like, the types of words people used were actually kind of divided based on social class, where the upper class people used French inspired, and Latin too, that's also true. But, like, the upper class people tended to use words with a French origin, whereas the lower classes tend to use words with a Germanic origin. And eventually they just kind of all melded together into one Frankenstein language. It's not like most languages where you can actually point to a dominant origin. But I've heard that the Germanic elements of Dutch do make it easier for a native English speaker to learn, because there are a lot of similarities. And basically, Dutch is basically a drunk German speaking English. Let's see. 3 months passed. If I at least knew its title, maybe I could have guessed at its contents from context and dug my way through. But I didn't know them, nor did I know the language, so I gave up. And that's also actually pretty noteworthy, because that is kind of how a lot of linguistics, especially with translating ancient languages, usually starting from scratch, it's very, very hard to figure out. Usually you kind of have to figure out through context, find a repeated word that's used a lot, and try to just, find out what it means so you can have a starting point to work from. But there's a reason a lot of ancient languages kind of get unlocked, because they find translated text somewhere. Like the Rosetta Stone was influential in first being able to translate hieroglyphics, because it was a bit of text that was written in 3 different languages, and oh shit, one of those is Greek. We actually, or I think it was either Greek or Latin. It's like, hey, we know that language, so we can use that to understand what's written here and then use that as a baseline of knowledge to finally unlock what these funny pictures mean. So yeah, but starting without that is absurdly difficult. So it's not surprising that he couldn't make any sense of it from scratch. Let me see. Yeah, it is. I find, yeah, linguistics, it's one of those things, I enjoy learning little facts about it. I don't care enough about it to actually, like, study it, but it is interesting. And I will say, ever since I started doing a little bit of study in Japanese, it did make me actually kind of more interested in just linguistics in general and kind of how language forms and interacts with one another, just because of how absurdly different Japanese is, just even on a conceptual level. Japanese people interact with their native language differently than we interact with English. The reason that the Beast God tongue had been so easy for me to learn was partly because of Ghislaine, and partly because the book I was using told the tale of one of the beast folk heroes from the Legend of Perugius. It was a side story, but so long as I had Legend of Perugius with me, I could pick out vocabulary easily. Again, having context like that, just again having a baseline makes it so much easier to learn. And again, it's still going to be difficult without an actual teacher, because remember, Ghislaine was illiterate until recently, and she probably still can't read Beast God. But again, having kind of that baseline is significant. For the book in the Demon God tongue, I had no idea whatsoever. How did archaeologists manage to decode languages anyway? They began with vocabulary, I thought. Firstly, they sought out similar vocabulary words, then began hypothesizing meanings for those words. Probably. And yeah, that is actually fairly reflective of what they do. One of the ways they will do that is they'll examine a bunch of text, and by knowing kind of where the context of those pieces of writing, like, for example, a lot of ancient texts, because writing was not super common, because it was, resource intensive and required a level of education that the average person didn't have, one common word in a lot of ancient texts is like king or emperor or whatever the leader was called. Because, again, a lot of written correspondence would be official business or be referencing the king. Maybe it was a culture where the king was viewed as divine, that kind of thing. So the leader would be referenced a lot, so they could often kind of figure out which words meant those really important things that were used a lot. So that's why they could kind of brute force a starting point. But again, that also does require having a degree of confidence in what this piece of writing even is, what its context was, why it exists, and otherwise you're just kind of guessing, and that could lead you in a wrong direction. But yeah, Rudy's actually relatively correct about how that starts. Is, again, it's not just they in the name of the king, yeah, things like that. Again, like greetings like that were common, or often just kind of times because the king was the most important person, you just reference him a lot. So again, when you see one word repeated a bunch of times, you know it's important, and through context you can sometimes figure out what that means. And once you kind of make that first breakthrough, that's kind of what allows you to slowly build around that. And as you gain more knowledge, it becomes easier and easier. Not to say that it's ever easy to translate an unknown language, but that's how ancient linguists, people who study ancient languages, tend to do that. But also, I will say, I actually do have a lot of respect for the people who do that, because it's difficult enough to translate languages we understand, but like, imagine translating a language and not even knowing how anything is pronounced. Like, so it's literally just written. It's like, it's fucking ridiculous, in my opinion. Anyway, right now I had no idea what parts were even vocabulary. Not a clue. And I will say that's also probably being, what he's saying there are probably reflective of kind of the Japanese idea of writing, because there are certain parts of Japanese writing that are actually purely grammatical and don't actually have a direct reading. Like, a lot of times, a lot of hiragana you'll see is either a particle, which is purely grammatical, like it doesn't actually have a direct translation, or it's a way of conjugating the words reflected in kanji. Like, again, a lot of words in Japanese, like especially verbs, are kind of the the character, whatever the character is, and then there's some hiragana to kind of give it the conjugation. So it'll be I'm not even gonna try to draw it because I'm not good at actually handwriting stuff, but in Japanese. But like ru might be a infinitive, and then goes to like imas for to conjugate it in the mas form. Again, it doesn't have a direct correlation in a direct equivalent in English, but it's the hiragana changes the context of the core word, and that's kind of how it works. So that's probably what he's talking about, as he couldn't tell what's vocabulary, because it's not like in English where even the stuff that is grammatical, it serves a pretty obvious purpose, like there's articles and stuff like that, and pronouns and stuff, and all that kind of stuff. But most of what is in English is vocabulary, or it's directly connected to vocabulary. Just as I was lost on what to do next, Roxy's reply finally arrived. I had heard nothing in over a year. I was beginning to wonder if something had happened to my letter, or if she no longer resided at the Sharon's royal palace. But finally, a reply. Hehehe. I was happy enough just getting a letter from Roxy. I hoped she was doing well. I restrained myself as I took the letter from the maid. A letter? It was more like a small package. A fairly heavy wooden box. Not quite that large, but around the size of a phone book at least. And actually, come to think of it, thinking in context, that was Roxy probably took a pretty significant personal expense to get that to Rudy. Because think about it, like shipping something heavy in the modern world where we have things like modern transportation and technology and all that stuff, shipping something heavy is expensive. When everything had to be done by hand, it was probably even more so. So Roxy, I think it shows how much she cares, the fact that she probably actually did pay a decent amount to send this to Rudy. Inside the box was a letter and a thick book. The book had no title, but the cover was made of animal hide. It was like a phone book with a jacket on it. I decided to start with the letter. I smelled it before I opened it, and it was almost like inhaling Roxy's scent. To Lord Rudius, I received your letter. I'm sure you have grown greatly in this short time. My jaw dropped when I read that you became the home tutor for the grandchild of Pitoa's liege lord. If you must know, I failed the interview for that job. You must have had some powerful connections to have landed that. If I weren't currently the home tutor for the king's son, I might be jealous. Still, you even became acquainted with Sword King Ghislaine, and became her pupil on top of that. Sword King Ghislaine is very famous. After all, she's the fourth strongest person in the Sword God style. Okay, so that actually answers some interesting questions, because I do remember, unless I'm completely misremembering, but at the end of, I believe it was the bonus chapter of this volume, or the bonus chapter of the next volume, shows actually the perspective of the Sword God, and he's actually training by engaging in a 2-on-1 fight with the two Sword Emperors. And he's just like completely outclassing them, barely even thinking about it. So it was a great showcase of his power, but... Okay, so it looks like they are the two Sword Emperors. Just where did the 5-year-old who peeked at me while I was bathing go? You feel so far away now. Now let's get down to business. You said you want to learn the Demon God tongue, yes? Each subrace possesses some unique magic unknown to humans. I doubt any literature remains, but if you learn the language, you could visit these subraces' settlements and have them teach you. Of course, that is if you establish a good rapport with them first. This would be impossible for the average magician, but maybe not for you. Welcome back, Alan. It's with these great expectations that I created this textbook for you. I wrote it myself. It took me a long time. So I hope you'll use it and treasure it and not sell it or throw it away. If I see it for sale in a store, I might cry. Speaking of stores, the prince snuck out of the castle the other day and bought a small statuette that looks just like me. The robe is detachable and even the blemishes on its skin are perfectly placed. Creepy. Maybe I'm gonna be cursed. I have no idea what to expect, but so long as it seems safe, I'll send this letter to you. From Roxy. P.S. You'll be recognized among adventurers as a magician if you carry a staff. Okay, so I do find that that little bit amusing about the figurine, and we don't know until later that actually really does just all come full circle. It becomes like a major plot point later on. But also I just love the little modest earnestness in Roxy's description, where it's like, oh, Rudy wants to learn Demon God tongue, and he is like, hey, can you give me a few pointers? And she writes a fucking dictionary for him. It's like it's adorable. I see. First, the whole thing about me peeking at her bathing was a misunderstanding. I wasn't peeking, I just happened to glance in. Total coincidence, I mean it. Okay, I did know when she showered, but my peeking was a fluke. There were times I deliberately took walks around the house, but the time it happened was a pure accident. Again, funny. I love how he's basically justifying himself to himself. That aside, was Ghislaine really the fourth strongest person in the Sword God style? There was Divine tier, Imperial tier, and the King tier. Wait, what? Ah, maybe there were 2 people at the Imperial tier. Did that mean there were only 1 person at the King tier? I heard that most of the sword fighters in the world use the Sword God style, so I thought there would be around 10 people with King tier proficiency. But perhaps that was harder to achieve than I thought. And yeah, based on what we saw in the if you have read the part with Eris in the Sword Sanctum, yeah, it actually makes sense that it's a pretty major deal to actually become a Sword King, because the Sword God does not give that out lightly. Let's see, to be honest, Eris later said, "I didn't punch you, your face was accidentally in the way of my hand." Honestly, that would be kind of in keeping with her character. I could see her saying something like that. Also, it appeared the Roxy figurine I made had accidentally found its way to its subject. That prince had good taste. More importantly, the book included in her package was something she wrote herself. I didn't know when my letter reached her, but she must have written that book in less than half a year. She worked so hard to write it for me, I was sure it would be instrumental in deciphering the demon god tongue. I would do my best to accomplish that. With that in mind, I sat down and opened the book. It was like a bar popped up over my head that said, "Now reading." Wow, this is amazing. I couldn't hide my surprise when I looked inside. It was a textbook, but it was also a dictionary. There were translations for every word in the demon god tongue. Roxy most likely took a dictionary from the royal palace and copied all the words down. She covered vocabulary, specific turns of phrase, and even described the pronunciation extensively. That was only the first of the surprises. In the latter half of the book, she also wrote what she knew about the various demon races. The descriptions of each race were accompanied by her personal commentary. Don't do this with this race, don't do this with that other race. There were even, poorly drawn, illustrations annotated with particular traits of each of the races. Again, it just shows that Roxy really went above and beyond, because she's adorable. There was an especially long portion, spanning 5 pages, where she wrote about the Migard race in minute detail. It made me happy to think she did that because she really wanted me to know more about her and her people. People of the Migard race tend to like sweet things, she wrote. I wondered if it were true. If it were, I wanted to prepare something sweet for her the next time we met. And, of course, one thing we also know just from future context is that since Roxy kind of left her home as a child, she maintains a lot of the childhood traits that she had when she ran away, because she never gave herself the chance to actually grow up for real. And I like to think that part of her perspective on the Migard is that she likes sweet things. She kind of assumes that's a Migard thing, as opposed to just her being childish. Although not to say that it's necessarily childish to like sweetness, but it's funny. That said, the fact that she wrote this whole thing in less than a year made me feel like I was nothing compared to her. If we did meet again, I would have to kiss her feet. That aside, the book was the best textbook I could have asked for. My grades hadn't been particularly good in my previous life, but I was incredibly good at learning things in this one. I was sure that in 6 months I could perfectly master the contents of this book. At the very least, I wanted to be able to master basic conversation. It was time to put my nose to the grindstone. Yeah, and I will say, even though Rudy has his very low self-esteem, he still thinks, hey, I can learn this language in 6 months, which is fucking insane, by the way. Even if you're studying, like, a lot every day, that's fucking insane to learn a language in 6 months. Just from a textbook and no actual conversation. Okay, I will be right back. I've been drinking a lot of water today. That has certain biological consequences. See you shortly. Okay, I'm back. Just trying to make sure everything's working real quick. Does look like it is. Good. Unfortunately, I think my cat has finally burned out all of her energy from before, because she definitely had a bit of the zoomies earlier. But now she is just kind of lounging around quietly in the corner of the room. So that's good that she's not causing any more problems. Because again, she's a good cat most of the time, but she is an absolute pain in the ass sometimes. One thing in particular she does that it annoys the crap out of me is, so she knows that I feed her, well, I always have food available for her, but I give her wet food in the morning, which she likes. And I do that right after I get up. She tries to manipulate that, where sometimes she does try to wake me up in the early morning when I'm not ready for it. I don't ever indulge that because I do not want to reward that behavior. But that's, so sometimes I wake up kind of annoyed because the cat's being a pain in the ass. But also, once I go into the room to grab her food, she will start meowing and chain those meows one after the other until she is finally fed. I cannot get her to stop doing that. She does not shut up. I don't know if she thinks that's making me move faster, because she's wrong, but it's one of those things where it's, you know, I wake up early in the morning, I'm tired, I'm going to feed the cat, and you just hear, meow, meow, meow. But of course, she knows how to be cute, so she gets away with it, but oh boy, she's a pain in the ass sometimes. Ghislaine. And again, we got another perspective shift. I love the perspective shifts of the yeah. I'm glad to not be alone in this in this struggle, because honestly I probably wouldn't mind it if I had just gotten used to feeding her at a different time when I was already fully awake, but when it's the morning and I just wake up, I have so much less patience than usual. And also, I would think my cat just does kind of like to be noticed at times. Sometimes she will just meow. Doesn't actually want anything. She just wants to be looked at, essentially. She'll paw me while I'm at my desk and bug me over that. Yeah, no. Yeah, my cat's not old. She's young. She's between 1.5 years and 2 years old. So she's not a kitten anymore, but she's still a young cat. So she's got energy. Ghislaine. Rudius had shut himself in his room. He was up to something again. He had a habit of surprising Ghislaine like that sometimes. When she first met him, she thought he was just a kid and not all that dependable. She thought Paul was being an overconfident, too proud parent when he forced this kid on her. Ghislaine owed Paul. She had no feelings for him other than a sense of obligation. On the off chance that Rudius failed to be appointed Eris's tutor, she still planned to propose that he stay here. In the end, he won over Eris's trust in record time and secured a place in the house as her tutor. I will say I also do think it makes sense that they're going in third person for this passage, because, you know, it is from Ghislaine's perspective, but she's not particularly... Hold on for a second. I don't know. Okay, sorry, my analytics kind of freaked out, but it doesn't look like there's actually an issue with the stream health, so I'm guessing that's just YouTube being buggy as usual. Okay, there we go, it's back. I don't know what that was. Sorry about that. Sorry about the interruption, but going back to what I was saying, I think it makes sense that this is in third person, because while this is from Ghislaine's perspective, and, you know, it would be interesting to hear things in her own words, I think for the purposes of what they're doing here, Ghislaine herself is not articulate enough to really be able to express these more complex thoughts and emotions perfectly well. There are definitely scenes where it makes more sense to have it in first person, but in this case, I think the omniscient narrator makes sense. The kidnapping was something he'd proposed. Ghislaine heard that the butler took advantage of the situation and agreed, but when she revived on the seed to help Rudius and Eris, he was already dealing with the two people hired by the butler on even footing. He managed to manipulate 2 different schools of magic in a unique fighting style, albeit an imperfect one, that overwhelmed his opponent, an advanced tier Northgod-style swordsman. He did drop his guard at the end, perhaps because he was still a child, but his combat instincts were genius level for someone of his age. Even for Ghislaine, initiating battle with an opponent over 100 meters away would likely mean defeat. And okay, I will say that this is from last week, but whoever I was talking to was right, that it was advanced tier and not Saint tier, so I was wrong about that. But I also do like how this kind of impartial look at things. Again, one of the biggest advantages of the perspective switch is we get to show the areas where Rudy is misinterpreting things, because he is an unreliable narrator as far as his own opinion of himself. So seeing someone from Ghislaine who is not only a relatively impartial onlooker, but also somebody who just knows combat instinctively and knows the people she's talking about. So it's the fact that she is impressed by him does speak volumes about what Rudy is not telling us. Beyond his fighting instinct, he was exceptional at organizing effective lessons for Eris that were easy to follow. Ghislaine never thought she would be able to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, or receive a wand. She, the village nuisance, who had been entrusted to some wandering swordsman before she'd even turned 10. She who had been turned away from adventuring parties despite becoming a Saint-tier swordswoman. When she finally managed to join one, she was continuously told by some not-too-bright, frivolous man that she had muscles for brains, so that there was no point in wasting time thinking. What would those people say if she went home now? Just thinking about it brought her to the brink of a smile. Ghislaine never thought the day would come when thinking about people from her village would make her feel triumphant. On all this, unprecedented, from a boy who would be the same age as her son if she had one. And again, I like that this shows kind of what's important to Ghislaine, where she had definitely found a degree of satisfaction in her experiences and becoming the woman she is today, but like advancing in ways that nobody ever thought she'd be capable of is like something that really just kind of brings her a lot of closure. After her party disbanded, Ghislaine was swindled almost every day. The defrauding left her penniless, but the strict discipline her master instilled in her against touching the belongings of others meant that she couldn't turn to thievery. She was on the brink of starvation. That's when Soros and Eris took her in. Ghislaine paid Rudius the same respect as she paid the two of them. If she went as far as calling him master, her sword master would probably fume at her. Don't you dare put me and that brat on the same level. It was probably best to call him her teacher instead. And Rudius deserved respect for his skills as a teacher. He was truly patient when he taught her arithmetic and magic. Ghislaine tried her best, but she wasn't good at picking up new things. She made the same mistakes over and over. Despite that, Rudius never showed the least bit of annoyance as he carefully explained things to her. Yeah, it does sound like he's an eccentric character, but he's also very likable because of that. He would change his phrasing each time to help her understand better. Thanks to his efforts, in 2 short years, Ghislaine had mastered the basics of fire and water magic. And now, according to Rudius's curriculum, she was not moving on to intermediate tier spells, but instead learning to cast spells without chanting. It was sound logic. If she could master that, she could use magic even when both hands were occupied. She understood that logic and was working hard to accomplish it. Granted, working hard at something didn't necessarily mean she would accomplish it. Ghislaine's swordmaster, who was a divine tier swordsman, was always preaching about logic to her. He'd say things like, in other words, logic is the foundation. That style of swordplay, cultivated over many years, was founded on rationality. Ghislaine's younger self detested the simplicity of the foundations, so her master went to great lengths to drill them into her. She was forced to practice them repeatedly. Rudius's teaching style was very similar. When he wasn't around, Eris would often complain, I want to use fancier magic. But Ghislaine was fine with how things were. In a real battle, the most reliable fighter wasn't the advanced magician who took forever to cast a powerful spell. It was the magician who could adapt to the situation and had full mastery of basic and intermediate level magic. And again, I think that's also, important world building just from an experienced person's perspective is that, high levels of power doesn't necessarily translate to combat effectiveness. Especially as we have seen that the more advanced spells take a lot longer to cast, so anyone who's basically not Rudy is going to be restricted if they try to use really strong magic. In the past, she thought magicians were completely useless in battle, but after seeing Rudius fighting, Ghislaine had changed her mind. An opponent who moved swiftly while using offensive magic to restrict his opponent's movements would be a formidable enemy for any sword fighter. She'd heard his only real match back in his village was Paul. Paul, who was immature and surely came at Rudius without holding anything back. If the results of that were Rudius gaining the ability to move strategically in a sword fight, then that was a happy coincidence. So, Paul was good for something after all. Had he made one misstep, Rudius might have quit fighting altogether and wasted his potential. Rudius must have inherited that refusal to quit from his father. And I say there's something to that. Rudy does kind of have a stubbornness alongside his newfound determination in his new life. Ghislaine eventually wanted to teach him a technique to defeat Paul. Unfortunately, Rudius had no talent for the sword god style. He overthought everything. He took the logical foundations of the style, tried performing them even more logically, only for the results to be completely illogical. I actually really love that turn of phrase, kind of that play on the word logic, where it goes from logical to logically to illogical. Doing some rule of threes there. And, it's just a very aesthetically pleasing sentence that really gets that complex idea across pretty effectively. Little stylistic flares like that are things I tend to like in writing. It wasn't a bad thing, given his personality. He was most likely using magic as a basis for his swordplay. That was not, however, appropriate in the sword god style, where a single step decided everything, and a battle ended within a split second of swords crossing. He was more suited to the North God style or the Water God style, but it seemed Paul hadn't taught. But it seemed Paul hadn't taught him either. I think Paul taught him some basic Water God stuff, but not much, and he definitely ignored North God entirely. And again, I would have loved to see some more from the perspective of a North God swordsman. That would be cool, given Rifujine's way of writing fight scenes. Unfortunately, Ghislaine only knew the sword god style. She couldn't teach him herself, but she knew someone who could. If he still wanted to learn swordplay in 3 years, she would introduce him to someone who used the North god style. Right now, she could only continue teaching him the foundations of the sword god style. If he mastered them, he would see rapid improvement when he began learning the North god style. Still, if he still wanted to learn swordplay by then, of course. He currently seemed at an impasse with magic since he had no master to teach him. But he would surely become an accomplished magician someday. Rudius might not reach the divine tier, which seemed like almost inhuman feat, but he might reach the imperial tier. And again, just coming from Ghislaine of all people. When she says that, she fucking means it. Like, she actually is thinking of it on an objective level. And I will say, by the end of the story, at least of the main story, not to mention the 50 years that happen afterwards, I could definitely believe Rudy is capable of that. Let's see. I think Water God would help Rudy's more, but I want to see what comes up if he managed to reach the heights of the North God. Yeah, exactly. Because I think Rudy's mindset combined with Rifujine's writing style are like a very Rudy focused thing that I think would be very entertaining. Although, of course, let's not forget that he still doesn't have a battle aura that would fuck with things. But again, just that's a reason I kind of want to see more North God stuff, and I wish there was more North God stuff. Because we don't really see a whole lot from the North God swordsman until, like, he starts meeting the Kalmans and stuff like that, which it's just a little bit different when you reach the highest levels. That Rifujin approaches it a little differently than he would someone who is good but not at that crazy-ass level. Although I will say, I am so excited to see some of the fight scenes that happen later in the series when the anime gets to there. Like, I think the fights between Ghislaine and Wita will be a lot of fun to see. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way I kind of view it is the Kalmans got to the point where, because North God is kind of the eccentric sword fighting style, where once you kind of get to the high level, they're so eccentric that they kind of make shit up as they go along and just kind of do weird shit that's not really reflective of the style as a whole. Because, I mean, the one Kalman, again, had a bow staff. Why? Because he thought it was interesting, basically. Even though in this world, because of the healing magic, bow staffs are basically fucking useless. Ghislaine wondered how to guide him. Surely Roxy, his magic instructor, had struggled with the same question. She thought it a bit pathetic that the girl ran away from the problem, but Ghislaine couldn't blame Roxy for doing that. In fact, she should probably thank Roxy. After all, it was through Roxy's instruction by proxy that Ghislaine learned to use magic herself. Learning from a stupid teacher only held a pupil back. She might get a taste of that bitterness when teaching someone else the sword someday. Her thoughts had veered off track. Ah, yes. She wondered what Rudius was doing in that room. Unlike the young mistress, who seemed overwhelmed with free time that her day off provided her, Rudius was always sticking his fingers into something new. Most recently, he came to Ghislaine's room after dinner with a book in one hand, telling her that he wanted to learn the beast god tongue. She wasn't sure what he planned to do with a language that was only used in a large forest village, but he spent the next 6 months learning it. The beast god tongue didn't have any difficult expressions in it, so he could probably engage in a daily conversation fluently. And again, that's just showing the perspective to show that Rudy is actually pretty good at the language. Like, he didn't just say that he kind of figured it out, he's actually more or less figured it out. Now I can go to the large forest village whenever I want, he said afterward, joy absent from his expression. And what did he plan to do in such an isolated place? He became flustered when Ghislaine asked. Huh? Nothing in particular. Oh, there might be some cute girls there, though, with cat ears. That convinced her. He was definitely Paul's son and had most certainly inherited the Grey Rat blood. And of course, that's just funny because, you know, the Grey Rats kind of have their beast folk obsession, but also Rudy is just otaku. He's thinking cat girls. Understandable. Her certainty came from the fact that everyone in the Grey Rat household seemed to stare at her with an odd look in their eyes. If they were just ogling her because she was a woman, it wouldn't have bothered her as much. Their gazes were peculiar. Other men might look at her breasts, first her face, pretending to look somewhere else while they ogled at her chest. After that, they would go lower, to her stomach, then her crotch, then her thighs. When they were behind her, she knew that they were checking out her butt. The Grey Rat men, however, were different. At first, Ghislaine thought they were the same, looking at her face and her butt. It was fine, so long as they weren't expecting anything more, aside from Paul and his strange tastes. But she realized her eyes focused on odd places, not on her face, but just above it. It wasn't exactly her butt they were eyeing either. She discovered they were staring at her ears and tail. Eris, Soros, and Philip were all the same in this. Before Ghislaine went to fetch Rudius from his house, she asked for the first time why they kept staring at her ears. And I actually do really like this as well, because it shows an interesting way that Ghislaine views herself, because she's not bothered by her her sexual appeal. Like, that's not something that bothers her. She doesn't mind being the object of sexual attraction. But the thing is, the fact that the thing that is people are noticing about her in the Grey Rat household is her beast folk in parts. He realizes, like, oh, they're interested in the kind of the more intrinsic characteristics of me, the things I can't control, the things that are not really reflective of who I am, and that, like, it makes her uncomfortable. Like, it's an interesting way of how she views things, because she's very confident in her appearance, but like the idea that people are looking at her ears and her tail and stuff like that like really just rubs her kind of the wrong way. But it's like, it's interesting. When she did, Philip replied, not looking the least bit abashed by it, because the Boreas family likes beast people. He stared at her ears as he said it. Rudius, she was told, was a different case. While he had not inherited the noble name of Notos, he was still part of the family. As Paul's son, I have no doubt he shares his father's fondness for women, though, Philip added. Ghislaine had little doubt about that at the time. When she actually met him, however, Rudius was such a gentleman that it was hard to believe he was Paul's son. Unlike his father, he worked extremely hard, was very serious about studying, and showed great self-control when it came to sex. Well, it might be too early to tell for that last part, but she did suspect he might not be Paul's child. Again, I love that Rudy is like such a gremlin, but he's not so much of he's less of a gremlin than Ghislaine expected, and he thought if he was actually Paul's kid, he would be more of a gremlin, which is really fucking funny. She had since revised that stance. There was no doubt about it. Rudius Grey Rat was Paul's biological son. So, you really are Paul's son. Can't be satisfied with women of the same race, eh? I was only joking. Please don't put it like that. It definitely wasn't just a joke. This boy was going to be a womanizer someday. Yes and no. Lately, a sparkle had started to form in Lady Eris's eyes when she looked at Rudius. Ghislaine may have been ignorant in the affairs of love, but even she could see it. Eris looked just like Zenith had when she began falling in love with Paul. Rudius had apparently begun learning the demon god tongue lately. First the beast god tongue, now the demon god tongue. In the future, he seemed likely to set out on a quest to meet all the women of the world. Paul once said something similar about traveling the entire central continent so he could create a harem. He abandoned that on Millis continent when Zenith caught hold of him, but perhaps Rudius had inherited that idea. Honestly, what a worthless father-son pair. No, Ghislaine respected Rudius. That wasn't a lie. Paul was the only one she held contempt for. Rudius may have shown glimpses of the same disposition, but he had yet to act on it. Yet. Again, I love the little constant interjections of skepticism. That's kind of, I don't know, something about it is it draws me into this whole passage. He was still a boy worthy of respect. Yes, at least for now. What's wrong, Ghislaine? Eris appeared before her as she was lost in thought. Eris had grown a lot this past 2 years. Ghislaine had first met her 5 years ago. At the time, Ghislaine thought she was an utterly hopeless, selfish little girl. On Eris's first day of sword lessons, Ghislaine trained her until she could barely stand. Then at night, Eris came at Ghislaine with a wooden sword. Ghislaine put a quick end to that by turning the tables on her. But for months afterwards, Eris's fiery gaze tracked Ghislaine, waiting for Ghislaine to drop her guard. Ghislaine used to be a troublesome child herself, so she felt a fondness for Eris. She was just like that when she was younger after all. In the beginning, Eris would always complain about this or that during training. That finally abated recently, and after her birthday last year, Eris stopped yelling and sullying her clothes. Rather than attributing it to her etiquette lessons, Ghislaine was inclined to think it was because Eris wanted to look good in front of Rudius. And, I mean, we were kind of already aware that this kind of thing was happening. Rudy, of course, wasn't because he's Rudy, but he's kind of... I like this kind of third-party examination of how Eris is changing as a person as well as Rudy. Maybe he'd said something to Eris on her birthday, something he'd learned from Paul, Ghislaine was sure. The kind of words that would make a woman's very womb tremble, which, that is a visual. Come to think of it, Eris had stayed the night in Rudius's room. Could it be? No, it wasn't possible. Both were still far too young. Still, Ghislaine wouldn't be surprised if the two of them became a couple eventually. There weren't many men who could handle Eris. I was thinking about Rudius. How come? Eris tilted her head, a shade of jealousy in her eyes. Don't worry, Ghislaine thought. I'm not going to steal him from you. I was wondering, why is he trying to learn the language of the Demon Continent? He's explained it before. Did he? Ghislaine thought she paid attention to his lessons, but she had no idea what spurred his sudden interest in foreign languages. What was it? It might be useful someday, he said. Right, he said that when they were wandering around the stores and he was writing down the names and prices of different wares. Did that ever actually prove to be of any use? And again, I love how another little implication, a little indicator of Eris's feelings toward Rudius is that she's recognizing the offhand things he's saying and just remembers them because she's paying attention to him. Now that Ghislaine thought about it, that thief in her party a long time ago was very knowledgeable about the market value of consumables. One time that thief found a shop with healing remedies which were half the usual price and proposed that the group buy them in bulk, only to later discover the goods were all of inferior quality. It was an unpleasant memory. If you don't know the market value of goods, you might be sold a poor quality goods at 2 or 3 times the price and not even know it. At the time, Ghislaine told Rudius that she didn't understand his reasoning, but in hindsight, it seemed a good idea after all. Thanks to Rudius's arithmetic lessons, she would no longer be cheated out of change, but it was still possible she might be deceived if a shop owner tampered with prices to begin with. She couldn't become a trader just because she had learned some math skills, but such skills certainly had many uses. And again, I love the logical way she's just kind of examining the things that she's learning. It really is a good showcase of who Ghislaine is as a person that we didn't really get to see up until this point. Forget about Rudius for now. You can think about him all you want and you won't understand him, Eris said. More importantly, Ghislaine, if you're free, accompany me in sword practice. She'd really been devoting herself to the sword lately. Ghislaine wasn't sure why, but perhaps she was feeling some pressure. Rudius was 9. Eris had been the same age when the two of them first met. It was clear he was much more mature now than Eris had been at that age, not just in reading, writing, arithmetic, and magic, but also in his social skills and conversational prowess, which might be the first time anybody's ever actually complimented Rudy's social skills. He may have lacked etiquette, but he had manners. He was polite as a trader and had a sense of humor, too. There was a glint of mischief that made him seem much older than his 9 years. If you interacted with him only in writing, you would probably believe him if he said he was 40, which again is a very, little cheeky line from Refugine, because Rudy is actually he is 40, he would be 43 if you added up both of his ages together. That was apparently a popular scam in the Dragon Kingdom. A literate bandit would pretend to be the son of some noble family and write a letter to the daughter of another noble family. They would spend weeks earning her trust, then to draw her beyond the safe confines of her home. Then they would capture her and sell her off to slavers, which, you know, like the more metal version of catfishing. Perhaps Eris wanted to beat Rudius at one thing. If that thing was swordplay, Ghislaine was more than happy to help. All right, Eris, to the courtyard. Okay, she nodded enthusiastically. If Eris continued training in earnest, she might one day surpass Ghislaine. Which, again, that's an interesting thing. Again, noting that how things end up progressing, because Eris does go to the Sword Sanctum, studies under the Sword God, and becomes a Sword King, to equal to Ghislaine in rank. And basically, they said, you want to kind of move past that, you got to beat another Sword King. That would be Ghislaine. You got to beat her. And she decides that, I don't care about the rank. I was learning for the strength, not for the rank. So the question of, would Eris actually surpass Ghislaine? They kind of leave it deliberately ambiguous. Right now, her skill level was just intermediate tier, but after 3 years of working on the foundations, her potential was beginning to show. Her steps were sharp, fast. Her fighting spirit was beginning to drive her movements. If she learned how to use that consciously, she would definitely reach the advanced tier in the Sword God style. If she mastered it completely, she could be Saint tier. That future surely wasn't too far off. Ghislaine didn't know how much Eris would grow, but if she managed to attain Saint tier skills while Ghislaine was still teaching her, then Ghislaine would let Eris meet her master. If possible, Ghislaine would take Rudius along as well. Ghislaine wondered how her master would react to that. She was looking forward to it. And again, obviously things don't quite go that way, but it is interesting to consider that by the time Eris does meet Galfarion at the Sword Sanctum, he pretty much immediately says, yeah, you're a Sword Saint. Okay, let's go from there, because she just from an exhibition of her skills. And honestly, I think pretty much everybody there was a Sword Saint, and she kind of stood out and impressed him because of the way she used things practically as opposed to just the textbook dojo style of learning. And then one more stat sheet, and yeah, this is probably the end of the chapter, so this is probably going to be the end of the stream, but name, Eris B. Greyrat. Occupation, granddaughter of Fatoa's liege lord. Personality, a little violent. Does, listen properly. Reading and writing, improving with writing as well. Arithmetic, still bad with division. Magic, can't do any spells without chanting them. Sword God style, intermediate tier, soon to be advanced tier. Etiquette, can imitate ladylike manners. People she likes, grandfather, Ghislaine, Rudius. Again, just the slow, continual advancement in her various stats on her stat sheet is always very entertaining. I absolutely love that stylistic thing. I've said it multiple times this stream. I'm not going to harp on it too much, but yeah, okay, so that was the end of the chapter. I can already tell my voice is starting to strain a little bit. I'm not at the point where it's like about to give out or anything like that, but I don't want to push it too hard because again, I know what it's like to overuse my voice and strain it, and it is very much not fun. I would like to avoid that if possible. So that is going to be where I call it for today. I do appreciate everyone who showed up. It was a lot of fun. I always have fun doing this. And of course, Mushoku Tensei is always a good time. I do appreciate everyone who showed up, whether you were chatting or just lurking or anything in between, except for that bot from earlier. I don't appreciate that person, but everything, it wasn't a person, so all the actual people here I do appreciate. Next stream will be next week, Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern, as always. I'm considering eventually moving the streams to 10 a.m. It just kind of makes a little bit more sense for me. But I haven't made a full decision on that. That might be something I do. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, the daily streams are done. The viewing for that is also done. And I'm working on the script. It's coming along. I'm making good progress on it, but it's going to be a big video. Certainly over an hour. Probably around an hour and a half-ish. It's hard to say. I'm trying to be relatively concise with reviewing each of the different series just because there's so many of them that it'll add up if I go too long, but I'm long-winded, so that's going to be a thing. But so no ETAs for when that's done, but I'm going to try to get it done sometime early December. That'll be pushing it a little bit, but I'm going to try. So hopefully we can expect that relatively soon. But, yep, in any case, that's it for today. Thank you all for showing up. Hopefully I will see you guys next week.